Just after transmigrating to this world, I set off a firework given by the game system. Unbelievable things happen one after another. First, a large swathe of huge fireballs fell like a meteor shower, whooshing downwards. Immediately afterwards, a series of rumbling explosions followed. The entire ground shook. Giant mushroom clouds bloomed one after another in the distance. Finally, massive amounts of data flashed across his mind like a scrolling screen. High-level target Jinsha eliminated successfully. My God, plus 99,999, plus 99,873. Wow, plus 99,542, plus 100,000. New karma value maxed out. Congratulations on leveling up to the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations on leveling up to the golden core stage. Congratulations on leveling up to the nascent soul stage. Congratulations on leveling up to the divine transformation stage. Congratulations on your successful class change. Congratulations on leveling up to the golden immortal stage. Target has reached max level. Cannot gain any more experience points. First kill of a high-level target. Congratulations on obtaining the title, First Blood. Kill target requirement reached. Congratulations on obtaining the title, 100 Slayer. Congratulations on obtaining the title, 1,000 Slayer. 10,000 Slayer. 100,000 Slayer. Million Slayer. For killing a target beyond the limit. Congratulations on obtaining the unique true title, God Slayer. Congratulations on obtaining. So many achievements popping up at once left him completely stunned. Wait, what was the name of that firework again? It seems it was called Meteor Shower. Could it be that everything in front of him was caused by that firework? Looking at this apocalyptic scene, where's the firework they promised? This is clearly an asteroid hitting Earth, okay? Fortunately, he chose a faraway location to set off the firework. Otherwise, he would have become the unlucky soul who got killed by his own firework right at the start. The experience points he just gained were over 90,000. According to the game settings, the monsters he killed must have been at least boss level. So what on earth did he just kill with a firework? He couldn't calm down at all. No, he had to go and see. He turned and sprinted towards the direction where the meteorites had fallen. He felt unusually light, covering several hundred meters in moments. His senses seemed to have suddenly been amplified hundreds of times. Even though his eyes couldn't see, he could sense the scene dozens of miles away in his mind. He even detected an unusual tremor. It wasn't the earth-shattering tremor from the meteorite impact just now. This tremor was significantly weaker, but it carried an indescribable rhythm. It came in waves. A rumbling sound could be heard in the distance, as if a large group of something was approaching. He tried hard to tell himself to stay calm. Only by calming down could he think of a solution. But when he saw what they were, grotesque, monstrous creatures of bizarre shapes, and they were sprinting towards him, only one thought remained in his mind: run. Not far from him, a small team of 7 people was nervously watching the third-tier green spotted beast in front of them. And that green spotted beast was a mutated one. Each member of the group had more or less sustained injuries. Panic was already showing in one man's eyes. This mutated green spotted beast is as strong as a 4th-tier boss. What do we do now? The man addressed as boss told everyone not to separate and not to panic. Holding their gecko talismans, they retreated together, following him. As long as they avoided the demonic fire on the green spotted beast, they would be fine. Its sense of smell was poor, and its eyes were injured now. As long as they moved quietly enough, they could retreat. The green spotted beast let out a series of angry roars, shaking its head frantically, trying to find the one who had injured it. But it couldn't see and couldn't find them at all, so it could only spin in circles like a headless fly. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed, and the hope of survival was rekindled. They stared intently at the boss's hand signals, carefully retreating. They were getting further and further away from the beast, almost reaching the safe zone. Just then, a white figure rushed out from the forest, shouting as they ran, "Many monsters are running this way. You have to leave here quickly." Hearing the voice, the retreating group turned to look. They saw that the person running towards them was a woman. The next moment, everyone froze, their eyes widening in disbelief, as if they had witnessed a miracle. They thought, how is this possible? He anxiously urged the 7 people frozen in place to run, warning them of the danger behind them. The sound of his voice instantly gave the blind green spotted beast its bearings. It roared and turned and charged towards him. The group, who had been cautiously retreating with vigilance, suddenly seemed energized, and without exception, they all ran back towards him as if their lives depended on it. In the end, the boss, who was closest, arrived first. Realizing there was no time to get the person away, he immediately and unhesitatingly shielded him. The next second, the beast's claws landed on him. Before he could react, he saw blood spray everywhere, the beast's bloody head inches away. At this point, the others also arrived and began frantically attacking with their weapons. The green-spotted beast had to abandon its prey, releasing its grip in a fury. He was terrified. He quickly helped the fallen man up, his voice trembling as he asked, "Brother, are you all right?" The boss could feel the blood rapidly draining from his body. He forced a smile and comforted the woman. "Don't be afraid. Everyone will protect you." Hearing this, a pang of guilt struck him, making him even more anxious. He was nearly drowning in remorse. He had originally intended to warn them to leave, but unexpectedly, he had only implicated them. A few familiar words suddenly surfaced in his mind. Pig teammate. Unfortunately, he was that pig. He didn't know what to do, so he pressed down on her bleeding wound. Asterisk what to do. How can I stop the bleeding? Stop the bleeding. Right, the red potion. Asterisk. He immediately opened his backpack and exchanged it for a bottle of red potion. Looking at the bottle in his hand, he thought about the urgent situation and, disregarding the fact that this red potion was used to replenish health in the game, he quickly uncorked the bottle and poured. "Quickly, drink this. It's for saving your life." Then, without further explanation, he poured it down her throat. Almost the instant the red potion went down, the boss's injuries visibly improved. The speed of recovery was shocking. He thought it was normal for a woman to carry life-saving medicine, but this efficacy, even top-grade spiritual medicine, might not have this kind of effect. Before he could think further, the green-spotted beast roared and broke through everyone's encirclement, charging towards them again. His first reaction was to push the woman away and tell her to run. He had a firm belief. He absolutely could not let her get hurt. He used his body to shield her once more. Seeing the beast lunge again at the blood-soaked man, the woman was furious. Here it comes again. He thought, I just saved this guy, and it's going to bite him again. At this moment, boundless rage burned away all his fear. He used all his strength and slapped at the beast. The woman, who had transmigrated, had set off a firework due to loneliness, which resulted in an apocalyptic scene. Seemingly frail, she angrily slapped the beast. Then, a crisp cracking sound was heard. What broke? The flames on the giant beast vanished with a sizzle, and it let out a mournful howl. Then, he saw the beast turn and flee without looking back, whimpering as it ran. He stared blankly at the fleeing beast, wondering what had happened. Why did it run away? At this time, the rest of the team rushed over. They were worried about both the boss's injuries and whether the woman they had just met would be frightened by the beast. When they saw Yu, they felt like they were dreaming. They had actually met her, and she was so beautiful. Just thinking about it made their faces flush. One man gave Yu a shy smile, rubbed his hands on his clothes, and mustered the courage to ask, "Miss, are you all right?" Yu pointed at the blood-soaked Ling Feng and said, "He's fine, but this person needs help." Everyone then turned their attention to their boss and anxiously asked, "Boss, are you okay? How are you feeling?" Ling Feng assured them not to worry, as he was fine thanks to the young lady's medicine. Hearing the boss's explanation, everyone started their own speculations. In the end, good person and kind-hearted cards were given to Yu like they were free. Seeing their increasingly fervent gazes, Yu felt they had misunderstood something. Just as she was about to explain, everyone was startled by a sudden rumbling sound. They looked around blankly and asked, "What's that sound? Is it another earthquake?" Yu then remembered her purpose for coming and quickly said, "It's monsters. Lots and lots of monsters are coming this way. That's why I came to warn you. We need to leave this forest immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's faces turned pale. Lu Qing even cried out, "It's the beast tide." Ling Feng decisively directed everyone to run towards the cliff they had passed yesterday. There was a cave there where they could temporarily take shelter. He understood the difference in their status, but thinking of the delicate woman and how she might not be able to run far, he disregarded such formalities in this critical moment. He bowed to Yu and said, "Miss, the situation is dire. Please forgive me, but I must ask my brother to..." Before he could finish, Yu Yu patted her chest and said, "No problem, I understand." To Ling Feng's astonishment, Yu Yu effortlessly hoisted him onto her back. She also told Ling Feng that caring for the injured was her bounden duty, especially since he was injured while saving her. With that, she ran off with him on her back, leaving everyone staring in disbelief. She carried him all the way to a cave entrance in one breath. Then, she stopped and asked if this was the place. She waited for a moment, but no one answered. Turning around, she saw the others panting and out of breath. She asked if everyone was all right. She then realized that not only had her speed increased, but her strength had as well. Ling Feng felt that this young lady was truly different from other women. He was now too embarrassed to even show his face. Xian Sheng said, "This is it. Hurry inside." Seeing everyone enter the cave, Ling Feng immediately commanded them to seal the entrance. Everyone obeyed and started hacking at the cave opening. Rocks began to tumble down. The opening of the sword wound was sealed. Yu Yu was relieved. Lin Feng patted her shoulder. He felt ashamed to be protected by a woman. Blushing, he asked if she could put him down now. Yu Yu only just reacted. She had been so nervous that she forgot she was carrying someone. She quickly put Lin Feng down and asked if he was feeling better. Lin Feng quickly said he was much better thanks to her medicine. He thanked her for saving his life. Yu Yu disagreed, saying that if anyone saved anyone, it was he who saved her, so giving him the medicine was only right. Just then, someone told Lin Feng, "Boss, this beast tide seems worse than usual. Even 7th-tier demonic beasts have appeared. It probably won't stop for a while." Hearing this, Lin Feng knew they would have to stay in the cave for a few more days. They didn't mind, but this young lady, accustomed to a life of comfort, would now have to suffer with them. He apologized to Yu Yu, "Miss. I'm afraid you'll have to bear with us and endure a few days in this cave." Yu Yu immediately said it was no trouble at all. One of the men patted his chest, promising to protect her with his life. Everyone mentally gave him a good guy card. They thought she was so kind, not only saving someone, but also readily agreeing to stay in this awful place with them. The more they thought about it, the more moved they were, vowing not to let her suffer any further. Touched by the man's words, Yu Yu grabbed his hand and exclaimed, "True kindness really does exist in this world. Thank you, brothers. We live or die together." The others were thrilled and excited by her words. The man whose hand she held helped her gather some dry tinder and hurried off. She turned to Lin Feng and asked, "By the way, brother, do you know where this is? Why are there so many monsters?" Lin Feng smiled and told her to just call him Lin Feng. "This forest is called Lin Moyen. It's teeming with demonic beasts. We brothers are here on a commission to hunt them." Yu Yu realized this was a world with immortals and demons. She asked, puzzled, "This area is extremely dangerous. Legend says the depths of the forest connect to the demonic realm. Even cultivators avoid it. Why did you come here?" Yu Yu decided to use the all-purpose excuse of amnesia that I don't know. "I woke up here. I don't remember anything before that." Everyone immediately looked at her with pity. It was a bit much, making her feel like a lost child. Then, the men all reassured her, saying it didn't matter if she didn't remember, they would find a way to get her home safely. Faced with such enthusiasm, Yu Yu thanked them with a smile. Someone came to tell her that a bed had been prepared. Looking at the bed specifically made for her, she felt she shouldn't accept such kindness when she was perfectly fine. The injured should sleep there. She could just find a spot to make do. The men felt she, a refined young lady, was already suffering enough being in a cave with them. They couldn't let her have a poor night's sleep as well. They vehemently refused and insisted she take the bed. Yu Yu, a modern independent woman, believed in gender equality. She asked what was wrong with being a woman. She wasn't suffering at all. They should stop being so polite and let the injured sleep in the bed. Unable to persuade them and seeing their adamant refusal, she felt they were being overly courteous. She was indeed tired and didn't want to argue further, so she accepted their kindness and lay down on the bed. Seeing her resting, everyone relaxed. Yu Yu wasn't actually asleep. She felt something was off. Everyone was too enthusiastic. A man and a woman trapped in a dark cave. The men were making her a bed and fussing over her. It gave her a strange feeling. Was it their excessive enthusiasm? As she pondered, perhaps due to exhaustion, she fell asleep. Hearing her soft, even breathing, Lu Qing whispered, "Boss, she's asleep." Lin Feng, who had been monitoring the beast tide, grunted in acknowledgement. Lu Qing couldn't help but complain to the person next to him. "What's with all these demonic beasts in the forest? How did a young lady like her even get in here?" The person next to him immediately agreed. Seeing their discussion getting louder, Lin Feng quickly shushed them. He scoffed, his eyes flashing with anger. What else could it be? She's all alone, without even a single attendant. It must be those unscrupulous villains trying to exploit her for their own gain. Lin Feng glanced at the sleeping Yu. She's so kind and gentle, not even making a fuss after being kidnapped, even offering her bed to the injured. What kind of heartless person could do this to her? Hearing this, Lu Qing felt even more sympathetic towards her. He gritted his teeth, furious that if I find out who did this, I'll chop them into 100 pieces. The others expressed their support for his sentiment. Someone nearby couldn't help but ask Lin Feng, "Boss, what do we do now? Do we still go into the city?" If this girl was really trafficked to Biancheng, those who took her might still be in the city. Lin Feng said they would definitely enter the city. There's a protective formation in the city. If the beast tide rises again, it'll be safer there. But we can only take her directly to the city lord's mansion. The city lords are all cultivators. Seeing that she's a woman, they'll definitely find a way to send her home. Reassured, Lu Qing didn't ask any more questions. Lin Feng, however, glanced again at the girl sleeping soundly in the cave and fell into deep thought. Possessing such miraculous medicine and such agile movements, could she really just be a pitiful girl trafficked to Biancheng? Subconsciously touching his injury, he resolved that no matter how strange she seemed, she was still a woman. Moreover, she had saved his life. No matter what, he would ensure her safe return home. Only after the commotion outside gradually subsided did Lin Feng lead his 7-man team, specialized in hunting demonic beasts, out of the forest, escorting Yu. They entered a dilapidated small city. She had already felt uneasy due to their constant concern for her along the way. Once inside the city, she felt something was wrong with the entire place. That uneasy feeling deepened, and goosebumps erupted all over her body. She felt extremely uncomfortable. As the number of onlookers increased, their undisguised lust in their eyes made Yu feel like she had fallen into a wolf's den. She felt terrible. Images of criminal records flashed through her mind. She screamed for help inwardly, unable to understand why everyone looked like they wanted to devour her alive. Scanning the dense crowd, she realized there wasn't a single woman among the onlookers. They were all men. Could it be that women were so scarce in this city that they looked at her like she was some rare species? As the road became completely blocked, Lin Feng, who was clearing the way ahead, suddenly shouted at the crowd to move aside, drawing the long sword at his side and pointing at them. The crowd, which had been constantly pressing closer, was genuinely startled by Lin Feng's action. Although their gazes at Yu remained fervent, they did make way. Yu, protected in the middle of the group, continued to move forward slowly. She breathed a sigh of relief, silently praising them. She was grateful to have encountered these kind men. Otherwise, she would have instantly become headline news. The group finally arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Yu thought to herself, finally, after seeing the city lord, I should be able to leave this dangerous place soon. Lin Feng saw that the gate of the city lord's mansion was tightly closed, and the entrance was empty, without even a single guard. He went to knock, but with a gentle push, the door creaked open. Inside, the scene was one of chaos, as if it had just been ransacked. Seeing this, not only Yu, but even Lin Feng and his team were stunned. The people who had been following them, seemingly understanding their intentions, immediately offered an explanation. Are you looking for the city lord? He left 2 days ago. He said that because of this sudden beast tide, he needed to inform the Xian men. Then, addressing Lin Feng, they asked, why are you looking for the city lord? Are you escorting this young lady? We can help. The city lord's guards are no match for our team. What's your team compared to ours? Young lady, come with us. Our team is full of warriors. Protecting you is absolutely no problem. The crowd began to recommend themselves, one after another, their voices growing more and more excited. It looked as if a fight was about to break out. Yu couldn't understand how things had suddenly escalated. The short-tempered Lu Qing couldn't stand it any longer. He kicked the most enthusiastic person in front of him, roaring, "Get lost! Don't block the way! Who needs your help? Do you think our boss is dead?" The crowd quieted down for a moment, no longer daring to press forward. Lu Qing turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" Lin Feng tightened his grip on his long sword and said gravely, "Return to the small courtyard to regroup." He thought to himself that these people clearly had ulterior motives. The city was no longer safe. He had to escort the girl out of the city as soon as possible. Lin Feng and his group escorted Yu Yu towards a small courtyard. Only after entering the small, enclosed courtyard and closing the gate did they finally shut out the stares that had given her goosebumps. Yu Yu sat on a chair, watching the busy people in the courtyard. She recalled the preferential treatment she received on their way back. While she knew they didn't have any malicious intentions towards her, their care was indeed excessive. She felt something was off. Yu Yu felt like she had fallen into a wolf's den. She strongly suspected that coming to this city was a mistake. This place was clearly more dangerous than the forest. Everyone in the city was eyeing her with predatory gazes. Was it because of the skewed gender ratio? From any perspective, she didn't belong in this city. Her situation was extremely dangerous. The more Yu Yu thought about it, the more bleak her future seemed. She took a deep breath to calm herself down, accessing the game system in her mind, telling herself not to panic. After all, she was a transmigrator with a cheat. Although she couldn't use most of its functions after setting off the fireworks, she clearly felt a qualitative leap in her strength and speed. With a thought, a map only he could see opened instantly before his eyes. He looked at the map, on the verge of tears, realizing every path led to a dead end. An unprecedented sense of crisis washed over him. What should he do? He was done for. While he was pondering his predicament, Lin Feng walked over and relieved him. A sudden oil girl startled him. He looked at the man in front of him and asked uncertainly, "Is that Boss Lin?" Lin Feng told him to just call him by his name. No need for the formal address the others used. Yu Yu looked at the noticeably tidied-up Lin Feng, thinking she almost hadn't recognized him. Lin Feng poured him some tea while gently asking him about his future plans. Yu Yu looked at the offered tea, thinking this was his way of saying goodbye. It made sense. They had escorted him this far, showing him more than enough kindness. He couldn't just keep imposing on them. He remembered how transmigrators in novels usually had to complete a mission before returning home. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. He expressed his desire to go home, but since he didn't know how, he had no immediate plans. Hearing this, Lin Feng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, "In that case, miss, would you be willing to listen to my suggestion? Perhaps you're unaware, miss, but Biansheng isn't a good place. The people here are either desperate mercenaries who hunt demonic beasts or vicious criminals. You are a woman, and moreover, you've lost your memory. Staying in the city is very dangerous." Lin Feng opened a map and pointed to a spot, saying, "Therefore, I suggest you go to Shangyang City. It's 100 times larger than this place, and it's only 100 miles from the capital of the Fengtian Kingdom. Rumor has it that the Sakya Immortal Clan resides there, which will surely benefit you." Yu Yu's eyes brightened slightly. "That sounds pretty good. Is it far? How long will it take to get there?" Lin Feng told her that from Biancheng, it would take about a month by fast travel and 2 months at a leisurely pace. Furthermore, after leaving Biancheng, they could take the Guandao, the safest road. Yu Yu felt she had no other choice and nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you. Let's go there." Hearing her agreement, a smile touched Lin Feng's lips. "Since you agree, miss, we'll pack tonight and depart first thing tomorrow morning." She looked up in surprise, asking, "You mean you're coming with me?" Lin Feng, thinking she doubted their abilities, quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, Mississippi. Although my brothers and I are not exceptionally talented, we are skilled demon beast hunters. Not to mention, our martial prowess is second to none in Biancheng. Our team can definitely protect you." Yu Yu quickly waved her hands. No. I'm not doubting your abilities. I'm just saying, I'm already so grateful that you brought me out of the forest. It's too much to trouble you to escort me all the way to Shangyang City. Want to delay your own affairs?" Hearing this, Lin Feng was visibly stunned, his expression turning odd. With a serious look that said, "Please don't insult my integrity," he said, "Miss, are you joking? You are a woman. Any person with a conscience wouldn't let you travel alone." Yu Yu finally realized he genuinely wanted to escort her and had never considered leaving her in the city. She was instantly filled with gratitude. She punched Lin Feng lightly, saying, "Thanks, brother. From today onwards, you're my sworn brother." Then she told Lin Feng she had one last question. "What are your team's fees? Do you accept IOUs?" She was penniless, completely broke. A woman who had just transmigrated simply set off some fireworks. and cause an apocalyptic scene, instantly killing numerous bosses. She directly leveled up to the golden immortal stage. It turned out this world was called Xianzhe. Women were extremely rare on this continent, and thus held in high esteem. For any family, if they were blessed by the heavens with a daughter, it was considered an immense fortune. Therefore, women were called noble ladies, and men, from a young age, were taught never to harm women. The punishments in each country for offending women were increasingly severe. The slightest transgression could result in years of imprisonment and a lifetime of scorn, let alone trafficking women. Not only would that incur the harshest legal penalties, but it would also invite divine retribution. Even the legendary cultivators wouldn't show mercy to such individuals. They were truly despised by all. Noble ladies were rare and deserved the best treatment in the world. It could be said that protecting and safeguarding women was an ingrained instinct in the men of this world. Lin Feng found this noble lady named Yu rather peculiar. She was completely different from the other women he'd met. She was excessively agreeable. Since leaving the city, she had been keeping pace with them while occasionally asking her companions, "Are you tired? Do you need help carrying anything?" She hadn't complained once and was, in fact, the most energetic, spirited, and fearless member of the group. Yu was delighted. She felt the fireworks hadn't been wasted. Not only had her speed increased, but her strength also seemed inexhaustible. She could carry 4 or 5 packs and still walk briskly. She was glad to be of help to everyone. She just felt everyone was too polite, treating her like a porcelain doll, afraid she might get chipped or broken. It was just carrying a few packs. They acted like it was asking for their lives. It was all so exaggerated. As an independent woman, how could she do nothing? Watching Yu, who clearly didn't see herself as a noble lady, Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly. If it weren't for her stunning beauty, he would have thought he had gained another brother. He was incredibly warm and kind. There wasn't a trace of the arrogance and haughtiness typical of noble lords. He looked up at the sky, stopped walking, and said, "It's getting late. Let's rest here tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 people following him immediately relaxed. Some collapsed on the ground. Others leaned against trees, all gasping for breath. After traveling for several days, they were truly exhausted. For a moment, the only ones still standing were Ling Feng, who had the best martial arts skills, and Yu, who was carrying 4 or 5 packs. Perhaps because she had transmigrated into the game character's body, she didn't feel any fatigue and wasn't tired at all. She put down the packs, glanced at her exhausted teammates, and shook her empty water skin. Saying she heard the sound of water, she announced she would go fetch some water for everyone. Before Lin Feng could refuse, she had already run out of sight. Lu Qing couldn't help but ask Lin Feng, "Boss, are all women like her?" His male pride had taken a severe blow. Where was the supposed natural frailty of women? If this was considered frail, what were they? After a moment, Lin Feng slowly said, "Perhaps she has natural divine strength, which is why she's different from other women." Having only ever met frail, arrogant, and haughty women before, Lin Feng felt uneasy and ordered Lu Qing, "Go and check on her. We haven't reached the official road yet, so we can't guarantee her safety." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing immediately scrambled to his feet. He didn't forget to instruct the other brothers, "Quickly start a fire. It'll be cold tonight. Don't let Miss Yu freeze. Oh, and don't forget to cook some porridge. Miss Yu likes it." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stumbled and fell headfirst into something, taking a hard tumble. His teammates were startled and rushed over. They discovered he had fallen into a small pit, only about a meter wide. Lu Qing stood up, cursing. What kind of cursed person dug a pit in a place like this? Seeing he was all right, his teammates reached out to pull him up, teasing and laughing, tripping into a pit while walking. "Old Qing, your martial arts skills have deteriorated. You won't be able to protect Miss Yu like this. You better go back and practice. Don't even think about going to Shangyang." Lu Qing glared at his teammate, grabbed his hand, and pulled himself up. "That I'm plenty capable. Besides the boss, who among you can beat me? Forget Shangyang. I can even go to the capital." He continued to grumble. "I just wasn't paying attention. Who knows which bastard dug such a big pit in this godforsaken place? And I stepped in a whole foot of red mud. It stinks." Hearing the words red mud, the previously silent Lin Feng suddenly froze. Then, as if realizing something, his face instantly paled. "That's not red mud. That's the excrement of a 4th-tier Lin Shui beast." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces turned white. Oh no. 4th-tier Lin Shui beasts are extremely aggressive. Miss Yu is in danger. In the next moment, everyone turned and sprinted toward the river. Yu hadn't walked far before she found a small river. The river wasn't very wide. Wanting to find cleaner water to fill her water skin, she followed the river upstream for a while and stopped beneath a small waterfall. Sure enough, the water upstream was much clearer. When she heard someone calling her name, she turned around, holding the fish she had just caught, and saw Lin Feng and the others rushing towards her. She greeted them with a smile. "Brother Lin, you're here." Yu waved at them, her face beaming with excitement. "Come quickly. There are so many fish here." She had already caught quite a few. Everyone instinctively glanced at the small mountain of Linshui beasts, then back at the slender and graceful figure by the water. Lu Qing hurriedly asked Lin Feng, "Boss, did I see that right? Are those things Miss Yu caught? And is she holding, are those really fourth-tier demonic beasts? Linshui beasts?" Yu climbed ashore and walked towards them, apologizing as she walked. Sorry. I got so caught up in catching fish that I completely forgot about the water." "Did you wait long?" She tossed the fishing net and fish onto the pile before explaining, "The fish in the mountains probably haven't seen people before. I just scooped them up. So many. I guess they practically offer themselves up." Lu Qing thought to himself, "Are you sure they offered themselves up and weren't attacking you?" Yu looked at the fish all over the ground, her mouth starting to water. She had never seen this kind of fish before. She wondered if they were tasty and how best to cook them. Braised? Grilled? Or maybe sashimi while they were fresh. Seeing that Yu wasn't joking and really intended to eat the Linshui beasts, everyone immediately stopped her dangerous idea. "Miss Yu, those aren't fish. They're fourth-tier demonic beasts." The image of the terrifying herd of beasts stampeding a few days prior flashed through his mind. Yu blinked, asking, "These are demonic beasts? Demonic beasts can look this normal? If they're demonic beasts, aren't they a bit too weak?" Lin Feng examined them carefully before speaking. "These should be young. Judging by the markings on their bodies, they've just hatched from their eggs. They're not much stronger than first-tier demonic beasts." Everyone suddenly understood. So that's how it is. They looked Yu over again. After confirming she was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then they began to berate themselves. Fortunately, they were only newborns. If Miss Yu had been injured, they would never have forgiven themselves. From now on, they would handle chores like fetching water. Yu couldn't listen anymore. She raised a hand and asked seriously, "Actually, I have another question. You just said this pool is a Linshui beast hatching pool." Hearing her question, everyone hurriedly confirmed, "Yes, with so many young beasts, we're sure of it." She continued with her soul-searching question, "Then who is hatching them?" As soon as she finished speaking, there was a splash. The previously calm pool suddenly erupted in a 15-meter-high curtain of water, crashing towards the shore. Lin Feng was the first to react. "Not good," he shouted. "Get out of here quick." Shielding Yu, he ran towards the woods. The next moment, the water slammed down, instantly engulfing the entire riverbank. Spraying water fell like rain. As Lin Feng had predicted, the water didn't spread into the forest. It quickly flowed back into the river. However, the dripping right hands that had been piled up on the riverbank were pulled back into the pool by the wave. Seeing this, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. So the water wasn't meant to attack them, but to retrieve those right hands. But then the roar sounded again, its sharp, piercing tone making their eardrums ache. Someone cursed, "It's coming back for more." Sure enough, the next moment, a monster covered in black scales and with glaring red eyes on its head appeared. "What kind of prehistoric crocodile is this?" Someone exclaimed. "It was just a normal fish fry. How did it mutate so much?" The Linshui beast clearly realized its nest had been raided and was exceptionally furious. Without hesitation, it opened its bloody maw towards Yu. The group, who had already run a good distance, changed their expressions upon seeing this. Without a second thought, they raised their weapons and charged back, trying to stop the Linshui beast. The Linshui beast swung its massive body. In an instant, a white light flashed on its tail, the icy spines growing their shot towards the oncoming group like arrows loose from a bowstring, forcing them to dodge and parry. Yi knew it was time to run. She was just about to make a dash for it when Lin Feng, the strongest martial artist in the team, grabbed her. He rolled with her on the ground, narrowly avoiding the beast's jaws. Yu felt her professional escaping skills were being questioned. Did they have some misunderstanding about her speed? The next moment, there was a cracking sound. The Lin Shui beast's jaws clamped down on the large tree behind Yu, snapping the half-meter-wide trunk in two. What terrifying bite force! The Lin Shui beast gave them no time to react. After its attack missed, it turned and snapped at the two on the ground. Its gaping maw was almost bigger than both of them combined. A wave of stench washed over them. As a professional escape artist, every time she tried to flee, she was always stopped by someone trying to protect her, nearly getting her killed. Seeing no way out, Lin Feng gripped Yu tightly, watched for an opportunity, and rolled towards the Lin Shui beast, dodging its attack. The Lin Shui beast bit at nothing again, gouging a hole in the ground. Lin Feng seized the moment as it raised its head, leaping up and thrusting his long sword into its bright red eye. The Lin Shui beast let out a deafening shriek, shaking its head in agony and wailing. Seeing this, Lin Feng grabbed Yu's hand and prepared to escape. She was about to follow when her eyes widened. What did she see? Were those Lindsay? The Lin Shui beast had the ability to control water flow. Once enraged, it would condense a continuous stream of Lindsay to attack its enemies. Without protection, everything within a dozen meters would be pulverized. Yu instinctively tried to pull Lin Feng back and escape with him, but he suddenly turned around. He struck her with a palm, sending her flying. The next moment, a powerful force propelled her more than 10 meters away. What was going on? Couldn't he have discussed self-sacrifice with her first? It really wasn't necessary. She was capable of escaping with him. Just as Lin Feng was about to be riddled with holes, a red light swept over him, wrapping around him and pulling him away just before the Lindsay struck, flinging him under a tree more than 10 meters away. Then a mocking voice rang out, "Lin Feng, just a month and you've become this pathetic? A mere fourth-rank beast has you cornered like this? Still calling yourself the best programmer? Just go home and farm." Lin Feng instantly recognized the newcomer. Ignoring the taunt, he offered a well-meaning warning. "Ing Fan, don't underestimate it. Fourth-rank beasts are tough." Having caught Lin Feng at a disadvantage, Ing Fan shot him several disdainful looks. "For third-rate teams, sure, but not for us. Watch closely and see who the real best programmer is." With that, he waved to his teammates behind him. Form the array. Several figures jumped down from the trees. They landed around the Lin Shui beast, each pulling out a rod-like artifact and inserting it into the ground. The Lin Shui beast, sensing the danger, began attacking the surrounding light prison. White light emanated from its body again, forming scales all over as it launched indiscriminate attacks in all directions. Finding the Lindsay couldn't penetrate the light prison, it began slamming its massive body against it. Ing Fan's face paled. The reflected pressure made him feel his blood surge. He urged his subordinates to quickly restore the formation. He brandished his red whip and went to face the Lin Shui beast alone. Hearing his subordinates' reply ready, he immediately stuck a yellow talisman at the edge of town. The Binding Waste formation was officially formed. Seeing Lin Feng's surprise, Ing Fan gloated. They were the first authentic hunting team. Naturally, they would be fully prepared. Just stay put and watch how they hunted demonic beasts. The Lin Shui beast roared furiously, shaking its massive body again and slamming against the light prison. Ing Fan addressed the Lin Shui beast. "I just love seeing you so frustrated. Show me what other tricks you have." The Lin Shui beast desperately charged the Binding Waste formation. The originally stable formation immediately shook. The light prison was actually warped by the impact. Ing Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood from the backlash of the formation. Lin Feng, seeing them struggling to hold on, quickly walked over. He mobilized his internal energy and poured it into the formation. Everyone stabilized the formation together. Ing Fan's face was full of unwillingness, but he understood that now was not the time for petty squabbles. He could only let out a cold snort that don't think you can claim the credit just by helping a little. This demonic beast still belongs to our team. Seeing this, the other 6 members of Lin Feng's team also rushed over to help. With Lin Feng's addition, Ing Fan felt much more relaxed. However, his expression grew increasingly ugly, showing his displeasure. He had originally intended to mock and belittle Lin Feng, but it had turned into a collaboration between the two teams. What was this? Unfortunately, with their strength alone, they really couldn't subdue this demonic beast. He could only gain some advantage verbally. What good can this little bit of internal energy do? The internal energy sustaining the formation isn't something you can just casually pour in. Lin Feng, you should just give up the top spot now. Lin Feng beside him remained unmoved. Ying Fan felt like he had punched cotton, his taunts falling on deaf ears. He became even more frustrated. He started venting by picking on an injured team member. You can't even walk steadily. What are you doing here? Causing trouble. Do I need your measly internal energy? Go, someone help him away. Don't affect the formation's effectiveness. The injured team member froze, unsure what to do. Yu, the only idle person, immediately volunteered to help. Ying Fan, turning his head, muttered incessantly. Finally, someone with some sense. Hurry up and help him away. Only third-rate teams like yours would need to use even an injured member. They're so thirsty. When he saw that Yu was a woman, he made a series of chokes sound like a strangled duck. Yu, holding back a shudder, smoothly responded with a string of Chinese pinyin, KHJQX. Ying Fan stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter another word. He was completely frozen. And a noble lady, H. Hao Ken. He abruptly turned to Lin Feng, all his emotions instantly transforming into a furious rage. Lin Feng, do you have any humanity? How could you bring a noble lady to such a dangerous place? Lin Feng was about to explain, but the enraged Ying Fan wouldn't listen. Convinced he knew the truth, that I heard from a traveling merchant a few days ago that a noble lady went missing in Shangyang City. There were suspicions of someone committing a heinous, heaven-defying act, trafficking noble ladies. Don't tell me it was you. Lin Feng immediately retorted. How is that possible? We're escorting the noble lady to Shangyang City. Ying Fan clearly didn't believe him, his eyes filled with killing intent. Don't make excuses. Do you think I'm stupid? You swore an oath never to enter Shangyang City. How could you possibly go there willingly? Ignoring the stability of the formation, Ying Fan threw a punch at Lin Feng, ranting, You even do such unconscionable things. I'll kill you, you beast. Lin Feng had no choice but to use one hand to block the incoming punch. Ying Fan, calm down. I'll explain Yu's situation later. Let's deal with the Lin Shui beast first. Ying Fan continued to attack relentlessly. Calm down, my foot. I actually came to save you, and you turn out to be this kind of scum. I'll beat you to death. A bewildered Yu thought. Asterisk, what's going on? I just helped someone up. Why are they fighting? Asterisk, seeing their fight escalating, Yu tried to stop them. Ying Fan grew angrier with every word, and with every increase in anger, he continued to rant. He had always known Lin Feng wasn't a good person. That year, when he was 5, if Lin Feng hadn't told the teacher that he had skipped class, his father wouldn't have beaten him so badly. Lin Feng was speechless. He didn't know how many times he had explained that the teacher had found out himself. It had nothing to do with him. Yu was forced to listen to a whole load of gossip, and ancient gossip at that. Stole my first place in the private school's top 10. Snatched my champion title in a martial arts competition. Came to Biansheng and immediately aimed for the first hunting team. And the most infuriating thing is that he ruined my marriage proposal. Yu thought, asterisk, wow, that's a lot of information. There's even a romantic entanglement. Asterisk. Seeing Ying Fan's increasingly nonsensical accusations, Lin Feng also became angry. He retorted, Lin Xiangjuan is my cousin. He's a man. You mistook him for a noble lady yourself. What does it have to do with me that you didn't investigate clearly before proposing? Ying Fan furiously told him to shut up. If I say it's your fault, it's your fault. Lin Feng thought he was completely unreasonable. The two fought intensely. The formation became unstable again. The Lin Shui beast also sensed this and intensified its attacks. Yu saw tiny cracks appearing on the barrier formed by the formation. Oh no, she thought, the formation won't hold. Yu wanted to stop the two men from fighting, reminding them that now was not the time for infighting. However, they were clearly enraged. Not only did they not stop, but they attacked even more fiercely, each aiming for the other's vital points. Seeing this, Yu felt a boundless rage surge within her. She rushed between the two men, pushing them apart with a hand on each of them. She roared, enough. Both of you shut up. Stop it. Just then, the Lin Shui beast broke through the formation, letting out a deafening roar. It opened its massive jaws and lunged towards them. Yu, still consumed by anger, felt a gust of wind behind her. Without thinking, she turned and slapped at the beast, shouting, "What are you yelling about? So noisy." The seemingly delicate woman, overcome with anger, casually slapped the Tier 4 demonic beast. The next moment, a crisp smack echoed, followed by a loud boom. The beast, which had been about to pounce and devour them, was flattened against the ground, instantly creating a large crater. It lay motionless. Finally, silence fell. Everyone was left in a state of bewildered confusion. Asterisk, what just happened? Who are they? Where are we? Asterisk, an awkward silence permeated the forest. Yu herself was stunned. She didn't know what had happened either. She had just casually slapped it. How did the beast die? She hadn't even used any force. She looked back and forth between the giant beast in the crater and the completely dumbfounded crowd. She casually grabbed the horn on the beast's head, wanting to explain. The next second, the 1,000-gene Tier 4 Lin Shui beast was easily lifted by her. Seeing her lift the supposedly 1,000-gene Lin Shui beast with such ease, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what they had been desperately fighting for. Lu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at her, questioning his reality, and asked, "Miss Yu, are you a cultivator?" Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. If Miss Yu was a cultivator, then her unusual behavior and actions compared to ordinary noble ladies made sense. Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions. He looked at her with a complicated expression and respectfully cupped his hands, saying, "So you are a cultivator. We were unaware and have offended you these past few days. Please forgive us." Yu waved her hands repeatedly, explaining, No. Everyone misunderstands. There must be a mistake. I'm really not a cultivator. What happened today was just an accident." Lin Feng suddenly remembered what she had said about her lost memories. "Miss, it's normal not to remember your original identity if you've lost your past memories." Someone immediately chimed in. "That's right. Didn't Miss Yu say before that she doesn't remember anything except her name? No wonder she hasn't displayed any immortal techniques. As expected of a cultivator, even with amnesia, she can easily subdue a Tier 4 demonic beast." Seeing that everyone wouldn't give her a chance to explain, and they all wore expressions of sudden realization, Yu found herself speechless. The crowd grew more and more excited, the grim expressions they wore while fighting the beast completely gone. Some asked her what her cultivation level was, others which sect she belonged to. Completely unable to get a word in, Yu watched as her cultivator identity was fabricated. She wanted to yell at them. "I already said I'm not a cultivator. You're all a bunch of presumptuous idiots." But it was no use. High above, a tall figure stood in the wind. He wore a crimson robe, and a man in black stood behind him, respectfully asking, "Master, the young lady is safe now. Do you still need to intervene?" The man in crimson only said 3 words, "No need." He possessed a face of indescribable beauty. Looking down below, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. "I thought she was just an ordinary mortal woman." Unexpectedly, there's a pleasant surprise. He was referring to her cultivation level. The man in black thought for a moment. She is a woman after all. Perhaps she possesses some treasure that conceals her cultivation. To be able to easily subdue a Tier 4 demonic beast, I suspect her cultivation is above Foundation establishment, perhaps even Golden Core. Hearing this, a pleased smile spread across the crimson-clad man's lips. Interesting. A Golden Core female cultivator among a group of mortal beast hunters. What a coincidence. The man in black was taken aback. "May I ask what you plan to do, Master?" The man in crimson chuckled coldly. Didn't they refuse her entry? Haven't they presented themselves as guides? The man in black seemed to understand. "Yes, Master. I'll go make the arrangements." The crimson-clad man stopped him, his gaze sweeping down to Yu in the crowd below. Looking at the brightly smiling woman, he declared, "This matter cannot be left to chance. I'll go personally." The man in black abruptly looked up, shock flashing in his eyes. He still managed to reply yes. Since being forcibly labeled a cultivator, Yu found that if they had treated her like a fragile object before, now they practically worshipped her. Ing Fan seized the opportunity to approach Yu, taking the chance to promote himself. "Immortal Master, aren't you thirsty? Would you like some tea? I have some famous heart-soothing tea, known throughout the kingdom." It's very refreshing. Please try some. Yu Yu was indeed thirsty. She accepted the water pouch and smiled habitually. Sure, thank you. Ingfan's face flushed crimson. His normally calm heart began to race. The immortal master had actually smiled at him. Overwhelmed with excitement, he took a sip of the tea. It was cool and refreshing, with a slightly sweet aftertaste. This tea is really quite good, he remarked. Thank you. Ingfan added, You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. Drink as much as you want. There's more. His heart swelled with emotion as he watched Yu Yu drink the water, the tea he had given her. Mortal tea couldn't compare to the spiritual tea of the cultivation world. The immortal master must be truly kind, unwilling to embarrass him. Women were born noble, and he hadn't met many, let alone female cultivators. Someone as kind and easygoing as her was a first. No wonder that old stick in the mud, Lin Feng, was willing to break his oath to bring him to Shangyang City. Ingfan clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and asked earnestly, Immortal Master, may I ask you a question? Blushing furiously, he asked, What do you think of the brothers in the hunting team? You, thinking of them as good companions, replied without hesitation, They're great, brave, resourceful, and they all take good care of me. A look of elation flashed across Ingfan's eyes. He felt he had to seize this opportunity. Feigning distress, he voiced his thoughts. Miss, do you have a Dao Lu, a companion? What are your requirements? Would I be suitable? Actually, as long as the number doesn't exceed 10, I'm quite flexible. Yu Yu spat out her tea. So this was his sales pitch. Choking on the tea, she wondered what she had just heard. Seeing she hadn't agreed, Ingfan hurriedly added, I'm really quite good. Please consider me. Although I can't compare to the cultivators of the sex, my martial arts are decent, and my looks are considered quite handsome in Shangyang City. Unable to watch any longer as Ingfan's words became increasingly outrageous, Lin Feng clapped a hand over his mouth and dragged him away. When they stopped, Ingfan complained indignantly, Lin Feng, what are you doing? I wasn't finished. Lin Feng, his face a mask of disbelief, retorted, What am I doing? What were you doing? Don't you think what you said was incredibly rude? How is she supposed to respond to that? Lin Feng scolded angrily, Enough. Stop this nonsense. Listen to yourself. How is she supposed to answer that? Ingfan, however, saw nothing wrong with his words. He was just being honest. He yelled back excitedly, Who's being nonsensical? I'm not like you, pretending to be all noble. I like her. I want to be with her. What's wrong with that? Lin Feng couldn't hold him back. Ingfan broke free and ran back towards Yu Yu. Seeing him go, Lin Feng could only sigh and let him be. Ingfan strode back to Yu Yu, his face determined. Miss Yu Yu, he asked resolutely, what do you think of me? Could I be your servant? Yu Yu choked on her tea again, coughing violently. Lin Feng, close behind, wanted nothing more than to seal Ingfan's lips. Ingfan, undeterred, wouldn't budge. He stared intently at Yu Yu, demanding an answer. Miss Yu Yu, please give me a straight answer. Yes or no? If no, I'll come back and ask again later. Finally catching her breath, Yu Yu, without hesitation, issued the ultimate rejection. I'm sorry, she said. You're a good person, but we're just not suited for each other. The hopeful light in Ingfan's eyes vanished like a deflated balloon. The sparkle was gone. His tall frame seemed to shrink. Clinging to a last shred of hope, he asked, Are you really sure? If not a servant, maybe something else? I don't care about titles. Yu Yu wondered what something else even meant. Was this world really this complicated? A modern woman raised under the red flag. She had unexpectedly transmigrated to this cultivation world where virginity was prized. And now a man was offering to be her servant, even foregoing any title. She firmly refused. I'm sorry, it won't work. It's just not appropriate. Ingfan felt as if his heart had been stabbed 3 times. Did she really have to reject him so completely? He was devastated. Even the people around them were giving him sympathetic looks. He snapped, his embarrassment turning to anger. What are you looking at? No need for your pity. Even I, from a prestigious family, was rejected. You lot, you entertainers, have even less of a chance. As soon as he spoke, the crowd collectively wilted, as if he had struck a nerve. Lin Feng grabbed Ingfan by the collar, his eyes blazing. Ingfan, you've gone too far. Seeming to realize his mistake, Ingfan's face flushed with guilt. He stammered, I just said it without thinking. I didn't mean it. Glancing at the dejected and downcast crowd, he quickly explained to Yu, It's my fault. I spoke carelessly. Miss Yu, please don't listen to the rumors outside. Entertainers are good people. They're no different from anyone else. Yu Yu was once again completely bewildered. What was going on now? She asked instinctively, What's an entertainer? Ingfan stared at her in disbelief. You don't know. Then, as if realizing something, he said, "Oh, right, you're a cultivator. You probably don't have much contact with entertainers." He then proceeded to explain. In the Shinza continent, almost every city has a gathering spirit pool. The gathering spirit pool is formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as a drop of blood is dripped into the pool, a spirit embryo will condense, inheriting the bloodline of the person who dripped the blood. However, the person who drips the blood needs to stay by the pool for 49 days. After waiting for 9 months, the spirit embryo will transform into a complete human form. Ordinary men and women can naturally give birth to baby girls, but all babies born from the gathering spirit pool are male. The most important thing is that the familial bond maintained by just a single drop of blood is too fragile. Many people, on a whim, condense a baby and then abandon it. Spirit embryos have no father or mother and are born of heaven and earth. Thus they are called entertainers. Yu Yu was deeply shocked after hearing this. Such a thing actually existed. Isn't this similar to the land of women? At least in the land of women, they still need to drink the water and then carry the child for 10 months. Here, even pregnancy is omitted. Lu Qing anxiously explained to Yu Yu that although they were all entertainers, they were all honest, hardworking, and lived by their own skills. They were completely different from the rumors in the marketplace. Yu Yu said that he hadn't heard any rumors, and even if he had, he wouldn't believe them. He only believed what he felt. The only people he looked down on were those who were irresponsible towards their children, and those who gossiped without knowing the facts. Lu Qing and the other entertainers were deeply moved upon hearing this. A noble lady like Yu Yu, who interacted with aristocratic families and clans, had no prejudice against entertainers like them. Yu Yu was truly a good person. Yu Yu felt embarrassed, thinking that there was no need to give him any more good person labels. He suddenly thought of a question and asked them what exactly a noble lady was. Was it very special? And why did everyone keep calling him a noble lady? Lu Qing looked at him with surprise. Women are born noble, and all men under heaven should respect them. So, isn't it natural to call them noble ladies? Yu, hearing his matter-of-fact answer, was once again bewildered by this strange statement. Lu Qing turned and called out loudly for Lin Feng. Young master, you doesn't even remember such common sense. It seems his memory loss is quite severe. Lin Feng looked at Yu Yu, thinking that being so lost in this world, he must be feeling quite apprehensive. He told Yu Yu to ask any questions he had, and he would answer truthfully. Yu Yu immediately asked a question that had been troubling him for a long time. Why are noble ladies born different? It turned out that the heavenly Tao bestows celestial destiny upon women. Women in this world are born with spiritual roots. Through cultivation, they can achieve the great Tao and become immortals. The existence of women can lead to the rise of a family. Therefore, women are highly sought after by influential families and clans. Furthermore, the birth of a girl is rare. In the entire Shinza continent, women are as rare as stars and are highly cherished. Therefore, women are born noble and above men and are called noble ladies. Yu Yu inwardly complained, what kind of fantasy setting is this? It's completely different from the games I used to play. He finally understood why the people in this world looked at him like he was an endangered species. Another question suddenly popped into his mind. Women are born with spiritual roots, but do men not have them? Lin Feng smiled at him indulgently and explained, young master, you is joking. How can men be born with spiritual roots? This is heaven's favoritism towards noble ladies. Unless they encounter immense fortune, how could men cultivate? Yu Yu turned and asked Ying Fan, who was standing beside him, I initially thought you were kidnapped by Lin Feng. Is it because women are so valuable that people often kidnap them and use them as breeding tools or as tools to consolidate their status? Hearing this, everyone frantically shook their heads in denial. How could you have such a thought? No one in the world would do such a thing. Although there are opportunists who deceive unsuspecting noble ladies into private engagements, they only trick them into living elsewhere. Forcibly imprisoning a noble lady for procreation would incur heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment? Yu Yu thought, another new term learned. Ying Fan emphatically replied, yes. Such a thing is unthinkable. It would surely cause both humans and gods to weep. The others echoed him, expressing how terrifying the mere thought was, something they had never heard of. Even the most desperate person wouldn't treat a woman like that. Young master, you, rest assured, What you're worried about will never happen. Lin Feng also offered comfort. Young Master Yu is worried, aren't you? Don't be afraid. There are so many immortal sects in the world. They would never allow such a thing to happen. If someone were to commit such an evil deed, no immortal sect would spare them. Yu finally understood why this world was like this. It was because of spiritual roots. In other words, those at the top of this world were all women, and there was a dimensional difference in their power. No wonder no one dared to harm women. He thought, if only his world had such a heavenly Tao. Some people would do anything for fame and fortune. Those who treat women as tools for reproduction are everywhere. They even think it's only natural. Seeing him lost in thought, Ying Fan assured him, Young Master Yu, don't worry. We will definitely escort you safely to Shangyang City. Snapping back to reality, Yu politely thanked him for his kindness. Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. We're approaching the checkpoint ahead. Yu subconsciously turned to look and realized that at some point they had arrived. Their group was almost out of the forest. The vast grassland was not far ahead. Ying Fan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. His nerves, taut for several days, finally relaxed a little. As long as they left the forest and got onto the main road, they wouldn't encounter demonic beasts so easily. Seeing his relaxed expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but remind him not to let his guard down. After the beast tied, even the main road wasn't entirely safe. After hearing this, Ying Fan waved his hand impatiently and said, all right, relax. They traveled this road just a few days ago. There shouldn't be any danger. After saying that, he took the lead and headed towards the main road, telling everyone to follow him. The meticulous Lin Feng kept observing their surroundings. He didn't know if it was because of the recent beast tide, but the main road wasn't smooth. Instead, it was bumpy and full of potholes. There were also clearly visible claw marks. Seeing this, he couldn't help but become a little more alert. A teammate suddenly pointed ahead and said in surprise, it looks like there's someone up ahead. Everyone looked up and saw an antique carriage parked on the main road, not far ahead. The curtains were drawn, suggesting someone was inside. Beside the carriage stood a person who looked like a servant, waving vigorously at them. The servant also shouted, are you the brave warriors of the beast hunting squad? This world is truly mystical. Just a single drop of blood can create a baby. They don't even need 10 months of pregnancy. It's even more incredible than how children are born in the land of women. Protected by the man, the modern transmigrator, having just exited the forest, noticed an antique carriage parked on the main road. The servant was waving enthusiastically at them and loudly asking if they were the brave warriors of the beast hunting squad. Lin Feng, ever vigilant, first sized up the other person, confirming that he was an ordinary person with no martial arts skills, before stepping forward and asking, we are indeed a beast hunting squad. What is your business? Upon hearing this, the servant's face lit up with joy, as if he had seen his savior. He asked, are you gentlemen headed to Shangyang City? I wonder if my master could travel with you. Lin Feng frowned immediately and exchanged a look with Ying Fan. Both of them looked wary. In such a remote place, someone suddenly appeared and asked to travel with them. Their behavior was naturally suspicious. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Feng directly refused. I'm sorry, but we have a mission and it's inconvenient. The servant quickly said, don't worry, gentlemen, we will pay. We could discuss the price. Lin Feng still firmly refused, saying that they wouldn't take this job. The servant became a little anxious and took out a banknote, saying angrily, 100 taels of silver to escort my master to Shangyang City. Surely that's enough. Hearing this, Lin Feng became even more suspicious of their motives and grew more cautious. He glanced at the carriage and explained, it's not about the money. We won't take this job no matter how much you offer. After saying that, he turned to leave. The servant seemed to be angered and said with some indignation, how unreasonable. They're just a group of entertainers. Before he could finish, a low cough came from inside the carriage. Don't be rude. As soon as the voice sounded, the servant immediately lowered his head and retreated to the side of the carriage. The next moment, a slender hand slowly lifted the curtain. The first thing that caught the eye were the man's heroic eyebrows and a pair of beautiful, slender peach blossom eyes. It felt as if one would fall into them with just one more glance. The man wore a blue robe, giving him a gentle and refined aura. After seeing his appearance, everyone present was stunned by his beauty and demeanor. Yu Yu secretly sighed, thinking that novels didn't lie. There really were people who could be this beautiful. The blue-robed gentleman stepped down from the carriage, supported by the servant. He seemed to be accustomed to the gazes of others. His full lips curved into a dazzlingly faint smile. Yu Yu felt as if something had struck his heart. He suddenly felt like he could accept anything this person did. Could he also be superficial? The man bowed to Lin Feng and the others, apologizing. My apologies for my servant's rudeness. I hope you heroes won't take offense. He was just worried about my safety. We've been traveling for days and finally encountered you. He was just anxious. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a fit of heart-wrenching coughs. He coughed so hard that he couldn't even stand straight, as if he would collapse at any second. So the gentleman was also a sickly beauty. Looking closer, his face did indeed have a sickly pallor, and his figure seemed particularly frail. When his coughing subsided a little, the gentleman continued to explain, "Please don't misunderstand. My servant and I are not bad people. We just encountered a beast tide during our travels and were separated from our original group. We really couldn't find our way back to the city, so we made this request." Hearing this, Lin Feng anxiously asked, "When did the beast tide occur? How large was it? What kind of beast tide was it?" The gentleman didn't hide anything and replied, "It was about 5 days ago. The scale wasn't large, only about a dozen demonic beasts. However, everyone in our group were ordinary people and couldn't fight back. We were separated in the chaos." He only spoke a few short sentences before he started coughing again. Pu Tsung quickly steadied him and turned to complain. If they hadn't lost their way back to Shanyang City, they wouldn't be here waiting for others and asking for help. Lin Feng observed the pair and didn't think they were faking it. Even if they had ulterior motives, their large group could handle them. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a simple act of kindness to help them. However, the noble lady's safety was their top priority. He asked Yu Yu, who was subconsciously being protected by everyone, "Miss Yu, what do you think?" Yu Yu, with her strong team spirit, blurted out, "I'll follow Boss Lin's lead." Lin Feng thought, "Miss Yu is as refreshingly straightforward as ever." The young man seemed to only then notice Yu Yu amongst the crowd. With a look of realization, he exclaimed, "So you are escorting a noble lady? No wonder you're so cautious." He first gave Yu Yu a polite bow. Then, he pulled a token from his robes and said, "Please rest assured, I am Sun Rong of the Sun family of Shanyang, not some random scoundrel." Lin Feng took the token and examined it carefully. Indeed, it bore the character Sun. He asked, "Are you from the Sun family?" Ying Fan also leaned in to look at the token. The Shanyang Sun family was no ordinary clan. It was said that many cultivators came from their ranks, and they had connections with various immortal sections. He quickly asked Lin Feng if the token was genuine. Given Lin Feng's background, he could naturally tell that it was real. He reasoned that even if a Sun family young master were down on his luck, he wouldn't do anything to harm the noble lady. He returned the token to Sun Rong and allowed him and his servant to join them. Then, without further ado, he turned and signaled the group to depart. After Sun Rong bowed again in thanks, he instructed his servant to follow the group with the carriage. Whether intentionally or not, he turned to look at Yu Yu amidst the crowd and gave her a devastatingly charming smile. Compared to before, this smile carried an inexplicable hint of mischief. Yu Yu was completely puzzled, unable to understand what he was smiling about. Originally, Lin Feng's squad, including Yu Yu, numbered only 8. First, Ying Fan's group joined them, and now Sun Rong and his servant had been added. The group was steadily growing. Since everyone was traveling on foot, Pu Tsung drove the carriage at a leisurely pace. Whether by coincidence or not, the right window of the carriage happened to be facing Yu Yu. Sun Rong gave her a particularly gentle smile and asked, "May I ask how this noble lady is addressed?" Yu Yu glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, then replied casually, "My name is Yu Yu." She returned the greeting. She thought, "Asterisk, that was close. I almost got captivated by that stunning face again." Asterisk. Sun Rong was taken aback, surprised that the noble lady was so approachable. He continued, "It's rare to see a young lady traveling this path. Are you perhaps from Shanyang?" Yu Yu blurted out, "I'm from Luyang." When Sun Rong asked, "Where is Luyang?" she realized she had revealed her hometown. Beauty truly is distracting. She could only laugh awkwardly and say, Luoyang is a small place. It's normal if you haven't heard of it. Sun Rong, with his usual politeness, complimented her, I see. Although I haven't heard of Luoyang, judging by Mrs. Refined demeanor, I imagine it must be a place blessed with outstanding individuals. He had expected her to offer a modest reply, but Yu gave him a thumbs up without hesitation. That you're right. Good eye, she said. Luoyang River has produced quite a few famous people. After all, he was about to continue chatting with Yu when Ing Fan, walking ahead, handed her a water skin. Smiling, he asked, Miss Yu, you've been walking for a while. Would you like some water to refresh yourself? Yu, who happened to be thirsty, accepted the water skin gratefully. He glared at the person in the carriage, thinking, this newcomer wants to steal Miss Yu's attention. Get in line. Seeing that Yu had finished drinking, he immediately offered her some fruit. Miss Yu, would you like some fruit? Picked fresh just yesterday. She had tried some wild fruits out of curiosity before, and the taste was truly unpleasant. They were almost unbearably sour, leaving her with a slight aversion to fruit. She quickly shook her head and declined. Seeing this, Ing Fan could only withdraw the fruit with a disappointed look. At that moment, Sun Rong leaned out of the carriage and said with a gentle smile, Miss, would you care for some pastries? These are famous Shenyang treats from Puqi Fangzhai. They only make 10 boxes a day. I wonder if they would suit your taste. Looking at the exquisite box he offered, decorated with a golden cloud pattern, the packaging alone screamed expensive. Yu felt embarrassed to accept such a gift and demurred. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Sun Rong's tone became even gentler. Not at all, Mississippi. My health is delicate, and I can't eat many of these pastries. They won't be good in a few days. Please, consider doing me a favor. He opened the box, revealing an assortment of pastries shaped into various flowers, a sight that instantly whetted the appetite. Since he had put it that way, Yu couldn't refuse any longer. She accepted the pastries readily and thanked him sincerely. After taking a bite, she praised, These are delicious. Sun Rong beamed, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I'm glad you like them. Whether intentionally or not, he added, Young Master Ding, would you care to try some? Puqi Fangzhai's pastries are renowned in Shenyang. Legend says they're the only food truly worthy of a noble lady, the woman who reigned supreme among the singles. After seeing the man's stunningly beautiful face, she realized he was a complete visual enthusiast. What made him even more irresistible was that not only was he incredibly handsome, he was also considerate and generous. The group continued their journey to Shenyang City together. The sky was clear and sunny. Although the grassland was relatively cool, the scorching sun overhead made everyone feel exceptionally hot and languid. Although he didn't feel tired himself, seeing his brothers drenched in sweat during their walk, clearly showing signs of fatigue, he thought, this is really hard on them. He looked up at the blinding sun, squinting against the glare. Suddenly, he felt a shadow fall over his head. Something was blocking the sunlight, shielding him from all the heat. He turned and discovered that Sun Rong was holding an umbrella over him, gently reminding him to be careful of heat stroke in the scorching summer heat. Yu was deeply touched by his kindness and asked if he was all right walking alongside them, concerned about his physical condition. Sun Rong covered his mouth, chuckled softly, and reassured her not to worry. He explained that walking around would help loosen his muscles and was actually beneficial for his health. Yu glanced again at his slender frame and asked uncertainly, Really? Are you sure you're okay? Hearing his affirmative reply, Yu's eyes widened, and a warmth spread through her heart. He looked at the empty carriage and began to say, Excuse me, the carriage. Before he could finish, Sun Rong immediately insisted that his health was poor and he couldn't be of much help along the way. He suggested that Yu take the carriage to lessen her fatigue. She expressed concern for Sun Rong's health once more, mentally labeling him a good person. After receiving another affirmative reply, she smiled happily. With a grateful expression, she said to Sun Rong, You're such a good person. I won't stand on ceremony. Then Yu turned and called out to her companions, Guys, there's a carriage. Any injured brothers, come and take a seat. In her mind, prioritizing the injured was perfectly reasonable. Sun Rong was deeply hurt by her words, his face momentarily contorting. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Feng, who was walking at the front, signaled everyone to stop. He frowned, looking at the seemingly endless grassland. Lin Feng examined the footprints on the road. His eyes widened suddenly, his expression grave. These footprints are the ones we left earlier. We can't go any further. We've been going in circles. Everyone was surprised. Lu Qingmong asked, haven't we been following the road? Lin Feng's face darkened as he explained, the grassland outside Bian City isn't that large. It's impossible that we haven't been able to leave it all day. Perhaps this isn't the main road after all. As soon as he finished speaking, one of their companions suddenly shouted, it looks like fog is rolling in ahead. Lu Qingmong blurted out, with such a strong sun and no rain, how can there be fog? Lin Feng's expression changed as he realized something. He shouted, there's something wrong with this grassland. Everyone be on guard. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from ahead, and the ground began to shake, the tremors growing increasingly violent, as if the entire grassland was about to be overturned. Everyone was startled, but their first instinct was to protect Yu Yu. The ground shook even more violently. The formerly flat surface cracked open, revealing huge fissures. Yu Yu suddenly felt a weight pressing down on her from above. Sun Rong, who was still holding the umbrella over her, couldn't dodge in time and fell into a fissure along with her. Seeing Sun Rong fall, Yu Yu reacted quickly, reaching out to grab him. Not only did she steady herself, but she also managed to catch him. Yu Yu saw a blinding light and instinctively closed her eyes. The next moment, she landed on solid ground. Even more miraculously, she didn't feel the impact of a fall. She slowly opened her eyes. She sat up slowly. There was no blinding light, only darkness. Perhaps because she had suddenly entered darkness, her eyes needed time to adjust. She couldn't see anything. She closed her eyes for a moment, and after a while, she could faintly make out some shapes. She heard Sun Rong's familiar voice beside her. Her heart leaped with relief, and she quickly asked if he was all right and if he was injured. Hearing that he was fine, she relaxed. Anxious about the others, she looked around and shouted, Boss Lin, Lu Qingmong, are you there? However, the surroundings remained silent. Only her own echo answered. Sun Rong slowly began to speak, his voice full of guilt. It seems they didn't fall down here. They must have fallen somewhere else. I apologize, Miss Yu Yu, for dragging you into this. This place is completely visible at a glance. It seems only the two of us fell here. Just then, there was a sudden splash, and a figure emerged from the mound of dirt behind them. It was Ying Fan, who immediately started shouting, Miss Yu Yu, where are you? Hearing Ying Fan's voice, Yu Yu was overjoyed. She immediately turned and walked over, anxiously asking, Brother Ying, are you all right? Sun Rong's eyes darkened as he looked towards the pair. Seeing Yu Yu, Ying Fan's first reaction was to check on her well-being. He excitedly fired off a series of questions. Miss Yu Yu, are you all right? Did you fall? Are you hurt? Is it serious? Hearing that she was fine, Ying Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Relieved, he said, that's wonderful. I'm all right too, just a bit muddy. Yu Yu pointed ahead and said, great. There seems to be a path over there. We need to get out of this dreadful place quickly. Ying Fan tried to climb out, but after realizing he couldn't do it on his own, he weakly asked Yu Yu, could you perhaps help pull me out? Ying Fan was tall and sturdy, but the soft dirt made it difficult to get a grip, and his feet felt like they were stuck to the ground like suction cups. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get free. Yu Yu's first attempt to pull him out failed. On her second try, using all her strength, she finally managed to pull him out. The rescued Ying Fan expressed his sincere gratitude. Yu Yu wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she vaguely saw something shimmering in the dirt where she had just pulled Ying Fan out. The unlucky woman had barely traveled through time before encountering a sinkhole and falling into a dark crevice with two men. After Yu Yu used all her strength to pull Ying Fan out of the dirt mound, she wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she saw something shimmering in the mound. When she focused her gaze on the mound to confirm, she found everything looked normal. It was still pitch black. She rubbed her eyes uncertainly, wondering if she had imagined it. Just then, Sun Rong pointed in a direction and said, Miss Yu Yu, there's a door over there. While speaking to Yu Yu to distract her, he subtly and forcefully patted Ying Fan's wrist, forcing him to release Yu Yu's hand. Yu Yu looked in the direction he indicated and indeed saw a door. She immediately became excited. This feels like a treasure hunt. The three of them followed the path. Ying Fan walked in front, cautiously observing their surroundings. When they reached their destination, he exclaimed, there really is a door. He turned to Yu Yu and said he would go inside to investigate first. He pushed hard on the stone door, but it didn't open. He then tried pushing with all his might, but the door remained firmly shut. Seeing Ing Fan struggling, Sun Rong covered his mouth and chuckled, asking young Mastering, "Are you all right?" The tremor came on suddenly. "Although Miss Yu Yu and I are unharmed, perhaps you should be more careful. It wouldn't be good if you were injured while rescuing us." Ing Fan was immediately furious at his words. He retorted, "What do you mean, Sun Rong? I'm perfectly fine." Hearing the mockery in Sun Rong's tone, he insisted it wasn't his fault. The stone door was simply too heavy. Yu Yu said she was strong and offered a try. She placed one hand on the door and pushed gently, realizing it wouldn't budge. She thought to herself, this door is really something. She took a deep breath, placed both hands on the door, and pushed inward with all her might. A sharp crack echoed, but the door remained closed, though it was now covered in cracks. Ing Fan and Sun Rong, who were usually at odds, exchanged a look and, for the first time, spoke in unison. "Miss Yu, stop." They thought, "She can't push any harder or the entire passage will collapse." The three of them stared at the cracked stone door, holding their breath. Ing Fan grimaced at the door, which now resembled a cracked turtle shell, and wiped away a bead of sweat. He guessed that this door couldn't be opened by simply pushing. There must be some sort of mechanism. Sun Rong nodded, glanced at the other two, and then fixed his gaze on Yu Yu. He asked with a smile, "If you trust me, perhaps I could give it a try?" Ing Fan looked him up and down, noting his slender build, and asked what he could possibly do when neither he nor Yu Yu could open it. Sun Rong calmly explained that he had read various obscure historical texts and had some knowledge of mechanisms and their workings. He then abruptly shifted his tone, saying that he knew he was weak and couldn't compare to young Master Ying's strength, so he didn't blame him for not even letting him try. However, he wanted to contribute in some small way and hope for a chance. If he failed, young Master Ying could scold or even hit him afterward. Ing Fan was dumbfounded by his words, feeling as though a giant hat labeled "Bullying the Weak" had fallen from the sky, pinning him down. He was about to explain when Sun Rong cut him off. Biting his lip as if forcing himself, Sun Rong squeezed out a bitter smile. "Young lady, it's all right. I'm sure young Mastering didn't mean to offend you. Please don't blame him." Seeing Yu look at them, one hurriedly expressed that he didn't mean it, while the other insisted he really wanted to help and asked if he could try. Yu glanced at the flushed Ing Fan, then looked deeply at Sun Rong, who appeared to be enduring some grievance, his hand trembling slightly. After a moment of thought, she nodded. "All right, then please give it a try. Another method means another possibility." Sun Rong seemed to relax, his whole body easing. He bowed solemnly to Yu, thanking her for her trust. Then, he didn't forget to shoot a resentful glance back at Ing Fan. Ing Fan felt like he was about to explode. He knew the other man was doing it on purpose. After carefully examining the tightly shut stone door, Sun Rong began to explain. "This stone door seems to be connected to the stone wall. Forcing it open would likely damage the wall as well." He continued his analysis. Since there's a stone door, there must be a mechanism nearby that could disconnect it from a wall. He started looking around, then pointed to a glowing stone. This glowing stone doesn't illuminate the path. The mechanism must be it. With that, he reached out and pressed the stone firmly. As expected, the stone instantly recessed inwards. Immediately, a rumbling sound came from both sides of the stone wall, as if something was falling. The next moment, the already tightly shut stone door collapsed with a clatter. In less than a moment, it had become a pile of rubble, revealing 3 passages behind it. The passages clearly led in 3 different directions, but they were all deep, making it impossible to guess where they went just by looking. Ing Fan warily eyed the 3 passages. The auras emanating from them were similar, making it difficult to discern the correct path. Going with his gut, he suggested, "If we have to choose one, let's take the one on the right." Before Yu could speak, Sun Rong objected. "Young Mastering, I beg to differ. I believe we should take the left passage." Ing Fan's face darkened instantly, his anger flaring. He asked if Sun Rong was deliberately opposing him, contradicting everything he said. Sun Rong took a step back, looking as if he'd been frightened. "Young Mastering, you misunderstand. I merely deduced that the left passage is more likely the exit based on the placement of the mechanism. You have many misunderstandings about me, but I hope you will prioritize young Lady Yu's safety." Ing Fan felt another accusatory label of recklessness slapped onto him, and the frustration in his heart burned even hotter. Ignoring everything else, he insisted that the right passage was the way out, and he was determined to prove it to Sun Rong. Sun Rong calmly stated that he was merely offering a suggestion based on what he had read in books. Ing Fan felt that his years of hunting experience were being dismissed in favor of a few tattered books. He insisted the exit was on the right. Sun Rong, with an air of benevolent tolerance, adopted a magnanimous demeanor. If young Master Ing believes it's the right, then it's the right. Ing Fan felt like he was about to explode with frustration. He felt even more aggrieved. That little, he was so furious. Both men turned to Yu Yu, who had remained silent, waiting for her decision. Yu Yu, with the help of the game map, saw that both the left and right passages were dead ends. She suddenly pointed forward. That I've decided. We'll take the middle path. Ing Fan and Sun Rong realized they had both wasted their breath. The three of them entered the middle passage. Yu Yu felt that the system hadn't abandoned her after all. As they walked further, the passage deepened. Ing Fan was startled by a stone statue inside. They passed through several spacious stone chambers. The scale and size of the chambers resembled grand halls. Ing Fan remarked on the strangeness of the place, with chamber after chamber filled with stone statues, as if guarding something. Just as he finished warning everyone to be careful, he seemed to have triggered something. A blinding light erupted from the ground, instantly spreading throughout the vast chamber. In an instant, most of the chamber was bathed in this bright light. Yu Yu asked the two what was happening. You're just taking advantage of my good looks. You're shameless. You're despicable. You blind rogue. Enough. I don't even like your type, okay? I don't like you. I already said taking your pants was an accident. And also, can you put your pants on before arguing with me? Do you think I want to be like this? Give them back to me. How can I give them back if you don't come down? How can I come down if you don't give them back? Just now, the three of them, having fallen into the fissure together, accidentally triggered a mechanism. A blinding light erupted from the ground. Then, Yu saw her companions uncontrollably kneel down. She asked them what was wrong, seeing them seemingly suppressed by some force. But she herself was perfectly fine. She couldn't understand what was happening. Sun Rong's face was pale as he explained with difficulty. This should be the yin-yang polar quake. What was just triggered was the yang quake, so it only affects men. His words had barely left his mouth when Yu Yu heard a thud. Ing Fan had been slammed to the ground. Completely immobilized, Ing Fan couldn't move. Sun Rong rushed over to help him up, but found he couldn't budge him. Ing Fan seemed glued to the ground. What kind of demonic formation is this? He didn't understand it at all. Anxiously, he turned to Sun Rong and asked what he could do to help. Sun Rong looked around with a pained expression. That I understand. Since we need to break the formation, we must find the formation's eye. This formation is centered here, so the eye should be in the northwest. You thought northwest. Isn't that way? She immediately turned and ran towards the northwest. Sure enough, there stood a square stone platform with a Tai Chi symbol carved on top. The white semicircle was emitting a faint glow. However, she didn't dare touch it randomly, as she didn't know how it worked. As her fingertip lightly brushed the black semicircle, the other half also lit up. Simultaneously, black mist appeared on the other side of the formation, forming a complete Tai Chi pattern with a white light, suppressing Sun Rong and Ing Fan. The next moment, a rumbling sound echoed, and the surroundings shook. A jet-black door rose up in front of them, covered in strange symbols that resembled both writing and pictures. It was difficult to tell what they were. Yu looked back at the two trapped in the formation. She explained that she had accidentally triggered a mechanism and asked how they felt. Sun Rong, struggling to speak, told her that the markings on the door were the incantation to deactivate the formation. Ing Fan had already lost consciousness. Only by activating the incantation could the formation suppressing them be lifted. Yu turned back to the strange door. I don't understand these scribbles, she said. I've never seen this kind of writing. How do I activate this incantation? Sun Rong told her. Yin and Yang mutually generate and restrain each other. When a Yang quake is activated, the Yin quake is suppressed. Women belong to Yin. If you drip your blood on it, you can activate the incantation and open the door. Yu nodded and looked at the dark door. She raised her hand as if to press it against the door, then slowly drew it back. Turning back to the eager Sun Rong, she asked, so, young Master Sun, you painstakingly brought us here for what's behind this door? Sun Rong, half kneeling on the ground, looked stunned at her words. His face twitched for a moment before returning to normal. He asked weakly, with a bewildered expression, what is Miss Yu talking about? I don't understand. Please deactivate the formation quickly. We really can't hold on much longer. Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Just drop the act, will you? It's tiring to watch. She pointed to the stone tablet not far away. This formation was already deactivated before this strange door appeared. Sun Rong's eyes darkened. He looked at her intently for a moment, and the weak, pained expression on his face vanished. He slowly stood up. With a soft chuckle, he asked, "So, I've been exposed." No longer bothering to hide, he lost his previous gentle and harmless demeanor, becoming flamboyant and exuding a certain allure. He asked curiously, "When did Miss Yu realize I had ulterior motives?" The speed of his transformation stunned Yu. It was almost comical. He seamlessly switched between innocent, pure, and alluringly seductive. She reminded herself to stay alert and not be fooled by his beauty. After all, beauty can be deceptive. You didn't hide anything and told him directly. From the moment you kept insinuating things about Ing Fan, playing both the innocent flower and the green tea, I noticed. It's just that it was the first time I'd seen a man play this game so well, so I didn't call you out. I wasn't entirely sure, but the mechanisms along the way, even the experienced Ing Fan didn't understand them. Yet you, a lost Sakyugongzu, knew how to solve them. Isn't that a bit strange? Sun Rong didn't seem flustered at being exposed. Instead, his smile became even more unrestrained. Miss Yu is indeed clever. Since I've been seen through, there's nothing I can do. It seems I'll have to do it myself. With that, he gathered a ball of spiritual energy in his hand. He swung his hand, and Yu felt a surge of pure spiritual energy coming towards her. She instinctively stepped back, only to realize that the energy wasn't directed at her, but at the strange door. The next moment, the strange symbols on the door lit up, as if coming to life, and began to move across its surface. The large Tai Chi pattern on the ground suddenly emitted a blinding light. The black and white pattern began to spin rapidly until the light filled the entire stone chamber, making it impossible to see anything. Yu had to close her eyes. She only tried to open them again after hearing the sound of rushing water. The stone chamber was gone. Before her was a pool of water. The water wasn't deep, but it was crystal clear and carried a refreshing aura. Even just standing next to it made her feel invigorated. The formation on the door must have transported them here. Yu then realized she was standing on a stone platform in the middle of the pool. Beside him was another object, a lotus-shaped item emitting a faint golden light. At a glance, it was clearly no ordinary thing. It was obviously meant for Sun Rong. Hearing Ing Fan's familiar voice, he looked towards the sound. It turned out the other party had been directly teleported into the water. Once Ing Fan found he could move, he immediately stood up from the pool. Just as the two were about to move, a red light suddenly flashed. Something lit up beneath their feet. Both Ing Fan and Yu felt their bodies sink, as if pulled down by something invisible. "What's the rush?" The voice came from Sun Rong, who descended from the air. Seeing this, Ing Fan suddenly realized something. A raging fire ignited in his eyes. "I knew you weren't anything good. You bastard. What exactly do you want to do to Miss Yu?" Sun Rong snorted, reckless and brainless. "Your girl is much more useful than you." He then continued with a disdainful rhetorical question. "And even if I wanted to do something, what could Ing Fan do about it?" Sure enough, in the next moment, Ing Fan's face turned red with anger, but he could only stare helplessly at Sun Rong. Sun Rong turned and walked towards Yu. Unlike Ing Fan, who was soaked, he was floating above the water, walking on air as if he hadn't touched a drop of the pool water. He came to Yu and suddenly reached out, gently lifting her chin. Seeing this, Ing Fan was incredibly anxious. Unfortunately, he was currently unable to move or speak and could only watch in frustration. Sun Rong suddenly gave Yu a seductive smile, his eyes full of breathtaking charm. It was dazzlingly beautiful. Seeing him indeed reach for the lotus-shaped object, Yu felt her suspicions were confirmed. His objective was that item. Sun Rong lifted her chin again and said flirtatiously, "Many thanks to Miss Yu for your assistance on this journey. This humble one will repay you handsomely after entering this ancient ruin." Having said this, he withdrew his hand and flew upwards, seemingly about to leave. Yu finally reacted and immediately broke free from the restraints. She called out for him to wait. In her haste, she disregarded everything and reached out, grabbing his robe and pulling downwards with force. Sun Rong was startled. He hadn't expected her to break free from the immobilization spell, but he didn't pay much attention and continued to fly upwards. The next moment, there was a ripping sound like something tearing. Yu looked down and saw she was suddenly holding something in her hand. Looking closely, it was a pair of pants. Above her, she saw two pale legs. The scene was extremely awkward. Everything happened so fast that both of them were stunned. Sun Rong's seductive face flushed crimson, as if he'd been boiled. He transformed from a seductive flirt into a bristling, flustered young man. Yu was also dumbfounded. She just wanted to ask for directions. Who knew his pants were so loosely tied? Sun Rong exploded again. How dare you say that? You pulled too hard. You were clearly after my beauty. You're shameless. You're despicable. You're indecent. Yu immediately retorted loudly. Enough. Stop making things up. I don't even like your type, okay? Sun Rong immediately snapped back. If you don't like me, why did you rip my pants off then? Anxious and desperate, having finally found the teleportation array, Yu's teammates heard her voice and followed the sound. The first thing they saw was the noble lady they were diligently protecting, holding a pair of men's pants and arguing with a bare-bottomed man. Were they interrupting something? Finally, Lu Qin couldn't help but call out Miss Yu. The two, who had been fiercely arguing, finally regained some composure. The flustered young man swooped down and snatched the pants back from Yu's hand. He quickly put them back on, but as if that wasn't enough, he tied several tight knots around his waist before he was satisfied. While doing so, he didn't forget to turn around and threaten. Yu, I'll remember this. Just you wait. I'll be back for you. Yu subconsciously blurted out, back for me for what? Are you planning to rip them off again? All traces of his seductive charm vanished, leaving only a blush. Sun Rong glared back at her and yelled, shut up. Having his pants ripped off in public mortified him, and he desperately wanted to escape the scene of the crime. Seeing Sun Rong about to disappear, Yu quickly shouted, hey, you haven't told me how to get out of here. Although his figure had completely vanished, a voice still drifted down from above. Shameless person, you should be trapped here forever. Don't think I'll tell you. There's a secret passage on the right. Yu thought he's already given directions. Why can't he just speak nicely? The next moment, she heard the words forget it coming from the sky. Yu was speechless. It seemed Sun Rong was a proud and awkward person. Ing Fan, having regained his freedom, immediately rushed towards Yu, anxiously asking if she was all right. Yu shook her head, indicating she was fine. Instead, she looked him up and down and asked, Elder Ing, are you injured? Ing Fan clenched his fists, his face full of indignation that I'm fine. I can't believe that bastard Sun Rong has been using us all along. Ling Feng, who was walking over, added, only cultivators can fly. I didn't expect Sun Rong to be a cultivator. Ing Fan, fuming, recounted the recent events. His conclusion, the earlier white fog and sinkhole were all that bastard Sun Rong's doing. He lured them to this hellhole, likely because it required a woman to lead the way in. Ling Feng and the others were equally furious after hearing this. They had been inexplicably transported to a maze earlier and spent a long time finding their way out. Now, thinking back, it seems Sun Rong had deliberately separated them. It seemed they needed to leave this place quickly. Yu agreed. She told everyone that Sun Rong had mentioned a secret passage to the west, which should lead them out. Ing Fan was instinctively suspicious. That guy was treacherous and even dared to scheme against a noble lady, so his words couldn't be trusted. Yu calmly analyzed the situation. She felt Sun Rong hadn't lied. Since his goal had been achieved, there was no need to trick them further. Besides, with his abilities, if he truly wanted to kill them, he could have done so along the way. There was no need to wait until now. Ling Feng also thought of this and urged everyone to leave quickly, prioritizing escaping this ancient secret realm, as there might be other dangers. The group didn't hesitate and headed directly west. There, they found a passage with a small river flowing through it. Although there weren't any squid, the river was filled with colorful, oily flowers. Yu happily thought that since the oily water was flowing, this must be the way out. Sun Rong hadn't lied after all. She simply took a few more glances at the small flowers in the river. Seeing this, Ing Fan immediately plucked a large handful of flowers like he was harvesting chives. Then, with a goofy grin, he offered the flowers to Yu, saying, here you go, Mississippi. I was just admiring them. I really didn't intend to pick them. Yu accepted the flowers and thanked him. Only then did she notice that although the flowers were small, they seemed to have something sparkling on them. She looked closely at the center of the blossoms. There appeared to be writing. Hearing this, Ling Feng, who was nearby, also turned to look. His expression instantly changed. That's not writing, he said. It's a Dharma inscription. Hearing the words, Dharma inscription, Yu felt a sense of foreboding. The once vibrant flowers in her hand suddenly withered into dry grass. Startled, she quickly threw away the flowers she was holding. Not only that, but the entire patch of flowers in the river also seemed to be attacked by something, withering completely in an instant. The next moment, a strong wind blew from the passage, as if something was rapidly spreading. The previously abundant, pure spiritual energy was instantly swept away, replaced by a violent, manic aura that filled the entire space. Yu felt a lurch in her heart, a sudden sense of unease. None of them had expected that just picking a few flowers would change the entire world. Cracks appeared in the sealed ceiling above, letting in streams of sunlight. The previously dim space was fully illuminated. Even worse, with the cracks widening above, rocks began to fall, making it impossible to dodge. Seeing that they were about to be buried, Ling Feng immediately shouted, "Back to the pool!" Everyone turned and sprinted back. Just before the entire passage collapsed, they made it back to the pool. It was a natural pool with an opening above. With the tremors, the opening had widened. A blinding crimson light shone down. Ing Fan exclaimed, "What is that?" Everyone looked up and saw a giant red glyph glowing in the sky above. Bright red, piercing Dharma inscriptions were swirling frantically within it. Something seemed to be slowly unraveling. Suddenly, the giant red glyph emitted a loud hum, followed by violent tremors. Unlike the previous tremors, the entire ground beneath them bulged. Something was emerging from the earth. Soon, the thing beneath the ground finally broke through. Countless enormous tentacles, looking like intertwined vines, but with fiery red cores, erupted. With a casual swipe, one of the tentacles slammed into the ground with a boom, creating a large fissure. Seeing the giant tentacle swing towards the stone platform they were standing on, Ling Feng immediately stepped forward to shield Yu. The platform visibly dented under the force of the beast's blow. They had never seen such a terrifying beast. Its scorching aura felt like it would dry them out. They were trapped, unable to escape or dodge the beast. Multiple tentacles lashed out at them simultaneously. Even in this critical moment, everyone's first instinct was to protect Yu, surrounding her to shield her from harm. The beast's tentacles flailed increasingly wildly. Even the bottom of the pool began to tremble. They felt a wave of despair. At this rate, they would either be crushed or burned to death by the beast. Just as Yu was about to close her eyes and resign herself to fate, she vaguely saw a familiar figure rushing towards them. When Sun Rong finally arrived, he saw them on the verge of death. His heart tightened. He immediately cast a protective spell, enveloping them in a barrier. While maintaining the barrier, he asked, "What did you do? How did you release the guardian beast?" Everyone was stunned, replying that they hadn't done anything. Sun Rong expressed disbelief. Guardian beasts were the ruins' last line of defense. Unless the restrictions were triggered, it was impossible to awaken them. Something must have been disturbed. Everyone looked at each other, certain they hadn't touched anything. Suddenly, Yu remembered something. She held out her hand, revealing a few withered leaves in her palm. She asked Sun Rong if it was because of the flowers growing by the river, the ones they had just picked. The flowers had withered soon after being picked. Sun Rong's eyes widened. Those were flowers? Those were restrictions. Why touch them? The path was clear. Couldn't you just follow it? He wanted to continue lecturing and complaining, but his face suddenly paled. He realized something was wrong with the fire. His protective barrier wouldn't last much longer. Sure enough, not long after, as the protective barrier shattered, a giant tentacle slammed down towards them. Yu, startled, instinctively shoved the stunned Lu Qing aside and reached out to block the tentacle. The next moment, a searing pain shot through her hand, accompanied by the faint smell of burning flesh. She felt a wave of nausea. The burning sensation was so intense, she almost doubled over, but she couldn't let go. Everyone cried out in alarm, but before they could help, another tentacle lashed out. Just as it was about to hit her, Ling Feng rushed forward, shielding Yu. But the next moment, the tentacle, several times thicker than Ling Feng's body, slammed into him. They watched helplessly as Ling Feng, once again having saved Yu, collapsed. His entire back was a bloody mess, with shattered bones visible. Even his breathing was faint. Yu Yu saw nothing but blinding crimson, staining her vision. Warm liquid splattered her. The tightly wound string in her mind snapped. A boundless rage ignited within her. Rationality, composure, and caution vanished. She yelled at the guardian beast, attacking from behind. "How brave! Come at me!" She couldn't help but curse. The next moment, something immense erupted from within her, sweeping outwards like a shockwave. Not only were her companions stunned, but even Sun Rong was dumbfounded. Then they heard a terrible howl from underground. With a rumbling sound, something enormous emerged. The monstrous beast, tall as a mountain, glanced at Yu Yu before fleeing. Seeing it run, Yu Yu instinctively raised her hand. The explosive power surged upwards, and a shower of red flower petals rained down. The petals fell towards the fleeing guardian beast, which let out another deafening shriek. The flower petals, like the sharpest blades, sliced through the guardian beast. At some point, Yu Yu appeared beside it. She stomped on the guardian beast, venting her fury. Still trying to run? Try it. Hurt my teammates? Don't you know who's protecting them? Come on, get up and try hurting another one. She kicked the monster repeatedly, each kick harder than the last. It seemed that with every kick, the mountain-like monster shrunk, crying out in pain. Everyone was speechless. This girl was extraordinary, beating the guardian beast into submission. This was a creature they couldn't even handle. The guardian beast, once like a mountain, was now curled up, whimpering. Yi was still furious. Hadn't it been acting all arrogant, ready to annihilate them? Now it was playing the victim. As she was about to kick it again, she heard someone behind her cry out, "Ling Feng, boss!" She rushed to Ling Feng's side. Blood was still pouring from his wounds. She frantically asked if anyone had bandages and medicine. Someone told her it was useless. Ling Feng's injuries were beyond simple bandages and medicine. This wasn't the first time Ling Feng had been injured protecting her. Panic rising, she snapped, "Isn't he still alive? We have to try." Sun Rong, silent since Yu Yu's outburst, stepped forward. "Let me try." Lu Qing, seeing Sun Rong, flew into a rage. If Ing Fan hadn't restrained him, he would have attacked. For Ling Feng's sake, Lu Qing gritted his teeth and held back. Seeing no objections, Sun Rong began to heal Ling Feng with his magic. He explained that the spell could only temporarily stop the bleeding. Unless they had a rejuvenation pill or other spiritual medicine, he couldn't save Ling Feng. At the mention of spiritual medicine, everyone's faces fell. Only Yu Yu snapped out of it. She remembered the last time she'd saved the gravely injured Lin Feng with a red potion from a game. She immediately and excitedly opened her game inventory to check, but she found there were no red potions left. She forced herself to calm down. There had to be a way. Lin Feng was still waiting for her to find a way to save him. Sun Rong had just mentioned a rejuvenation pill, but she had an added skill in her game called Rejuvenation Tree. But how could she use the Rejuvenation Tree skill? There was no keyboard here. She had the skill, but no way to activate it. This thought worried her sick. When she'd repaid the Guardian Beast earlier, she must have triggered some skill. How had she triggered it? What exactly had she done? She tried hard to recall every detail from before. Suddenly, she remembered a key point. She'd been able to release a game skill after unconsciously cursing. The skill she'd released was called Scattered Flower Language. In the game, activating Scattered Flower Language was done by pressing the B key. It seemed the way to activate game skills was to shout out the corresponding keyboard key. Having figured this out, she decided to try it on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's situation was already dire, so it was a last-ditch effort. Without hesitation, she placed her hand on Lin Feng's wound. Then she shouted Shabi. Although they didn't understand the meaning of the two words Yu Yu shouted, they all had a strange feeling, inexplicably sensing she was cursing. They couldn't understand where this sudden feeling came from. A miraculous scene unfolded. After she shouted Shabi, the rejuvenation tree skill in the game was actually triggered. Lin Feng's horrific wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng, who had already lost consciousness, opened his eyes a short while later. Seeing him turn over and prepare to get up, everyone began to express concern for his well-being. Sitting halfway up, Lin Feng discovered a noticeable change in his body. In the next second, an energy ball appeared in his palm. This scene made Ing Fan incredibly envious. He asked Lin Feng if that was the legendary magic. Lin Feng was also ecstatic. He clenched his fist around the energy ball, his hand trembling. He had a spiritual root. After hearing him say this, Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yu. Their burning gazes made her think something had gone wrong with the healing skill. Lin Feng was even more dramatic. He directly knelt before her, bowing deeply. While bowing, he said, Lin Feng, eldest son of the Lin family of Tianzi Qizhou Kingdom, pays homage to celestial maiden Yu. Yu hadn't yet recovered from Lin Feng's actions when she saw the others suddenly drop to their knees, piously chanting, We pay homage to celestial maiden Yu. Yu was completely bewildered. How had she become a celestial maiden? Even Sun Rong, the only one still standing, stared at her in shock, murmuring in disbelief, I didn't expect her to be the celestial maiden. Yu asked him what a celestial maiden was. Sun Rong was just about to explain when he suddenly stopped. His expression changed as he looked down at his hands. Yu also noticed his strange behavior. She saw his entire body rapidly becoming transparent, as if he might disappear at any moment. Yu was startled by this and asked with concern, What's wrong? Sun Rong knew he was out of time. He quickly stepped forward, urgently grabbing Yu's hand and saying, Miss Yu, you must remember what I'm about to say. But before he could speak, his entire form completely vanished before everyone's eyes. Yu was stunned. A person had just disappeared like that. She turned to look at Lin Feng, who was still kneeling, and asked worriedly, Lin Feng, will Sun Rong be all right? Lin Feng thought for a moment before guessing, Celestial Maiden, this should be some kind of spell. He probably just left. Don't worry. Hearing this, Yu felt relieved. Looking at everyone still prostrating themselves on the ground, she felt even more awkward. She hurriedly told them to get up. Why are you bowing like this? We're all friends. Get up. Everyone trembled at her words and knelt even lower. They began to repent. We dare not. We didn't know your identity, Celestial Maiden. We have been disrespectful these past few days. Please forgive us. Seeing their terrified expressions, Yu was even more confused. What were they talking about? What was a Celestial Maiden? And why were they calling her that? When had she become a Celestial Maiden? She had no idea. Lin Feng seemed to remember something and respectfully explained, Celestial Maiden, you may not remember, but the Celestial Maiden is a blessing bestowed upon the world by the heavens. Your cultivation is different from us mortals. You are the only one who can awaken our spiritual roots and give us hope of attaining immortality. Yu thought to herself, did the rejuvenation tree also have the function of awakening spiritual roots? Lin Feng bowed deeply to her again before speaking piously. Just now, the Celestial Maiden bestowed her blessings. Lin Feng is willing to be your loyal servant for life, helping you clear all obstacles and vanquish all enemies until death. Yu felt even more uncomfortable. Suddenly, someone was declaring they would give their life for her. This was too heavy a burden. She didn't even know she had such an ability. She asked him, Is there a chance you're mistaken? His voice had barely faded when a rumbling peal of thunder echoed. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, layer upon layer, blanketing the entire horizon. Flashes of light flickered intermittently between the clouds, as if brewing something. Lin Feng sensed something and looked up at the sky, a mixture of bewilderment and shock on his face. Realizing his thunder tribulation was arriving, he quickly turned to his teammates behind him and shouted, The thunder tribulation is coming. Quickly escort the Celestial Maiden away from here. Everyone looked at him with conflicted expressions, seemingly wanting to pull him away, but not daring to touch him. After all, she was the noble Celestial Maiden. How could they, mere mortals, approach her? Even touching her clothes would be a sacrilege. Yu asked with concern, Big Brother Lin, aren't you coming with us? As if knowing what he was about to say, Lin Feng immediately replied, This is my thunder tribulation. I must face it myself. I'll be fine. Reassured that he wasn't in mortal danger, Yu stepped forward, grabbed one person in each hand, and rushed out. Without looking back, she called to the dumbfounded group behind her, Hurry up and follow. Just as everyone left, the sky boomed with a deafening crack. A bolt of snow-white lightning, as thick as an arm, descended from the heavens, striking Lin Feng directly where he stood. The ground where they had just been standing instantly turned into scorched earth. Seeing this, Yu couldn't help but worry. Big Brother Lin, are you really going to be all right with such thick lightning? Ingfan thought for a moment and respectfully replied, It's all right, Celestial Maiden. Please rest assured. The thunder tribulation never harms a cultivator's body. It helps stabilize their spiritual roots. However, bolts of lightning followed one after another. The rumbling deafening and the momentum so powerful it seemed as if it would split the heavens and earth. Only after Lin Feng's thunder tribulation ended did everyone see the scorched earth left behind, and within it, a figure charred black, half dead, and barely clinging to life. Everyone was speechless. What happened to the thunder tribulation being harmless and even beneficial to spiritual roots? The person who had beaten the mountain-like guardian beast into a whimpering ball. To think that, just moments ago, their entire team of dozens had nearly been annihilated by it. Everyone rushed over and discovered that Lin Feng's injuries weren't as severe as they appeared. Although he was blackened by the lightning, his condition was much better than the wounds inflicted by the demonic beast earlier. Something seemed to have appeared around him, slowly flowing into his body, and his wounds were visibly healing. Yu Yu had originally intended to use the rejuvenation tree skill again, but seeing this, she realized it wasn't necessary. She suggested to everyone, let's not disturb him. His injuries are still healing. Let's just wait here beside him. Hearing this, everyone bowed respectfully. Even the esteemed Yu Yu found their reverence a bit much. Then, Ing Fan suddenly bowed and asked with some hesitation, pointing to a spot in the distance, "Celestial Maiden, what should we do with that demonic beast?" Yu Yu was taken aback, having forgotten about the little bald monster. Turning her head, she saw the demonic beast, now the size of a dog, still lying in a nearby pit, face down, desperately trying to bury its head in the ground. Yu Yu walked over and grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, easily lifting it out of the pit. The little monster stiffened, glanced at her, then let its limbs go limp, closed its eyes, and even stuck out half its tongue, playing dead. Yu Yu found this amusing and deliberately patted its white belly, saying, "It's already dead. It's a shame to just throw it away. Oh well, let's not waste it. How about we wash it, chop it up, and stew it?" As soon as she finished speaking, the little monster started kicking its short legs and struggling, yelling, "Not dead. Not dead. Don't eat me." Yu Yu was startled that it could talk and nearly threw it away. The little monster's voice was thin, like a child's, perhaps from fright. Suddenly, it burst into loud, earth-shattering wails. It cried and complained, "You're all bullies. Bad people. You hit me, and now you want to eat me. All humans are bad." Yu Yu covered one ear and kicked the monster further away with her other foot. It was simply too noisy. As the little monster cried even harder, seemingly with an endless supply of tears, Yu Yu felt a pang of guilt, like she was bullying a child. She had to explain, "I hit you because you attacked us first." The little monster continued to accuse her, "But you just said you wanted to eat me." Seeing its incessant crying, Yu Yu softened her voice and coaxed, all right, I won't eat you. Be good, stop crying." Seeing the little monster pushing its luck, Yu Yu held up a clenched fist and threatened, "Shut up. Cry again, and I'll really give you another beating." The little monster hiccuped mid-sob, fearfully covering its mouth and falling silent. Clearly, nothing was more effective than a good fist. Yu Yu told the little monster to explain what kind of demonic beast it was. The little monster, having been mistaken for a demonic beast with impure blood, suddenly became agitated, declaring that it was a spirit beast, the noble guardian spirit beast. Ing Fan immediately explained, "I've heard that some immortal sects raise special breeds of beasts, training them from birth and forming contracts with them. After the contract is established, they can cultivate and advance together with their master. These beasts are known as spirit beasts." Yu Yu understood and looked at the little monster again with surprise. Wasn't this just like the pet bugs in the game? The guardian beast listened as Yu Yu asked if it had a master. If it had a master, it wouldn't have been bullied so badly. It explained that it had lived in the ruins since it was young, and if they hadn't destroyed its home, it wouldn't have charged out. And then they even attacked it. Thinking about it this way, it seemed they were a bit in the wrong. Yu Yu felt a pang of guilt, but now that the ruins were destroyed, letting it run around would be too dangerous. Who knew if this kind of spirit beast ate people? Boss Lin almost died at its hands just now. They couldn't kill it, and they couldn't release it. It was truly a difficult situation. Ing Fan saw her dilemma and suggested that if Yu Yu didn't want to kill it, but was afraid it would continue to hurt people, she could form a contract and take it as her spirit beast. Bound by a contract, it would have to obey her. The guardian beast subconsciously wanted to object, but its eyes darted around, and it seemed to think of something. It lowered its head and said obediently to Yu Yu, "Just take me as your spirit beast. I'm really easy to keep." Yu Yu didn't notice anything unusual. She felt that taking it as a pet wasn't a problem. The key was that she didn't know how. Her pet capturing skills were all point and click with a mouse, with dedicated buttons. There was an extra skill shout button, but she didn't know if it would work. She gritted her teeth and said that she wasn't very proficient in contract spells, so she tried out first. Hearing this, the little monster's eyes lit up. It eagerly tapped its bare, bald forehead, looking impatient. Yu put it down first, placed her hand above its forehead, took a deep breath, and then shouted the skill phrase, "Grandpa's son is here to pick you up." The scene fell silent again. Everyone felt that the Celestial Maiden's incantations always sounded a bit strange, like she was cursing. As soon as Yu finished speaking, a white formation pattern suddenly appeared beneath the little monster's feet. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, and large amounts of pure spiritual energy flowed towards the little monster. Yu's heart felt cleansed. She hadn't expected it to actually succeed. It seemed the shout skill really worked. The next second, however, the little monster in the center suddenly began to grow rapidly, its body getting bigger and bigger, as if it was about to transform back into its mountain-like form. It suddenly let out a burst of maniacal laughter, the previous cowardly appearance completely gone. The entire beast became arrogant. Its growing form exuded killing intent, and it said with disdain, "Foolish humans." The contract formation gathers spiritual energy, activating the spirit awakening effect, allowing me to greatly increase my spiritual power and instantly recover my former strength. With that, it roared and excitedly raised a claw, about to slam it down on everyone, while boasting, "Foolish humans. Today is your day of death." Yu unceremoniously slapped it, scolding, "Shut up. Can't you see the skill isn't finished yet?" The guardian beast, which had just finished its villainous speech, was slapped so hard its bones cracked. It shrunk back into its small form in pain. Everyone heard the Celestial Maiden telling the monster to behave and thought, as expected of a Celestial Maiden, her power is truly boundless. Lin Feng remained unconscious until evening. Seeing him finally open his eyes, everyone was very excited. Yu was the first to ask with concern, "Are you all right?" Lin Feng's eyes were bright, with a hint of excitement. He immediately cupped his hands in a salute and said, "Your Highness, thanks to your grace, I have successfully established my foundation." The others were stunned when they heard he had established his foundation. That was foundation establishment, something rare not only in Shangyang City, but in the entire Fengtian Kingdom. Lin Feng excitedly nodded, explaining that he had cultivated at home for a period of time. Although he hadn't cultivated spiritual energy, he had some foundation. Yu's technique not only helped him generate a spiritual root, but also helped him break through his realm. Yu found the sudden foundation establishment a bit much, but she could guess the general idea. Foundation establishment should refer to a cultivation level. In other words, Lin Feng not only gained a spiritual root, but also leveled up. Seeing that he was physically fine, Yu finally had the time to inquire about this Celestial Maiden business. Through Lin Feng's explanation, she learned that women are born with spiritual roots, while men need the help of someone with special abilities to generate them. These individuals with special abilities are known as Celestial Maidens. Celestial Maidens are mostly born into immortal clans, using their clans as a base and forming their own sects to recruit disciples. Celestial Maidens from weaker clans must first choose a powerful clan ancestor as their patron and then establish their sect. Because the sect's disciples are granted spiritual roots by the Celestial Maiden, receiving such a great favor, they should repay her with everything they have and follow her to the death. Betraying the Celestial Maiden is equivalent to betraying the great Tao. Yu understood. It sounded like Celestial Maidens were very powerful, but in reality, they were the leaders of the entire sect, natural heads of the family. Not only were they responsible for the entire sect, but also for the lives of their disciples. Lin Feng bowed to her again, solemnly saying, "Your Highness, although the Lin family is a small clan in Shangyang, thanks to your grace in bestowing a spiritual root, I now have a chance at immortality. The entire Lin family is willing to follow your lead and will do everything in our power to help you return to your original sect." Seeing Lin Feng so serious and earnest about helping her go home, Yu Yu suddenly felt a little awkward. She scratched her head sheepishly and said, well, what if I told you I didn't actually lose my memory, and I'm not some missing celestial maiden from a sect? Would you believe me? Hearing her words, not only Lin Feng was stunned, but even the onlookers in the distance were dumbfounded. Seeing this, Yu Yu became even more embarrassed. She couldn't clearly explain the time travel. She could only apologize, saying she didn't mean to deceive everyone. It's just that there were some things she didn't know how to explain. Before she could finish, Ling Feng looked at her seriously and said he believed her. His eyes held no hint of anger from being deceived, only firmness. He looked as if he would unconditionally trust whatever she said. Your Highness, you are a celestial maiden, responsible for the mortal realm. Whatever you do has its reasons. You don't need to explain to us. No matter what, I will follow your Highness to the death. He looked at her as if she were a goddess. Yu Yu felt warmth in her heart, suddenly feeling like she'd inexplicably gained a devoted fan. No one had ever trusted her so completely. Feeling this enthusiastic support for the first time, Yu Yu felt a little embarrassed. She thanked Ling Feng for his trust and couldn't help but ask why they were keeping their distance. Ling Feng glanced at the others. Chen Sheng explained, Your Highness, please forgive us. You are a celestial maiden, and we are of low status. We are merely afraid of offending you, so we dare not approach. Hearing this reason, Yu Yu waved her hand dismissively. What's the big deal? She said. Everyone is equal here. We're all brothers. Later, I'll give everyone spiritual roots. Then we can cultivate together. It's just a matter of using the rejuvenation tree. As soon as she said this, Ling Feng and the others quickly shook their heads, stopping her. Absolutely not. Yu Yu was prepared to plant spiritual roots on a large scale, since it was easily done with her rejuvenation tree. Seeing that she really intended to give everyone spiritual roots, Ling Feng immediately advised, Your Highness, you don't understand. Each sect has strict rules for accepting disciples. They need to go through layers of selection. It absolutely must not be done this way. Yu Yu felt that everyone was good, and there was no need to follow such rigid rules. Wasn't her genuine experience of interacting with them along the way more important than regulations? Ling Feng's expression became more serious. That I know Your Highness is kind, but we cannot burden you because of this. You are a newly awakened celestial maiden, without an established sect. The first disciples you accept must be carefully chosen. Seeing Yu Yu's conflicted expression, he continued to persuade her. Your Highness, if you value the camaraderie of these past days, you can wait until the sect recruits disciples widely. Then you can find an excuse to bring them into the sect. His voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Seeing that no one objected, and everyone nodded in support of Ling Feng's viewpoint, looking as if they would rather die than see her suffer any grievance, Yu Yu suddenly felt the weight on her shoulders increase. They were all genuinely considering her well-being. She couldn't let down their kindness. It seemed she could only do this for now. After many days of travel, the group finally arrived at the gates of Shangyang City. Ling Feng reminded everyone that the city gates would close soon and they had to enter before then. You saw many people hurrying out of the city and grew suspicious. As soon as they reached the city gate, they were stopped by guards. The guards looked them up and down, then stared at them as if they were fools. You still want to enter the city now? Are you tired of living? Ling Feng stepped forward and explained to the guards that his family was in the city, and he was just going home. Hearing this, the guard assumed he was a traveler returning home. Hurry and leave, he urged. With the current situation in the city, it's uncertain whether you'll even have a home to return to. Saving your life is more important. Just as Ling Feng wanted to ask what was happening in the city, the ground suddenly shook, as if the entire city was about to be overturned. A deafening roar came from within the city, filled with rage. The guards' faces changed drastically. Oh no. Ignoring the group, they desperately urged the people leaving the city to hurry. While the Lin family can still hold on, everyone, get out of the city quickly. Ling Feng's eyes widened. He excitedly grabbed the guard's wrist. Which Lin family? The guard was startled, but replied, besides the martial arts family of Shangyang. Which other Lin family is there? Ling Feng's face paled. Father, mother, he cried, about to rush into the city. But the next moment, he hesitated, turning to look at Yu Yu questioningly. Before he could speak, Yu Yu had already passed him and walked towards the city. Seeing him still stunned, she asked, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in. Ling Feng snapped out of it and quickly followed, the others close behind. Compared to the bustling city gate, Shangyang City was deserted. Collapsed buildings were everywhere. The group couldn't believe this was the prosperous Shangyang city. Two men holding wooden staffs blocked their path. Who are you? We're subduing a demonic beast ahead. Unauthorized personnel, leave immediately. Ling Feng immediately identified himself that I'm a member of the Lin family, not some unauthorized person. Let me in. The two men still blocked the way. The area is sealed off. No one can enter. Ling Feng looked incredulously at the red light rising into the sky. Isn't that the Wind Zen formation? Ing Fan blurted out, the Wind Zen formation? Isn't that your family's ancestral formation? If that formation has appeared, then your family. Ling Feng, filled with anxiety, pushed past the men. Seeing him force his way through, the two men immediately moved to stop him. A fight was about to break out. A man's malicious voice suddenly rang out. Who would have thought? It's young Master Lin, the stray dog of the Lin family. Lin Feng's face was frighteningly dark as he stared at the person opposite him. Suppressing his fury, he asked Su Shui, "What is your Su family planning this time?" Su Shui glanced at him contemptuously. Planning? What else but to eliminate the demonic beast and protect Shanyang's safety? You, who were expelled from the Lin family, how dare you return? You swore an oath never to step foot in Shanyang again. Lin Feng questioned him. If you're eliminating a demonic beast, why is it the Lin family's formation that's activated in the city? And why are you all here? Su Shui replied self-righteously. A martial-rank demonic beast is not something us mortals can easily handle. Naturally, someone has to hold it off for a while, so we can request aid from the immortal sex. Lin Feng was so angry the veins on his forehead bulged. He angrily rebuked, "Bastard, you're actually using the Lin family as bait to attract the demonic beast." Su Shui laughed with a treacherous look. The Lin family is only good for this much. Don't get in our way. Don't forget the oath you made. Before he could finish his threat, Lin Feng quickly formed hand seals. Lightning flashed at his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, the lightning instantly transformed into a net, striking down the dozen or so people present. Screams of agony filled the air. Su Shui, lying on the ground, still couldn't believe that the Lin family's waste could use magic. Lin Feng ignored him and continued to sprint towards the red light. The others followed closely behind. The angry howls of two wolves could be heard. Madame Lin anxiously warned, "Family Head Lin, it's no good. The formation is about to collapse." Family Head Lin glanced at the injured Lin family disciples lying on the ground and gritted his teeth. "Wife, hold on a little longer." Just then, their son's voice reached their ears. Madame Lin turned and saw her son. She asked incredulously, "Feng, why are you here?" Lin Feng didn't have time to explain. "Leave this place. I'll stabilize the formation." Madame Lin watched the powerful inner force emanating from her son's palms. She exchanged a look with Family Head Lin, and they came to a decision. They immediately ordered everyone to retreat and move the injured to safety. Yu watched the injured Lin family disciples being helped away, feeling a pang of sympathy. She asked her contracted spirit beast, "Little monster, are you there?" The spirit beast immediately poked its head out of the beast pouch, protesting, "I'm not called Little Monster. I have a name. It's Funze." Yu soothed him. "Funze, look, there are two demonic beasts over there. Can you handle them?" Funze scoffed. "They're just two small fry of the 5th rank." But he showed no intention of helping. Seeing his lack of cooperation, Yu raised her fist with a smile that you choose to deal with those two 5th-rank demonic beasts, or be dealt with. Funze immediately remembered the pain of her fist. He knew it. This smiling woman was not a good person. He quickly chose the wiser course and rushed towards the two wolves, venting all his anger on them. Hearing the howls of the wolves being beaten, Yu watched him crushingly pummel them, thinking, "Little Monster is really strong." Little Monster, with an air of triumphant return, proudly declared, "Done." Yu immediately showered him with praise, her flattery flowing freely. Lin Feng rushed over to thank her. "Thank you, honored one, for your help." Yu stopped him, and no need for formalities. Saving people is more important. Help the injured back first. Lin Feng looked at his battered second and third brothers, his heart aching. He asked his parents, why did two 5th-rank demonic beasts appear in the city? And why was it only the Lin family defending against them? Where were the Wang, Su, and Li families? Family Head Lin explained, "We received a notice from the Su family saying that a demonic beast had appeared in the city. We only realized it was a 5th-rank demonic beast when we arrived, and only the Lin family was was there. Lin Feng was furious, and oh wonder Su Shuyi tried to stop us from coming to the rescue. This was all a plot by the Su family. They wanted the entire Lin family to die. After hearing his son's analysis, family head Lin realized that the Su family, those inhuman beasts, were truly capable of gambling with the lives of the entire city. The usually calm Lin Feng, looking at his brothers lying in bed, and remembering how he had been forced by Su Shuyi's jealousy to swear an oath never to enter Shanyang City again, felt his anger burning. He decided to immediately confront the Su family. Madame Lin, worried that her son would be at a disadvantage, tried to stop him. What good will it do to go now? Instead of arguing with them, we should think about how to treat our injured family members. Yu, who had just arrived at the door, overheard their conversation and understood the general situation. She said to the Lin family, "Let me try. I think I can save them. Asterisk having transmigrated here, I should shoulder the responsibility of establishing a sect. But starting a company in the cultivation world, asterisk, seems pretty good too." Hearing that the Celestial Maiden was willing to help his brothers, Lin Feng immediately bowed in gratitude. After all, his previous injuries were far more severe than his brothers, and he had even gained spiritual roots as a result, embarking on the path of cultivation. Madame Lin heard her son address the young woman before him as Celestial Maiden. She wondered if she was hallucinating. Lin Feng felt that the most important thing now was to have the Celestial Maiden heal his younger brothers. Other matters could be discussed later. He briefly explained Yu Yu's identity to his parents. Yu Yu scratched her head, a little embarrassed. "Uncle, Aunt, I haven't had a chance to greet you both properly yet." Her polite words weren't finished when she saw family head Lin and Madame Lin, leading a group of Lin family disciples, kneel before her. They said in unison, "Greetings, Celestial Maiden." Madame Lin spoke respectfully. "Celestial Maiden, your presence in our humble abode is an unparalleled honor for the Lin family." She was incredibly excited. How fortunate she was to actually see a living Celestial Maiden. This was the ethereal and noble Celestial Maiden, a being only found in legends. Yu knew she couldn't stop them from kneeling, so she let them be. Taking care of the important matter at hand was paramount. She rolled up her sleeves, preparing to heal them. Turning, she smiled and said to the Lin family, "You're too kind. Saving lives is paramount. So let's start with these two." Immediately after, the Lin family witnessed a miraculous scene. The Celestial Maiden chanted an unknown incantation, then swept her hand over the injured. In the next moment, the people on the beds, covered in wounds and declared incurable, not expected to live past the night by the physician, began to recover at a visible speed. Wounds closed, broken bones mended. It was like witnessing the resurrection of the dead and the regeneration of flesh. More importantly, those treated by her underwent a transformative change. The two who had just been lying immobile were now not only completely healed but also able to sit up. Family head Lin and Madame Lin were overjoyed to discover that their two sons had even developed spiritual roots. The entire Lin family felt like they were floating. Were they dreaming? Yu Yu shared her thoughts with Lin Feng, who was standing beside her. Healing one was the same as healing many. She decided to call all the injured over. Since they were all going to receive spiritual roots, she might as well imbue his brothers with them too. With each spiritual root implanted, she chanted a special incantation. After chanting Isbi all night, Yu Yu found that it became a habit. Not only did those being cursed listen with rapt attention, but even the onlookers wore expressions of excitement and anticipation. It was simply a magical experience. After she finished imbuing the last person with a spiritual root, she was about to ask how they felt, when she saw pairs of sparkling eyes staring at her adoringly. Their gazes were so intense and fervent that she dared not look directly at them. Just then, the steward rushed in, reporting, "Su Shuyi of the Su family has brought a group of people outside and is about to force their way in." By the time family head Lin and his men reached the main gate, Su Shuyi and his followers had already begun smashing the Lin family's gate. Family head Lin ordered the servants to open the gate. They hadn't even settled the score with the Su family, yet Su Shuyi dared to come knocking. Family head Lin bellowed, "Insolent! Why are you forcing your way into the Lin residence?" Su Shuyi laughed arrogantly and said with feigned righteousness, "Because the Lin family has endangered Shanyang City." Family head Lin, enraged, asked him what he meant. Su Shuyi sneered and announced loudly, "What do I mean?" Lin Feng, son of the Lin family, trespassed into Shangyang and brought a fifth-rank demonic beast into the city, causing the beast to rampage and endanger the citizens. This is something everyone witnessed. He then turned to a man dressed in clearly recognizable sect attire and said, "Immortal Master, Lin Feng led the demonic beast into the city. Such a vicious and heartless person must not be spared. The Lin family is harboring him. Lin Feng is no saint. Please, Immortal Master, help us apprehend him." Family head Lin looked at Su Shuyi in disbelief. This man was so shameless, slandering and framing the Lin family right in front of him. The cultivator was clearly in cahoots with Su Shuyi and had no intention of listening to his explanation. He immediately condemned the Lin family and declared Lin Feng the culprit. Family head Lin stepped in front of everyone and blurted out, "Stop! The Celestial Maiden is currently resting in our residence. I'd like to see who dares to offend her." Su Shuyi clearly didn't believe him and burst out laughing. "Lin Xingzhen, I never thought you'd stoop to such lies to protect yourself." The cultivator beside him also sneered. "The Celestial Maiden is a noble being. How can mere mortals like you even dream of meeting her? I'd like to see this so-called Celestial Maiden. Have her come out so I can pay my respects." Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning struck him. Light flashed, and he crashed to the ground, charred black and embedded in a crater. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Everyone thought, is this the legendary asking for defeat, getting defeat, asking for lightning, getting lightning? Then several more rumbles of thunder echoed from the sky. Everyone noticed that dark clouds had gathered, and thunder rumbled. A second bolt of lightning descended, this time striking the Lin family's backyard. When family head Lin realized it was tribulation lightning, he no longer cared about Su Shuyi and his group. He hurried towards the backyard with his men. Su Shuyi, seeing him run off without a second glance, quickly ordered his servants to follow. When family head Lin arrived at the backyard, he saw lightning flashing within and a figure faintly visible amidst the bolts. The cultivator who had rushed in with him glanced at the figure in the courtyard being struck by bolts of lightning and had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. The cultivator then looked at the group of people under the corridor. Each of them was surrounded by spiritual energy, clearly indicating they were also cultivators. However, their spiritual energy was swirling upwards in wisps, suggesting that their spiritual roots had just been formed. From the corner of his eye, the cultivator saw family head Lin respectfully bowing to a noble lady, even addressing her as "your ladyship." He guessed that this noble lady must be the one who had enabled ordinary people to develop spiritual roots. Perhaps she should be called a Celestial Maiden. Su Shuyi, completely oblivious to the situation, continued his arrogant rant. "What the hell is your Lin family up to? Don't think you can escape by putting on such a show. Today I'm going to—" Before he could finish his harsh words, the lightning suddenly expanded into a net, enveloping Su Shuyi. How could a mortal body withstand a cultivator's lightning? Su Shuyi's screams echoed instantly. Lin Feng walked out step by step, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Su Shuyi on the ground. "How did you want to deal with our Lin family?" he asked. Su Shuyi looked at the cultivator beside him and pleaded, "Senior Jean, this is Lin Feng. You have to help me." The cultivator stared blankly at the woman amidst the crowd. Only a Celestial Maiden could grant spiritual roots to mortals so effortlessly. He immediately dropped to his knees and said, "I didn't know your ladyship, the Celestial Maiden, was here. I have offended you greatly. Please forgive me." Lin Feng glared at Su Shuyi, remembering the half of the Lin family who had died or been injured because of his schemes, and his anger surged. He said coldly, "It's too late to beg for mercy now. I will avenge the Lin family for Su Shuyi's treachery." Lightning struck again. Su Shuyi shrieked in pain. Even the cultivator beside him gritted his teeth and endured the lightning strike. He didn't dare to resist, only pleading, "Your ladyship, spare my life. I didn't know about the Su family's evil deeds. I am from the Bai Luo sect." Yu, who hadn't intended to intervene in this matter, was taken aback. After all, this was between the Lin and Su families. But after hearing the cultivator claim to be from the Bai Luo sect, she signaled Lin Feng to stop. Yu looked at the cultivator and asked, "Are you a cultivator from the immortal sect?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, the cultivator quickly replied, "I am a disciple of the Bai Luo sect. I was passing through here for training. The Su family deceived me, saying that a cultivator was abusing his power and promised me a 5th grade spirit beast gall, so I came to the Lin residence with them. To prove he was telling the truth, he unhesitatingly pulled an egg from his storage pouch. Hearing 5th grade spirit beast egg, Lin Feng instantly understood why the two demonic beasts had been so frantic before. It was because the Su family had stolen their child. He clenched his fists, wanting to strike Su Shuyi with a few more lightning bolts. You didn't take the egg, but asked seriously. Since you were a disciple of the immortal sect, you should be very familiar with the sect's affairs, right? The cultivator nodded frantically, indicating his familiarity with the sect's matters. How do celestial maidens usually establish sects? Besides cultivating spiritual roots and establishing sects, what else do celestial maidens need to do? Are cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and cultivation teaching materials distributed uniformly by the state? The cultivator was completely bewildered by the celestial maiden's barrage of questions. He broke out in a cold sweat and carefully replied, "Your ladyship, I am just an outer disciple. I don't know much about what you're asking." Afraid of being dismissed by the celestial maiden for his ignorance, he revealed all the information he knew. He explained that before establishing a new sect, every new celestial maiden would go to Chantian Pavilion to comprehend the heavenly Tao, listen to the will of heaven, and announce it to the world. Chantian Pavilion was where the first celestial maiden appeared, and subsequent celestial maidens would also stay there for a month. Unattached, immortal families and clans would also take this opportunity to visit, hoping to join the celestial maiden sect. Yu immediately understood. Wasn't this a large-scale fundraising and IPO event? She would provide technical support, and the immortal families and clans would invest. They would jointly establish a sect, progressing together and benefiting mutually. It was perfect since she couldn't go back anyway, and now there was such a good entrepreneurial opportunity, with so many people behind her supporting her, trusting her, and waiting for her to provide for them. She decided to depart for Changtian Pavilion tomorrow. She was ready to lead everyone in a grand undertaking. The transmigrated celestial maiden stood on the high platform, radiating brilliance. A blinding white light shot up into the sky, forming a pillar of light that pierced the clouds. Everyone then realized that she truly was the celestial maiden. A blinding white light shot up into the sky, forming a pillar of light that pierced the clouds. Everyone then realized she truly was the celestial maiden, your ladyship. This time, Yu only chose Lin Feng, Ying Fan, and Lu Qing, the three with the best aptitude, to accompany her to Qingtian Pavilion. To show his sincerity, the cultivator from the Su family used a flying artifact resembling a wooden fish to take them there. The group flew for 5 days before seeing floating islands in the distance, with white waterfalls cascading down. Yu turned to the person beside her and asked, "Cultivator Su, is this Changtian Pavilion?" The cultivator, surnamed Jean, thought to himself, "It's Jean, not Su. How many times have I said that? She keeps changing my surname." But he still replied with a smile, "Your ladyship, Changtian Pavilion is just ahead." Yu patted his shoulder encouragingly and said, "I see. Thank you, Cultivator Su. You worked hard bringing us here." Cultivator Su, the cultivator forced to change his surname, didn't know how to respond. When the sound of bells rang in his ears, Jean, the cultivator, quickly reminded, "Your ladyship, we've arrived at Changtian Pavilion." Then he went on to the third elder. "I've already sent a message about the celestial maiden's appearance and returned the invitation. A disciple will come to greet them shortly. They can go directly to the main hall." Hearing this, Yu nodded. After projecting their destination, they boarded their flying vessel and headed towards the largest building in the center of Fufeng. Yu was still marveling at the grandeur of the buildings when she heard a group of people greet her in unison. "Welcome, Celestial Maiden." A man standing at the front, Ling Qi, spoke. "Celestial Maiden, you must be tired from your journey. I am Ling Qi, a priest of Changtian Pavilion, here to welcome you." She politely replied, "Thank you for your trouble." She couldn't help but feel, perhaps mistakenly, that after she spoke, the dozen or so people welcoming her frowned slightly. However, the man called Ling Qi's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to reply courteously. However, The spiritual energy around him was strange, as if something was blocking it, preventing it from fully integrating into his body. When she tried to take a closer look, he sidestepped and said, "Celestial Maiden, please go to the fuse hall to rest for a while. You've arrived unexpectedly, and the steward hasn't finished preparing your accommodations. Please wait a moment." Yu Yu smiled and said it was all right. She understood. She then followed him inside. Upon entering, she discovered many people inside, all wearing uniform clothing and standing in 2 rows. When they saw her enter, they only bowed slightly. Many even stealthily looked her up and down with strange expressions, seemingly impatient. She inexplicably felt unwelcome. Ling Qi pointed to the front of the hall and said, "Celestial Maiden, please take your seat." There was a raised platform at the front of the hall with a chair on it. Sunlight streamed down from above, perfectly encircling the platform, as if to emphasize its revered status. Yu didn't think much of it and walked directly towards the platform. Lin Feng and the others also intended to follow, but were stopped by someone. The man who stopped them spoke rudely. "Don't you know what the fuse platform is? Even the Celestial Maiden's followers can't go up there, let alone." Before the man could finish, Ling Qi interrupted him with a shout, "Don't be rude. Stand down." The man was startled and immediately lowered his head, taking a step back. Ling Qi looked at Lin Feng and the others and said politely, "My apologies for his rudeness. Please forgive him." He gestured to the chairs on either side of the platform and continued, "The fuse platform in this hall has special significance. Indeed, only the Celestial Maiden is allowed to ascend. So, I must ask the 4 of you to be seated below." Lin Feng's expression darkened, but he didn't want to cause conflict with the people of Changtian Pavilion, so he walked to the side and sat down. Ling Qi looked at Yu Yu again and gestured for her to continue up. He himself stayed below, showing no intention of following. Yu Yu noticed everyone looking at her, as if waiting for something, especially the man who had been reprimanded by Ling Qi, who now wore a mocking expression, as if anticipating a good show. She felt they were acting strangely, but didn't sense any hostility. So, she continued towards the platform. When she reached the chair on the central platform and was about to sit down, suddenly, the strange runes seemed to be drawn by some force and came alive. The entire platform glowed brightly. A blinding white light shot up into the sky, forming a pillar of light that reached the clouds. Yu Yu was startled, wondering what was happening. Did the platform have built-in lighting? Turning around, she saw that the people below were even more shocked than she was, especially the man who had reprimanded Lin Feng and the others. His jaw dropped. He stammered, "It lit up. She really is the Celestial Maiden." Yu Yu looked at the people in the hall, confused, and asked what? Real or fake? Lin Feng, Ying Fan, and Lu Qing, who had just sat down, also realized something was wrong. Their expressions changed, and they immediately rushed forward, trying to pull Yu Yu down from the strange platform. The 3 of them shielded Yu Yu, looking warily at the people in the hall, their hands on their weapons. Lin Feng demanded, "What is the meaning of this? What are you trying to do?" The people in the hall didn't answer, still in shock. Finally, Ling Qi, the leader, recovered first. He took a few steps back and respectfully knelt before Yu Yu. Bowing deeply, he said, "Chengtian Pavilion welcomes Celestial Maiden Zun Shang. May your blessings descend upon us like celestial grace." The others in the hall seemed to have been reminded and instantly dropped to their knees, their faces no longer holding the inquisitive expressions from before. Their attitudes became extremely respectful. They said, "We greet the Celestial Maiden Zun Shang." Yu Yu saw their dramatic change in attitude. Just moments ago, their eyes held doubt and disdain, but now they were filled with respect and awe. Was it all because of that beam of light? Ling Qi, as a priest, remained composed. He explained, "Celestial Maiden, please calm your anger. Changtian Pavilion received the news of your arrival on short notice. Due to the gravity of the matter, we had to be cautious. That is why we conducted this test, to verify your identity." Yu Yu looked back at the pillar of light and asked, "Is the light on this platform used to verify the Celestial Maiden's identity?" "So I passed the test." Lin Qi continued kneeling and replied, "The fuse platform was established by the first Celestial Maiden. Only a Celestial Maiden can activate the formation on the platform. The Celestial Maiden's status is noble, and the rituals and posture cannot be mistaken. Please forgive our excessive caution, Your Highness. Having finished speaking, he hurriedly instructed a nearby disciple, quickly go and inform the priests of each hall to come and pay their respects to the celestial maiden immediately, Your Highness. Yu watched as the disciple scrambled up in a panic and ran towards the door, one foot heavy and the other light. She realized that this whole thing had been a test. Only now were they hurriedly summoning people. So, were all these people present just meant to keep her occupied? Seeing Yu's displeased expression, Lin Chi bowed even more sincerely and said, "This servant, Changtian Pavilion, has been remiss. Please forgive me, Celestial Maiden. Anyone who is inexplicably suspected and tested wouldn't be in a good mood." However, since it was their duty and they apologized so sincerely, she couldn't get angry. She could only magnanimously choose to forgive them. Lin Chi was stunned. He looked up at her in surprise, seemingly unable to believe she'd accepted the apology so easily. But he slowly stood up and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. This place is inconvenient. Would Your Highness please accompany me to the side hall to rest?" Yu nodded in agreement. She strode towards the exit of the hall and turned to politely say to Lin Chi, "Please lead the way." As soon as she stepped out of the main hall, she saw a large group of people hurrying towards her, numbering in the hundreds. The first dozen or so were wearing clothes similar in style to Lin Chi's, suggesting they were also priests of Changtian Pavilion. Seeing her emerge, the crowd instantly dropped to their knees, chanting in unison, "Greetings, Celestial Maiden, Your Highness." Their voices echoed throughout Fufeng. She finally understood why Lin Chi had repeatedly emphasized their negligence. Lin Chi politely said, his hands clasped, "The fuse platform has been activated. Presumably, the various sects, prominent families, and Xian clans have already learned of the Celestial Maiden's arrival. They will come to Changtian Pavilion to pay their respects soon. Please wait patiently." Yu finally understood that the pillar of light in the main hall served as a notification. Lin Chi explained, a section of the Ling Meridian is sealed within the fuse platform. Once it lights up, the entire cultivation world can see its brilliance. She listened thoughtfully. Changtian Pavilion service was quite impressive, she thought. It seemed being a big shot wasn't bad. But Changtian Pavilion wasn't a sect. How did it operate and maintain its prosperity in the cultivation world? It couldn't be running on love, could it? Thinking this, she voiced her doubts, figuring it was a good way to gain some knowledge. Hearing the Celestial Maiden earnestly inquire about how Changtian Pavilion made money and supported so many people, Lin Chi was taken aback. He was surprised she was curious about this. He thought to himself, this Celestial Maiden is quite down to earth. Establishing a sect in the cultivation world was like a large-scale investment attraction event. She was the company boss, providing the skills, and the Xian clans were the investors, providing funds and technology. Just now, Lin Chi, seeing that the Celestial Maiden didn't seem to be joking, collected himself and respectfully replied, "Your Highness, traditionally, the Celestial Maiden's Qingzu are selected from Changtian Pavilion. Therefore, Changtian Pavilion relies on the incense offerings and reverence from the Xian clans." Yu thought to herself, another new term, definitely important. Lin Chi, seeing that she didn't know what Qingzu meant, suddenly remembered that this Celestial Maiden came from the mortal realm. So, he continued to explain. Qingzu refers to the first batch of Xian clan families chosen by the Celestial Maiden. Changtian Pavilion bears the responsibility of selecting Xian clan families for the new Celestial Maiden. Yu understood immediately. Changtian Pavilion was like an intermediary. In other words, they operated on intermediary fees. She continued to inquire, don't Xian clan families already have Celestial Maidens? Can one sect have several Celestial Maidens? Lin Chi, though not understanding what she meant by intermediary, immediately clarified, Celestial Maidens are rare. In the current Shinza continent, only the 3 sects, 6 schools, and 72 clans enshrine Celestial Maidens. A school's entire prosperity depends on its Celestial Maiden. Whether a Celestial Maiden ascends or perishes is a catastrophic event for the sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yu immediately added, "So, for the sake of the sect development, they will seek a new celestial maiden to follow after the previous one ascends or perishes?" Lin Shi thought her words made sense and nodded in agreement. Yu Yu heard, Xian clan families will register with Chantian Pavilion hundreds of years in advance, hoping to join the new celestial maiden sect. It seemed celestial maidens were quite sought after. She continued to ask, after a celestial maiden has her Qingzu, how does she establish a sect? Hearing that the celestial maiden's chosen Qingzu would do their utmost to assist her in establishing and developing her sect, and that these Xian clan families, though no longer sects themselves, possessed abundant resources, established methods, and various inherited cultivation techniques, allowing the celestial maiden to quickly establish a sect, Yu Yu's eyes lit up. This was essentially a large-scale investment attraction event. She was the company boss, and the Xian clan families were the investors. She provided the basic skills, and the Xian clan families provided the funds and technology. The Xian clan families helped the company grow and go public, naturally taking a share of the company. These shareholding families were called Qingzu. In other words, she was about to welcome a group of shareholders. Understanding this, she instantly felt more confident. All she had to do now was settle down in Chantian Pavilion and wait for the shareholders to come to her. Just then, a disciple hurriedly came looking for Ling Qi, saying the high priest requested his presence in the main hall. With the key situation at hand, all the priests had gathered in the Chantian Pavilion's main hall. Everyone's face was etched with worry. Hearing someone suggest that the two celestial maidens choose together, Ling Qi immediately stated that things should be done in order of arrival. Doing so would be unfair to Yu Yu. A middle-aged priest sighed. While that's true, the other is the Wu family's celestial maiden. Her choosing a Qingzu clan has already spread throughout the Xianzi continent. Now, her entering our Chantian Pavilion is only natural. Another priest complained impatiently. The Wu family entering the pavilion was only a matter of time. That celestial maiden, really? This kind of thing should have been discussed with the Wu family beforehand. Then, our Chantian Pavilion wouldn't be in this predicament. Lin Shi, however, disagreed. They initially agreed to let the celestial maiden come and even proposed going directly to the Fuse platform to verify her authenticity. Now the whole world knows about the new celestial maiden. What does this have to do with Yu Yu? Those two priests were left speechless by his words, not knowing what to say. Finally, the high priest glanced at everyone and declared, enough. Chantian Pavilion is the place to welcome new celestial maidens. The matter is settled. In 3 days, we will prepare to welcome Wu Yu, the celestial maiden, into the pavilion. Lin Shi still wanted to say something, but the high priest raised a hand to stop him and instructed him to explain the situation to Yu Yu. After saying this, the high priest turned and left. Seeing the matter was settled, Lin Shi could only helplessly go to Yu Yu's residence to explain. Ying Fan was the most furious after hearing this. He questioned Ling Qi, what does Changtian Pavilion mean by this? Are they bullying our young miss because she's easygoing? Lin Qi also felt that Changtian Pavilion was in the wrong and said apologetically, this is indeed our negligence. However, the Wu family celestial maiden is already on her way to Changtian Pavilion. We are powerless. Yu Yu promptly spoke up, stopping Ying Fan, who looked ready to fight. It's impossible not to be angry about this. But ultimately, the main responsibility doesn't lie with Changtian Pavilion, but with the Wu family. She turned to look at the ashamed Lin Qi and said directly, Priest Lin, I can agree to this. Although I'm easygoing, I'm not a pushover. In the future, if anything happens, I hope you will inform me in advance. She explained, Changtian Pavilion receives the recognition of all celestial maidens only because the first celestial maiden appeared here. But the celestial maiden's choosing of a clan can actually happen anywhere. It's just that everyone is used to it now, and no one has initiated a change of location. Lin Qi was first taken aback. Then, following her words, instantly understood her meaning. He bowed respectfully and said, Thank you for your instruction, Your Highness. Yu Yu decided to understand her competitor's situation first and asked Lin Qi point blank, what's the deal with the Wu family celestial maiden? Lin Qi was stunned. When he looked up, he saw her suddenly lean in with a serious expression. Her unparalleled beauty was close at hand, as if she was no longer dwelling on the shared selection, but was thinking about her future path. His heart couldn't help but skip a few beats and his face involuntarily flushed. He suddenly felt that this celestial maiden was truly different from the others. 3 days later, the entire Chantian pavilion suddenly became brightly lit. Vast, auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, and multicolored beams of light shot up, attracting nearby birds and spirit beasts to circle the mountain peak. Yu Yu was stunned by this grand spectacle. It really had the feel of a boisterous celebration. She figured it must be the arrival of that Wu family celestial maiden who was trying to steal her business. Sure enough, a luxurious and massive spirit ship slowly descended from the sky towards Chantian Pavilion. The square in front of the main hall was filled with people from Chantian Pavilion. The high priest, whom she had met before, stood respectfully at the very front of the group. Yu Yu turned to Lin Shi, who had been standing beside her, and asked, "Don't you need to go over? Aren't you a priest? Why aren't you welcoming that Wu family girl?" After a slight bow, Lin Shi replied, "This Lin is your highness's guide. Naturally, I must prioritize your highness." As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Fan couldn't help but snort indignantly. "I can't tell. When did Chantian Pavilion ever prioritize our young miss? Now, even a fool can see that we were treated differently before." Lin Shi didn't argue and honestly admitted his mistake. "We were indeed negligent towards the celestial maiden before. This will never happen again." Yu Yu stopped Ying Fan, who wanted to speak again. She said that the matter was over and done with. While they were talking, the spirit ship had already landed in the square. A large group of people disembarked. Then, four ornately dressed people escorted a young woman down from the spirit ship. This young woman should be Wu Yu, the Wu family's celestial maiden. Although Yu Yu couldn't see clearly, she seemed quite young. As a fellow celestial maiden, Yu Yu felt an urge to meet her and exchange a few words. When she saw the densely packed crowd kneeling in the square, she realized that meeting might be a little difficult. But what she didn't expect was that before she could go see Wu Yu, the other girl came looking for her the next day. What she saw was a young woman in fiery red robes barging in aggressively. The young woman didn't hold back and, with a hint of anger, demanded to know if Yu Yu was the celestial maiden who had taken residence in Chengtian Pavilion before her. Yu Yu was stunned for a moment. Someone was actually picking a fight with her at her door. Then, she quickly recovered. The person before her was the Wu family's celestial maiden, Wu Yu. This little celestial maiden was rather cute, puffed up like a pufferfish. The girl tilted her chin up, nose in the air, her expression growing more defiant. She had come to see what kind of person would dare enter Chintian Pavilion before her. Yu Yu looked her up and down. It seemed she hadn't been mistaken yesterday. This Wu Yu truly was a child, dressed in fiery red. She appeared flamboyant and unrestrained, the very image of a spoiled brat. Wu Yu's gaze fixed on Yu Yu's face, and the words she prepared caught in her throat. She couldn't bring herself to call Yu Yu ugly. Not only was she not ugly, she was quite beautiful. Seemingly annoyed by her own thoughts, she glared at Yu Yu, stamped her foot, and snorted, "Just you wait. I won't lose to you." With that, Wu Yu turned abruptly, just as she had arrived, and left without looking back. Yu Yu was speechless. Had she come all this way just to make empty threats? Beside her, Lin Chi finally recovered. He cleared his throat and calmly analyzed. "It seems the Wu family has come prepared. The Wu family celestial maiden has been famous in Shinza continent for a long time. Your Highness should be careful." Yu Yu frowned at the already distant, small figure and blurted out, "Careful of what? Careful she'll jump up and hit my knees." Lin Chi wasn't sure how to respond. He could only remind her, be wary of the Wu family. Although the celestial maiden is young, the Wu family itself is a force to be reckoned with. They haven't come to Chengtian Pavilion before. This likely wasn't the celestial maiden's idea. Yu Yu nodded in understanding. With Wu Yu's childish temper, she certainly wouldn't have thought of these things. But, being from the Wu family, she had people looking out for her interests. Lin Shi continued to explain, "Actually, there's another reason why the Wu family is so eager to enter the pavilion. The Shi Jinlong family released news a few months ago that they intend to invite a celestial maiden to reside with them. Although they haven't specified which sect or school, given the Long family status, they'll certainly choose a prominent one." Seeing Yu Yu's bewildered expression, he realized she likely didn't know of the Long family. Lin Shi continued to enlighten her. Your Highness may not be aware, but besides the 3 sects, 6 schools, and 72 clans of Shinza continent, there are also special ancient families and clans, such as the Shijin Long family, the Dong Yufeng family, and the long-established Qingling Bai family. These families are different from others. They are descended from ancient times, and some can even awaken ancient bloodlines, granting them spiritual roots. Although these spiritual roots aren't as potent as those bestowed by a celestial maiden, they can still cultivate. Yu was surprised. They have spiritual roots. Lin Shi nodded. The current head of the Shijin Long family, Long Shi, has been remarkably talented since childhood and has already reached the Jinan stage of cultivation. Yu was puzzled. If they already have spiritual roots, why do they need a celestial maiden? Lin Shi couldn't answer that either, but speculated perhaps the Long family wants to further enhance their power. He then added, moreover, if the Long family becomes the celestial maiden's chosen clan, Long Shi will undoubtedly become one of her followers. Yi was taken aback again. Another new term. What does that mean? Aren't all disciples who follow a celestial maiden called followers? Is there some special meaning to it? Lin Shi was also surprised by her question, seemingly astonished that she didn't know this. He patiently explained, followers are different from other disciples who receive spiritual roots. They're the celestial maiden's closest confidants. Once someone becomes a follower, they receive a portion of the celestial maiden's power. Not only does their cultivation greatly increase, but it also signifies a contract with the celestial maiden. A follower's life is dedicated to the celestial maiden's will, protecting her and sharing her fate, life, and death. After this explanation, Yu understood the difference. So, regular disciples signed a standard contract, while followers signed a lifetime contract. Running a business in the cultivation world seemed rather complicated. Not only were they trying to steal her investment, but also her talent. Thinking of Yu's background, Lin Shi continued, those who become followers are always exceptional individuals, possessing superior aptitude, comprehension, and abilities. They're the ones who will assist the celestial maiden in managing the sect. Therefore, the followers' abilities also represent the strength of the sect. Yu suddenly understood. So-called followers were basically pre-appointed sect executives. She continued to ask, there must be more than one follower, right? After all, as a company grows, it will need more departments. Hearing Lin Shi's confused question about what executives and company meant, she quickly explained with a forced smile, just a slip of the tongue. I meant as a sect grows, it will naturally need more managers, right? Lin Shi nodded, indeed. Even the smallest sect will have at least 3 followers for a celestial maiden. Yu immediately understood. The Wu family's primary reason for coming here was the Long family. It seemed they had hostile intentions. Not only were they trying to steal her investment, but also her talent. But with her current strength and resources, she was clearly at a disadvantage. It seemed she had no hope with the Long family. However, this made it easier for her to attract other investors. Lin Shi seemed to have discerned her thoughts. He directly pulled out a thick stack of papers and handed them over. If your Highness has time, you can look into these matters. Yu took them and saw that it was a list detailing the situations of various clans. She looked at Lin Shi in surprise, asking if he had compiled it. Lin Shi explained that these materials were already in Changtian Pavilion. He had simply compiled them for Her Highness. Yu felt that, even so, organizing so much information in a short time was a considerable undertaking. It was also exactly what she needed right now. She sincerely thanked him. Lin Shi blushed at her praise, hastily cupping his hands and bowing. Your Highness is too kind. He didn't forget to remind her to pay particular attention to the Ji, Jian, and Yu clans. Yu looked at the detailed information in her hands. After reading it, she realized that the Jian clan had temporary financial difficulties, while the other 2 clans were situated on spirit veins. These 3 families were either rich or had land. They all had deep roots. Hearing Her Highness's usual direct words, Lin Shi pointed to the list and continued, not only that, but these 3 clans have always kept a low profile. The Wu family likely hasn't paid much attention to them, and probably won't spend much effort on them either. Yu carefully reviewed the list. Judging from these families, those three were indeed the most prominent. However, she pulled out a sheet of paper, indicating that she wanted to learn more about the Yuan family first. Lin Shi was taken aback at first, then his eyes seemed to brighten for a moment. He subconsciously clenched his hands, somewhat nervously asking, "Your Highness is interested in the Yuan family?" After receiving her affirmative reply, Lin Shi tried to maintain his usual tone, reminding her, although the Yuan family originated from a large sect, after several generations, they haven't shown anything particularly outstanding. Yu nodded, indicating that she knew this. But doesn't the Yuan family have ancestor Yuaning? If it's about financial resources, they certainly can't compare to the Wu family. But in terms of cultivation techniques, who can surpass the Yuan family with their 1,000-year heritage? Lin Shi was stunned, surprised that this was what Her Highness valued. He bowed respectfully again, saying, "Starting tomorrow, each family will come to seek an audience. If Your Highness has any questions, please feel free to ask. I will do my best to answer them." Yu listened as the Wang family head continued to boast inside, interspersed with flattery directed at her. He spoke incessantly. For 3 days, she had been subjected to the various family heads' self-promotion, giving her the feeling of being at a large-scale job fair. She found it rather dull. Perhaps seeing that she hadn't responded for a while, the Wang family head finally cupped his hands and bowed respectfully before cautiously asking, "What does Your Highness think?" Yu subconsciously blurted out, "It's very good. You've worked hard. Go back and wait for notification." Perhaps understanding that she wouldn't make a decision so soon, he bowed and readily turned to leave. Yu let out a long breath, thinking that she had finally finished meeting with the visitors. So tiring. Being a celestial maiden really isn't a job for ordinary people. She saw the usually composed Lin Chi walk quickly into the room. Reporting to her, the Long family head, Long Shi, requests an audience outside. Yu was startled. She didn't understand why someone from the Long family would still come to see her. Hadn't they already been pre-selected by the Wu family? Lin Shi couldn't understand the reason either, and speculated the Long family isn't a cultivation sect, after all. It's only proper for them to pay their respects to the celestial maiden. Yu thought unhappily, so it seems their visit is just out of courtesy. Regardless of their reason, they are still guests. She told Lin Shi to invite him in. "Just kidding. The strongest shareholder has come to us. We must try to win him over no matter what." The next moment, Yu was stunned. She really hadn't expected the Long family head to look like this. He looked very young, dressed in white robes as pure as snow, appearing noble and aloof. His features were exceptionally refined, and every movement exuded a natural composure, revealing boundless grace. She watched as he cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, saying, "Long Shi of Shijin greets Celestial Maiden Yu. I apologize for this intrusion." Yu quickly replied, "Not at all. Please have a seat." Long Shi thanked her and gracefully turned to sit in a nearby chair. In her experience, people with a natural aura were extraordinary and worth pursuing. After exchanging a few customary pleasantries, Long Shi finally steered the conversation back to the selection of a clan. He explained that the Long family was located in the cold region of Shijin, which presented many difficulties, and that was why they had decided to choose a cultivation sect to integrate with. Seeing his veiled words, Yu didn't bother with subtleties and got straight to the point. "Since that's the case, let's not waste time. Let me tell you about the benefits I can offer. Then you can consider it carefully and make your choice." Yu explained, "Between the two celestial maidens, I may not be the best partner. Compared to the Wu family, I am inferior in both manpower and resources. However, I also have my advantages. First, I am self-made, without the constraints of other powers behind me. If the Long family joins me, you will be the largest shareholder in the sect with the greatest say. You will have the right to decide on anything except matters concerning me. Second, regarding talent selection and disciple recruitment, you have more experience than I do. I will seriously consider your opinions. Third, regarding matters of spiritual roots, I have a wealth of successful experience. My foundational techniques are absolutely solid. You can rest assured on this point. Fourth, his personal strength is quite good. Although he hasn't fought anyone, he should be a bit stronger than that Wu family kid. Fifth, if everyone becomes part of the same sect in the future, then it's all the same regardless of who it is. There's no distinction between inner or outer clans. We're all family. Of course, if anything happens later, he will also lead by example. He'll absolutely be on the front lines, guaranteeing the safety of the entire sect's lives and property. In short, he has already made preliminary plans. The first stage is honing skills. The later stage is focusing on development and growth. If the plan goes smoothly, coupled with the long family support, they should be able to break free from the limitations of technology and cash flow in the shortest possible time, achieving positive GDP growth for the sect. After saying what he wanted to say, he looked at Long Shi with anticipation, asking what he thought of his plan. Looking at the bewildered Long Shi, he suddenly realized he was too excited and had inadvertently used a bunch of modern jargon. He was momentarily unsure if the other party had understood him. Long Shi felt that although there were some words he didn't quite understand, he grasped the general meaning. He pondered for a moment before asking, "I heard your highness already had disciples before entering the pavilion. Were they taken in during your tribulations in the mortal realm?" Yu didn't understand why he suddenly asked this, but still nodded, indicating that it was indeed the case. They had even saved him several times. Long Shi immediately followed up with, "Then for your highness, those disciples are..." Yu blurted out, "They are of course my brothers. Having gone through life and death together, what else could they be but brothers?" Long Shi was stunned for a moment, shocked by his answer. After a while, he slowly pulled the corners of his mouth into a particularly bright smile, saying, "Your highness is truly different from other celestial maidens." Yu didn't understand what he meant. Was this agreement or not? Long Shi resumed his polite and gentle demeanor, saying, "Many thanks, your highness. I have received your valuable teachings. However, this matter concerns the entire Long clan. I must return and discuss it with my ancestors and elders, and consider it carefully." Yu also understood that this wasn't something that could be decided immediately. He expressed his understanding and said he would await good news. Long Shi didn't stay long, exchanging a few polite words before rising to take his leave. Yu didn't try to keep him, and out of politeness, got up to see him to the door. With the mindset of seeing off a major shareholder, he politely told him to take care. Long Shi was extremely surprised by Yu seeing him off, thinking that this highness was indeed different. A more genuine smile appeared on Long Shi's face. He bowed again, thanking Yu for personally escorting him. Yu watched him leave, looking at his back, and couldn't help but sigh. This major shareholder is really polite. He bowed 4 times in just one meeting. He was just about to turn back into the hall when he heard a somewhat familiar, mocking voice from the side. "Stop looking. He won't choose you no matter how much you stare." He turned his head to see a figure standing by a stone pillar, seemingly having appeared there out of nowhere. He instantly recognized the newcomer. Wasn't it Ing Fan, that bristling little firecracker? Just because he has some money, he dares to poach his employees and undermine him. Does his boss think he's dead? He had instantly recognized the bristling firecracker, Ing Fan. Yu asked the newcomer, his face full of surprise, how he ended up here. After all, ever since that day he suddenly disappeared from the ruins, he hadn't reappeared, causing Yu to worry something had happened to him. Ing Fan glared at him unceremoniously and retorted, asking why he couldn't be here. He now appeared unrestrained and flamboyant. He declared that with the Celestial Maiden selection and the entire clans involved, such a big event, he naturally had to come and try his luck. Yu was simply curious. Wasn't his identity as a Sun family young master fake? How could he still claim to be from a prominent clan? Yu turned and quietly asked Lin Chi beside him if he truly came from a prominent clan. Lin Chi shook his head, indicating he wasn't sure. After all, there were so many prominent clans that came to Qing'an Pavilion. He hadn't met them all. He then said, "May I ask which clan this young master hails from?" Ing Fan didn't even spare Lin Chi a glance, saying to Yu bluntly, "You'll find out my identity sooner or later." He was just being kind enough to offer a reminder. The Long family is a lost cause. Lin Chi, upon hearing this, said with displeasure, "The Long family head hasn't made a decision yet. Young master, please don't jump to conclusions." Ing Fan seemed to find Lin Chi inexplicably irritating. He retorted, "How is it not a lost cause? Even if Long Shi has the intention, the other members of the Long clan will absolutely not agree." Yu certainly understood this reasoning. He had only just tried his best. without holding out much hope. Really, can't this guy speak properly? Ing Fan's upturned phoenix eyes were filled with charm, his whole being radiating seductive allure. His peerlessly handsome face drew closer and closer as he asked Yu, "Why not choose me? We're acquaintances after all. If you ask me, it's not impossible for me to help you save face." Yu glanced at him, watching his smirking face, and drawled out 3 words like this. After another look at his infuriating expression, he decisively extended a finger, poking him hard on the forehead and pushing his face back. He huffed, "No need to bother. I don't care about face." With that, he turned and walked back towards the heavenly hall without looking back. With Ing Fan's mischievous nature, he would be a fool to believe him. He walked and pondered. Where had Lin Feng and the others gone? How could they be missing all day? Ing Fan saw him turn and leave, his face darkening instantly. He followed, clearly displeased, and asked what that look just now had meant. Did he look down on him? He, Ing Fan, wasn't just anyone, someone who could be casually befriended. Yu pushed aside the agitated Ing Fan who was blocking his way, absent-mindedly saying, I know. He was busy looking for someone. Ing Fan's face reddened with anger at his dismissive attitude. He gritted his teeth, fuming. How dare you brush me off? Does the celestial maiden know who I am? Yu suddenly turned back and asked if he had seen Lin Feng and the others outside when he came in. Ing Fan was stunned by the question, then recalled something and said with a sneer, "So, you're only thinking of looking for them now? Did you really think that after choosing the Green Bamboo sect, they would tolerate his close association with people of such low birth?" Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Even Lin Chi's face darkened beside him. He asked, puzzled, "What do you mean? What happened to Lin Feng and the others?" Ing Fan's tone was laced with schadenfreude as he replied, "When I arrived, I saw them heading towards the mountain gate. It looks like they're leaving Chantian Pavilion. Why don't you guess who made them do this?" Looking at Ing Fan's smug expression, Yu didn't even want to acknowledge him. He closed his eyes and steadied himself. Perhaps due to his urgency to find them, he felt something release within him. His vision suddenly became exceptionally clear, and the entire Chantian Pavilion came into view. Within moments, he located Lin Feng and the others. They were indeed at the mountain gate, seemingly about to leave. All 3 looked dejected. There was also a haughty stranger with them. He looked familiar, like a steward from one of the noble families. Having found them, Yu vanished in the next second. Ing Fan saw him leave without a word, stamping his foot in frustration. Lu Qing, always straightforward, cautiously addressed the man in front of them. He wasn't trying to force his way to stay, but they wanted to inform Yu of their departure, fearing he would worry. The man responded curtly, "The celestial maiden is of such high status, not someone you can see whenever you please. The celestial maiden encountering you during her hardship was merely an accident. Remaining here any longer only tarnishes her reputation." Lu Qing lowered his head, disheartened. Yes, oh, that's how it is. The man urged, "All right, hurry up and leave. Even if I were to inform the celestial maiden, she wouldn't want to see you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu's voice rang out. He had never said any such thing. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Feng and the others immediately snapped out of their dejection and looked excitedly towards the newcomer. Yu felt his anger rising. The steward's words, each and every one, felt like a knife twisting in his gut. Struggling to contain his fury, he demanded, "Who are you? Why do you have to drive Lin Feng and the others away? What's wrong with being a commoner? What's wrong with being a commoner?" Since his transmigration, they had accompanied him, carefully protecting him. When faced with danger, they wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice their lives for him. They were his sworn brothers. This person, appearing out of nowhere, dared to drive them away? On what grounds? The steward was also surprised by Yu's sudden appearance. Startled, his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Covered in cold sweat, he stammered, "Your Highness, Celestial Maiden, this humble servant is the Ji family's steward." The Ji family was one of the 3 families he had chosen. He seemed to recall this man, standing behind the Ji family head. Yu became even more furious. Is this the Ji family's idea? The steward, as if remembering something, replied with feigned righteousness, "Celestial Maiden, Your Highness, this is the intention of all 3 family heads. They're only considering your well-being." Considering my well-being? So, I should thank them for their betrayal. Yu took a deep breath and turned to the person behind him. "Priest Lin, please summon the heads of the Ji, Jian, and Yu families." Lin Chi didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Lin Feng seemed to have guessed his intentions and spoke with concern. Yu glared back at them and for the first time snapped, "Shut up." With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng, the other 2, and the steward were instantly silenced. Yu declared that he didn't want to hear anyone speak and would return to the side hall first. He didn't utter another word along the way, seemingly suppressing his rage. When the three family heads arrived in a hurry, they saw Yu sitting above, his face dark, and four motionless figures standing frozen below like wooden stakes. Seeing Lin Feng and the others, the three heads instantly understood. Exchanging glances, the Yu family head spoke first. "May we know why the celestial maiden has summoned us?" Yu didn't bother with pleasantries. He pointed directly at the steward. According to him, they wanted to expel Lin Feng and the others from Chantian Pavilion, forbidding them from ever calling themselves disciples of this sect. After glancing at Lin Feng and the other two, the Ji family head acknowledged that the three chosen by the Celestial Maiden were of common birth, one especially so. Allowing such people to become part of the Qin clan would surely invite ridicule from other sections. "We are also considering the Celestial Maiden's reputation." Yu thought it was utterly ridiculous. Concerned about her reputation, this grand scheme is painted with quite a dazzling veneer. Are they planning to cultivate her so-called reputation by turning her into an ungrateful person? The three family heads were startled by her sudden anger. The Ji family head said with displeasure, "Celestial Maiden, since you have chosen us as the Qin clan, we must consider your future. A sect's reputation is of utmost importance. If you insist on keeping them, you will be mocked." The Yu family head, known for his ruthlessness, immediately added, "You come from Fan City, so you may not understand. Establishing a first-rate sect requires sacrifice. Must you be so upset over such a trivial matter?" Yu found it truly absurd. He was too eager to recruit partners to establish his sect. It seemed that finding partners not only depended on their strength, but, more importantly, their business philosophy. Once he figured this out, his anger dissipated completely. He smiled and admitted they were right. Establishing a sect was such an important matter. He should be more cautious. The Ji family head thought to himself, even the Celestial Maiden is still naive. A little intimidation, and she immediately backs down. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "It's good that the Celestial Maiden has reconsidered." Watching the Ji family head's upturned lips, Yu thought, as expected, people with different values cannot cooperate. He needed to make a clean break. He stated frankly, Boss Lin and the other two are his disciples, his brothers. If he couldn't even protect them, then what was the point of establishing a sect? The three family heads were incredulous. They hadn't expected him to actually give up on choosing them as the Qin clan. Their expressions changed, and their previous self-righteousness vanished, replaced by panic. They hadn't even officially become the Qin clan yet, and they were already trying to force out his brothers and undermine him. Did they think he was a pushover? Just because they had some money? He could walk away. He wouldn't tolerate this. He smiled at the three family heads and said, "Since our philosophies differ, let's part ways amicably." With that, he waved them away, indicating they were not welcome to stay. The three family heads had always believed they were the Celestial Maiden's best choice, hence their arrogance. But who knew this Celestial Maiden wouldn't play by the rules, turning on them over a few mere commoners. The Yu family head immediately clasped his hands and said, "Celestial Maiden, please calm down. Don't be impulsive. We didn't mean it that way. Everything is negotiable. If you are unwilling to expel them, you can still accept them as disciples later, after the sect is established." The Ji family head also hurriedly added, "Indeed, we were only thinking of the Celestial Maiden's reputation." Seeing their desperation and the disappearance of their earlier arrogance, Yu flatly refused, "No need. Ling Ji see our guests out." Seeing his unwavering stance, the three family heads became annoyed. The Ji family head scoffed, "Since the Celestial Maiden is so insistent, we won't bother being nice. We'll see how far your sect goes." With that, the three turned and stormed off. Hearing Yu call out for them to wait, the three paused, thinking he had changed his mind. But then they saw him point at the kneeling Ji family steward, telling them to take him with them. With a flick of his wrist, a powerful gust of wind swept through the hall. The four felt the world spin before they were thrown out. A modern woman attracting investors in the cultivation world. Others would welcome all comers. But she chose only one because she preferred quality over quantity. Just now, Yu waved his hand, creating a gust of wind that swept the four out. Now able to move, Lin Feng immediately knelt before Yu Yu. Ashamed, we have implicated the Celestial Maiden. We will forever remember your kindness in protecting us. But the matter of the Jin sect is of great importance. Please reconsider. Beside him, the kneeling Lu Qing also pleaded with him to reconsider. Yu Yu abruptly stood up, interrupting them. He walked down from his seat, crouched down, and looked directly into their eyes. Do you know why I want to establish a sect? The three were taken aback, exchanging glances. Lin Feng instinctively blurted out, because you're the Celestial Maiden. Yu Yu pressed further. Does a Celestial Maiden have to establish a sect? Who decreed that? The three were even more confused. Isn't that what all Celestial Maidens do? They thought. Yu Yu looked at them earnestly. That I don't care about the Celestial Maiden, sex, or cultivation. But I believe in you. I am willing to establish a sect, because I believe you have my best interests at heart, and I trust the path you have chosen for me. Lin Feng, Lu Qing, you are not a burden. You never were, you are not now, and you never will be. Don't talk about being a burden to him. If they weren't here, his presence would be meaningless. They aren't just ordinary people or artists, but his good brothers and family. They are more important than any sect resources. The three of them were stunned into silence, deeply moved. They felt waves of warmth surging from their hearts, making them feel lightheaded and their eyes ache. For a long time, they couldn't find the words to speak. Lu Qing couldn't help but burst into tears. Longxi's words made him want to cry. Actually, he didn't want to leave either. Longxi is so good. Who the hell would want to leave? The more he spoke, the more tears he shed, crying like a child. It was all those people who said that staying would make things difficult for Longxi. They just didn't want to hold him back. It's so good that Longxi doesn't dislike them. Ying Fan was also a little embarrassed at this point. They had misjudged the situation. From now on, as long as Longxi needs them, they will always be on his side. Lin Feng worriedly asked Longxi, after this incident, the Qing clan needs to be chosen again. He urged him to be at ease. This isn't a big problem. Besides, isn't there still the Yuan family? Mentioning the Yuan family, he suddenly remembered something. Why didn't the Yuan family intervene in this matter? Lin Shi, who was standing beside him, explained, Your Highness, you don't know. Compared to nebulous lineage, the Yuan family values the aptitude of their disciples more. Besides, Your Highness's disciples have already established their foundation as soon as their spiritual roots opened. This is a 1 in a million aptitude. Within 10 days, they are bound to become pillars of the immortal sections. How could they possibly be discarded? Longxi thought for a moment. High Priest Lin, would you please communicate with the Yuan family and see what they are really thinking? If they are the same as the other 3 families, let's clarify things early on. If not, then let's cooperate amicably. Lin Shi bowed deeply and respectfully replied yes. Longxi watched him turn to go and inform them. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt that Lin Shi's steps were particularly light and seemed to carry a hint of joy. 3 days later, Longxi heard the good news brought by the high priest and couldn't quite believe it. Seeing his expression, Lin Shi affirmed, Yes, Your Highness. The Yuan family ancestor said they support any of your decisions. Finally, the last family clan was secured. Longxi was very happy. He looked forward to meeting this wise ancestor of the Yuan family. He felt that the other party must be a very good person. Lin Shi compiled another large pile of family dossiers for him to choose from. Because the celestial selection ceremony was tomorrow, he needed to make a decision quickly so that it could be announced at the ceremony. Longxi pinched the thick stack of dossiers in his hand and paused for a long while. He had thought it over. He only wanted to choose the Yuan family as the Qing clan. Hearing this, Lin Shi anxiously advised, Your Highness, traditionally, the Celestial Maiden's Qing clan has at least 3 families. If you only choose the Yuan family, I'm afraid it will be difficult to establish the immortal sect in the future. Longxi pointed to the dossiers in his hand. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose, but these families didn't meet his requirements. These are either too small in scale, have too large a population, or are simply here to try their luck. Rather than randomly choosing a few families, I'd rather have less trouble. Better to have quality over quantity. Seeing that his mind was made up, Lin Shi didn't persuade him further. Indeed, even if the remaining families became part of the Qing clan, there would inevitably be a lot of trouble later on. Longxi looked around, but didn't see that figure in red. He asked, By the way, where's that hothead Sun Rong? These past few days, Sun Rong has been popping up here from time to time. Yi Xin, Shang Rong, Zuji Shangta, Zhua Qingju bent on making me choose his family as part of the Qing clan. It's strange that he's not here today. Lin Shi frowned and couldn't help but remind him, "Your Highness, this young Master Sun's origins are unknown. I've looked through all the family dossiers, and I don't know which family he comes from. Your Highness should be careful." Long Shi acknowledged his good intentions with a nod. Although Sun Rong didn't seem hostile towards him, his behavior was indeed strange. Early the next morning, the entire Chantian pavilion became lively. A high platform had been erected in the square, with incense burners and other items on it, looking like an altar. It should be used for worshipping the heavens later. Long Shi was invited to the main peak early. Looking at the dense crowd below, it seemed that all the families had arrived. He couldn't help but sigh. This celestial selection ceremony was truly grand. Long Shi arrived relatively early. Not long after, Wu Jia, the little celestial maiden, also arrived. She seemed to have been dragged out of bed, her face still sleepy, her steps unsteady. She opened her mouth as if to yawn. But when she saw Long Shi in front of her, her small mouth snapped shut. Trying to save face, she forcefully suppressed the yawn. The poor little face turned red, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. The little celestial maiden, Wu Jia, snorted and tossed her head, deliberately looking away from him. He immediately thought, this little girl is still so cute. He really wanted to rub her little head. Little girls are truly the cutest. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the high priest announced the official start of the celestial selection ceremony's sacrificial rites. What followed was a whole set of rituals for worshipping the heavens, both elaborate and solemn. Long Shi thought to himself that this ceremony was indeed grand, but he honestly found it quite boring. His bottom was getting sore from sitting. He glanced at the little girl beside him, who was drooling in her sleep. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, as the little girl suddenly woke up from her sweet dream. He straightened his back ramrod straight, as if refusing to give in. He deliberately let out a soft hum, gritting his teeth and fighting off sleepiness. Yu found him even more adorable and smiled brightly at him. The trial lasted for more than 2 hours before all the procedures were completed. Hearing Li Cheng's name mentioned, Yu let out a long sigh, thinking it was finally over. Then she heard the priest turn around and ask the 2 celestial maidens if they could announce their choices for the Qin clan. Before either could respond, Wu Yu jumped up from her chair and declared that she would go first. The priest stepped aside and bowed respectfully, saying, "Celestial maiden, please." Wu Yu, suddenly looking like a child who had just gotten a hold of candy, gave Yu Yu a smug look. Then she stepped forward and announced in a loud voice, "I have decided to choose the Qin family of Anqing, the Yang family of Xiangli, and the Tai family of Zhangchun as the Qin clan of Wu. From this day forward, we shall ascend together to the immortal realm and seek the great Tao." Among the crowd, the heads of the 3 families she named immediately stood up, kowtowed, and swore their allegiance to her. Wu Yu paused, then suddenly turned back to look at Yu Yu, her smug expression even more pronounced. As if eager to show off, she announced even louder, "Wu also chooses the Shi family of Yinza and Long Shi as Wu's first follower, bound by the oath of life and death." As soon as she finished speaking, a conflicted expression flashed across Long Shi's face, who was standing at the front of the line. Nevertheless, he stepped forward. He turned his head and glanced at Yu Yu with a hint of apology, leaving her bewildered. Asterisk, what does that mean? Why is he looking at me? Isn't this what everyone expected? Asterisk. Long Shi finally bowed towards Wu Yu. He responded, "I thank the celestial maiden for her grace." Long Shi vows to serve the celestial maiden as his master through life and death, unwavering. Wu Yu beamed, told him to rise, and then turned back to Yu Yu triumphantly. Asterisk, I made my choices. Your turn. Asterisk, seeing Wu Yu's eager and competitive expression, Yu Yu sighed and said, Asterisk, fine. I won't argue with a child. Asterisk. She stood up and announced, Wu chooses the Yuan family of Ani for the Qin clan. The Yuan family's patriarch, Yuan Wenyan, immediately beamed. Everyone waited, but she didn't name a second family. Even the high priest was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "Is that all?" "Just the Yuan family." Yu nodded seriously. Just the Yuan family. The high priest was speechless. He had never seen a celestial maiden choose a Qin clan so casually. Even the families below began to whisper amongst themselves. This woman transmigrated to the cultivation world to establish a sect. Asterisk, and she chooses an old man as her follower? Everyone else chooses handsome young men. Asterisk. Asterisk, what is she thinking? Does she like his wrinkles? Asterisk. Seeing Yu Yu's calm demeanor, The high priest realized she wasn't joking. He quickly urged her to reconsider. After all, the path to establishing a sect was fraught with difficulties. Yu listened to the high priest's advice, completely confused. Asterisk, isn't choosing the Yuan family as my Qing clan enough? Should I choose another follower then? Asterisk. The high priest broke out in a cold sweat. That wasn't what he meant at all. Yu turned to the oldest cultivator in the crowd, the one with the highest cultivation level, and sincerely asked, Patriarch Yuan, would you be willing to be my follower? The entire plaza fell silent. Not just the high priest, but even Patriarch Yuan himself seemed to doubt his ears. The whole plaza was in an uproar. Everyone stared at her in disbelief. Asterisk, what did we just hear? She wants to choose Patriarch Yuan as her follower? What is she thinking? Does she like his wrinkles? Asterisk, some speculated that perhaps Yu, having encountered Wu Yu, had simply given up. Even Wu Yu on the platform lost her smug expression. Her little face crumpled, and she suddenly looked like she regretted something. Lost in thought, she seemed to come to a decision. She abruptly stood up and walked over to Yu. Are you really going to choose Patriarch Yuan as your follower? After receiving an affirmative answer, she asked with a conflicted expression, do you want me to give you one of my handsome followers? Yu found Wu Yu even more endearing. Asterisk, does she think followers are like candy to be given away so casually? Can I really just pick one? Asterisk, Wu Yu pointed to the few Qing clan heads she had chosen below, becoming more and more convinced of her brilliant idea. They're much better looking than Patriarch Yuan. Suddenly remembering something, Wu Yu quickly added, except for Long Shi. He's not only the most handsome, but Grandpa, said the Long family. Before she could finish, a middle-aged man interrupted her, afraid of what she might say next. It was the Wu family head. He bowed and said, Celestial Maiden Yu, please don't misunderstand. Our Celestial Maiden is kind-hearted and thought that you might be unfamiliar with the selection process, hence her offer. He paused, then added haughtily, if you are unsure how to choose a Qing clan, the Wu family wouldn't mind enlightening your highness. Yu detected the thick sarcasm in the other party's words. Thinking this person was incredibly condescending, she directly refused, saying it wasn't necessary. The Yuan family was just fine. The Wu family head, however, seemed unable to comprehend her refusal and continued to insist, saying, Celestial Maiden Yu, you needn't be so polite. Although you come from Fan City, unlike Celestial Maiden Wu Yu, it's not like you have no opportunities. Yu felt that the Wu family head wasn't just condescending, he was also stirring up trouble. Looking at him, she asked with a smile, what's wrong with coming from Fan City? She explained that although she didn't have family support, every one of her sworn brothers genuinely cared for her, unlike the Wu family, who constantly proclaimed their devotion to Celestial Maiden Wu Yu. But how many decisions can she actually make for herself? The Wu family head immediately retorted, establishing a sect is a major undertaking. The Celestial Maiden is young and naturally can attend to every detail. Is it wrong to plan for her future? He then posed a rhetorical question to Ling Feng and the other two. What, on the other hand, can Celestial Maiden Yu Yu's so-called brothers do for her? Yu Yu turned to look at the three, who had just barely regained a bit of confidence, only to be struck down again by the Wu family head's words. She was furious inside, knowing they were definitely feeling like they had let her down and caused her to lose face. Because of her anger, her tone was harsh. She stated that they had always protected her and considered her well-being. They had already done their utmost. The Wu family head, thinking she was flying into a rage out of humiliation, asked even more smugly, then have they helped you choose the most qualified Qing clan? Yu thought, why couldn't this Wu family head understand? She had already said she didn't need the most qualified Qing clan. She only needed the most suitable one. The Wu family head seemed to gain energy the angrier she became. He advised her that sworn brotherhood couldn't put food on the table and warned her against lowering herself by associating with entertainers. He declared it absurd to break with her previously chosen Qing clan for the sake of a few commoners and entertainers. After hearing the Wu family head's words, the entire plaza erupted in an uproar once again. The crowd started murmuring amongst themselves. Yu Yu was so angry her teeth ached. He could insult her all he wanted, but how dare he insult her brothers, calling them commoners and entertainers? How much more noble was he? She roared enough. This time, Yu Yu was truly enraged. The two who had been gossiping the loudest immediately knelt down, begging her to calm down. The people below also chimed in, trying to appease her. They said she was a celestial maiden of noble status and mustn't ruin her future, urging her to reconsider. They were all doing it for her own good. Again, it was all for her own good, just like her parents. Always using the excuse of it being for her own good, they forced her to do what they considered the right thing. She had to deal with her parents' moral kidnapping in the real world, and now she had to endure it here too. The Wu family head, having applied sufficient pressure through public opinion, figured it was time for him to take the stage again. He told everyone to quiet down, saying Celestial Maiden Yu was still young and hadn't considered things thoroughly enough. He continued his condescending speech, suggesting, Celestial Maiden Yu, why not accept my good intentions and allow me to choose some more Qin clans for you? You might not be able to find another Qin clan as good as the Long family, but there are other decent families. Just as he finished speaking, a clear, melodious sound rang out, reaching everyone's ears. Who says she can't find a good Qin clan? Everyone looked up. A large bluish-green bird with long tail feathers suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by a beautiful, high-pitched cry. Someone recognized the giant bird as the sacred beast, Qingwan. A man in red stood atop the Qingwan. Could it be that someone from the Feng family of Wu Mountain has arrived? The one who can control the Qingwan. The newcomer possessed exceptional beauty and an unparalleled presence. This woman would rather choose an old man as a follower than the exceptionally handsome and unparalleled Feng family young master. Under everyone's gaze, the man in red calmly jumped from the Qingwan. With a flash, he landed beside Yu. He winked at Yu and said softly, "Don't worry, Yu, I'm here." Then, turning to face the Wu family head, he immediately switched to mockery mode. What's so great about the Long family? I don't even take them seriously. Only certain blind fools still consider the Long family a treasure. Long Shi looked up and asked, "Is that Feng Rong of the Feng family?" Feng Rong, no longer needing the honorific, turned to look down at Long Shi, his eyes narrowing. He opened his mouth and started spewing venom. Long Shi, I heard you're the most talented of the younger generation. How come you're still just a little golden core cultivator? Long Shi cupped his hands in response. My talent is shallow. Naturally, I cannot compare to young Master Feng's astonishing talent. Feng Rong, completely oblivious to the concept of saving face, continued his verbal assault. Indeed, quite shallow. Otherwise, why would you choose to serve child? As a member of a family that also inherited ancient bloodlines, Long Shi had heard of him and his difficult personality, but he hadn't expected him to be this difficult. Was this even something a decent person would say? Feng Rong shamelessly praised himself, declaring his excellent judgment. He then glanced at Yu and said, "Right, Celestial Maiden Yu?" Yu pulled Feng Rong aside, her face full of resentment. Lowering her voice, she asked him what he was doing here. Feng Rong rolled his eyes and said, "Of course I'm here representing Feng Jiaza. Obviously, I'm here to support him." Yu was about to say something more when the Wu family head finally reacted. A stiff smile plastered on his face. Young Master Feng is also here to choose a master. His eyes darted around before he clasped his hands and said, "Young Master Feng, choosing a master is a serious matter. If the family head isn't present, young Master Feng shouldn't make any rash decisions." Feng Rong turned around and looked Wu family head up and down with undisguised disdain. Then, like a firecracker, he unleashed a torrent of mockery. And how do you know he can't make the decision? Some stupid, venomous, and utterly hideous people can become family heads. Why can't he, the dignified young master of the ancient Feng family, make a decision? The Wu family head, never having been so insulted to his face, flushed crimson. "You impudent child, how dare you?" Before the Wu family head could finish, Feng Rong's face darkened. "Who are you talking about?" he asked. A powerful pressure instantly emanated from him. Before the Wu family head could react, his knees buckled and he was forced to the ground, unable to move. He felt as if his internal organs were about to explode. This was the pressure of a nascent Soul Stage 7 cultivator. The pressure didn't stop. Instead, it swept across the stage, about to slam into Wu Yu. Long Shi quickly stepped forward, pulling Wu Yu back and erecting a barrier to block the sweeping pressure. Yu realized that Feng Rong might be truly angry. Looking at those affected by the pressure, she hurried forward and tugged his arm, urging him to show some restraint. Feng Rong glared back at her, furious. I'm sticking up for him. Don't be ungrateful. Seeing him about to explode again, Yu quickly soothed him. Thank you so much for today. I would have been so angry with them otherwise. But please stop. The others are innocent. Feng Rong grew even angrier, thinking that she was clearly just placating him. Who's making a scene? Treating me like a child. He knew this wasn't the place for a tantrum, so he glared at Yu and withdrew the pressure with a disgruntled huff. The more Feng Rong thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He'd come to support this girl, and she wasn't even appreciating it. The high priest, seeing the Wu family head being helped up and the conflict escalating, quickly stepped in to mediate. Smiling, he asked, since both celestial maidens have chosen their followers, which of you would like to begin the Liqui ceremony first? Long she took a deep breath. Let them go first, he said. The high priest wiped his brow and quickly nodded. Celestial maiden Wu, please. Seeing only Wu Yu and Long, she left on the stage. A bewildered Yu nudged Feng Rong and whispered, What's Liqui? Feng Rong explained. Liqui is the ritual for forming a contract with a follower. The celestial maiden transfers a portion of their power to help the follower unlock their full potential. He looked at her, surprised. You didn't even know that? That's pretty weak. Yu was genuinely shocked. So there's a whole process for choosing a follower? I thought it was just like sending out a job offer. Feng Rong continued, and the stronger the celestial maiden, the greater the boost to the follower's cultivation. He paused, a glint in his eye. Long she only chose to serve the Wu family as a celestial maiden to revive the Long family. Someone thought they had a chance, but they were ruled out from the start. Yu thought he was being deliberately difficult. Besides, I never expected anything from the Long family. Feng Rong told her not to be discouraged. Even if Long Shi's cultivation increases, it's nothing to worry about. Once we perform Liqui, your follower's cultivation will definitely surpass Long Shi's. You cut him off. No need. I've already chosen someone. Feng Rong's eyes widened in disbelief that you've already chosen a follower. Yu calmly pointed to the white-haired elder in the distance, Yuan family's patriarch. Feng Rong looked as if she'd lost her mind. Pointing at the Yuan family patriarch, he asked, You chose an old man? Yu retorted, What's wrong with an old man? Everyone gets old eventually. Seeing Feng Rong about to argue, Yu told him to wait. The Liqui ceremony was starting on stage, and she wanted to observe and learn. She turned her attention to the stage. Wu Yu and Long, she stood in the center. Long Shi knelt down. Wu Yu placed a hand on Long Shi's forehead and recited an incantation. The spiritual energy around Wu Yu stirred, not a large amount, but it flowed like thin threads into Long Shi's body. Stimulated by the energy, Long Shi's own spiritual energy began to awaken. The scene resembled the passing of a cultivation core. Before Yu could process this, Wu Yu swayed, her small face covered in sweat, looking exhausted. Long Shi quickly supported the faltering Wu Yu. Thank you, celestial maiden, he said. He turned and had a clansman come up, helping Wu Yu down to rest. The clansman looked at him questioningly and asked, Clan head, where are you going? Long Shi looked up at the sky and said that his thunder sister would be arriving soon. Everyone froze and subconsciously looked up. Only then did they discover that the sky had suddenly begun to darken. Large swaths of dark clouds began to gather towards Chantian Pavilion. Faint flashes of lightning could be seen flickering within the cloud layers. Someone excitedly said, It really is Lei Jie. Just from Wu Yu's power alone, clan head Long, she has advanced. A whole major realm. Wu Yu's power is so strong. Others thought, it seems Shinza continent is about to have another top-tier sect. Looking at Yu, who was deep in thought, everyone's eyes held a hint of sympathy and pity. There were also those with malicious intent who thought, Wu Yu's Liqui ceremony was so spectacular. I wonder how this Yu will embarrass herself. Is that woman crazy? To compete, she's going to perform Liqui with an old man? She'd really rather choose a geezer with one foot in the grave than choose me, this exceptionally talented and handsome young master. Just then, Yu was completely lost in her own thoughts, entirely oblivious to everyone's reactions. She was considering which skill she should use for the Liqui ceremony. Soon, Long Shi's heavenly tribulation arrived as expected. The tribulation of breaking through to the Jiang realm was truly extraordinary. A full 81 deafening thunderbolt struck, Only after the last thunderbolt fell did the dark clouds in the sky begin to disperse. The surrounding spiritual energy began to surge madly into Long Shi's body. Yu looked closely and saw that the spiritual energy around Long Shi was more than 100 times denser than before, even more condensed than that of the Yuan family patriarch. He seemed completely revitalized, perhaps emboldened by Long Shi's successful tribulation. The Wu family head jumped out again, posturing. While his words were, "I've kept Celestial Maiden Yu waiting. It's time for your Liqui ceremony." His face held a gloating expression. Before Yu could respond, Feng Rong, like a protective hen, stood in front of her and retorted with a cold laugh. The Wu family head sure is concerned about other people's business. The Wu family head instinctively recoiled, claiming he was merely offering a kind reminder. Yu didn't waste any time and went directly to the Yuan family patriarch's side. Let's go together. Feng Rong, hearing this, forgot all about confronting the Wu family head, pointing at the bewildered Yuan family patriarch and asking Yu, "Are you really going to perform Liqui with this old man? You'd really rather choose this geezer with one foot in the grave than me." Seeing that he was about to explode again, Yu immediately soothed him. "Don't be silly," urging him to be polite to the Yuan family patriarch. She first pushed him back down onto his chair and then reasoned with him. This was already decided. "We can't just change it now." Feng Rong struggled several times, but couldn't get up, becoming even angrier. He told Yu not to be foolish. "How can this decrepit old man be of any help? Don't come crying to me when you embarrass yourself and get mocked later." Yu nodded, indicating that she understood all of this. Then she patted Feng Rong's head and said, "It's fine if seeing him feign indifference and say, 'Go ahead if you want to. I don't need anyone to worry about me.'" Yu thought to herself, "This little firecracker is quite easy to appease." After calming Feng Rong down, Yu led the Yuan family patriarch towards the stage. In no time, the two of them reached the center. The Yuan family patriarch knelt on one knee, awaiting the Liqui. Although Yu had just confirmed that the so-called Liqui was essentially the same as bestowing power, and she did possess such a skill, she had never used it before. What she was worried about now was how to activate the power-transferring skill. Looking at the pious elder before her, a strong sense of guilt welled up inside her. Taking several deep breaths and mentally preparing herself, she finally extended her hand. Biting her lip, she forced out the first word. Then, realizing she had no choice but to go through with it, she closed her eyes and shouted, "Wait right here. I'll go buy you some oranges." Everyone was taken aback, wondering what strange incantation this was. They had never heard of it before. The bewildered Yuan family patriarch inexplicably felt as if the entire Yuan clan had been taken advantage of. What was going on? The Yuan family patriarch was just about to say that he didn't want any oranges when he suddenly felt a tremendous power surge from Yu's palm. Like a tsunami, it instantly swept through his entire body. Although he felt no pain, he could clearly sense his muscles and bones being enveloped, dissolving and reforming inch by inch. His entire body was undergoing a complete transformation, becoming strangely unfamiliar. His spiritual energy dissipated completely, replaced by another unfamiliar energy. In less than 10 seconds, Yu had finished using her skill and withdrew her hand. Everyone's attention focused on the Yuan family patriarch, but he remained kneeling, seemingly unchanged. Some people even looked up at the sky, wondering if thunderclouds were gathering. However, there were none. They immediately felt that, as they had expected, Yu Tian's power was indeed much weaker than Wu Tian's. Seeing this, the Wu family head's eyes lit up, and he instantly became more arrogant. He directly started speaking sarcastically. Ancestor Yuan's cultivation seems to have stagnated. It seems Yu Tian's abilities are nothing more than this. Yu understood the meaning behind his words, but couldn't refute them. At this moment, a sudden bell chime instantly spread throughout the Xinzi continent. What sound? Where's that bell coming from? Although the volume wasn't very loud, the chime resonated within everyone's hearts. Incredibly shocking. They subconsciously looked around, only to discover that the sound was actually coming from the sky. Could this be a celestial phenomenon? Before the crowd could react, the bell chimed again and again. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, landing directly on the stage, enveloping Ancestor Yuan, who was still kneeling in the center. It was indeed a celestial phenomenon. Hundreds of birds sang, in unison. The next moment, Ancestor Yuan within the golden light seemed to be pulled upwards, slowly ascending. His figure seemed to be changing as well, but the golden light grew increasingly bright, making it impossible for everyone to see what was happening inside. At this point, Yu Yu was utterly bewildered. What was going on? The teacher she had chosen had been teleported away by golden light. He disappeared into the sky. The golden light instantly shattered, transforming into a shower of golden light that rained down upon Qingtian Pavilion. Not to mention the Wu family head's utter bewilderment. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded, unable to react. Ancestor Yuan had just ascended right before their eyes. The entire Xinzi continent, all the cultivators were stunned. Everyone looked toward a certain refined figure on the stage, thinking just how powerful is this Yu Tianth to be able to create such a miracle. Someone was the first to react, kneeling and bowing towards Yu Yu. Congratulations, Celestial Maiden, for enabling Ancestor Yuan to ascend. Seeing this, others also knelt and bowed. The square was instantly filled with a large swathe of kneeling people. The looks in their eyes were fervent. Everyone's eyes shone with excitement, chanting, "Congratulations, Celestial Maiden, for enabling Ancestor Yuan to ascend." Yu Yu still couldn't believe it, staring in the direction of Ancestor Yuan's ascension. Her personal teacher had just flown away. She was inwardly devastated. Her living textbook had actually flown away, the destroyer of her entrepreneurial dreams. Her excessive efforts had caused her encyclopedia to ascend. Her only investor was gone, just like that. Yu Yu felt extremely dejected. Ancestor Yuan had ascended, and her only investor was gone. She hadn't expected her entrepreneurial dream to be dashed so quickly. Just the thought of having to start from scratch made her heart ache. Feng Rong, seeing her looking like a wilted flower, asked incomprehendingly, "What's the big deal? Don't you usually not care, even if the sky falls?" Yu Yu looked at Feng Rong discontentedly, retorting, "I don't care if the sky falls. The problem is, the beautiful dream I just started has been shattered by my own hands. How can I not care? And there's also the matter of those family heads frantically requesting an audience. They can build their own families, but why do they have to start by congratulating me for enabling Ancestor Yuan to ascend? Isn't that just twisting the knife in my heart?" Repeatedly, seeing her completely deflated, Feng Rong wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Finally, he awkwardly said, "Don't be upset. Old man Yuan ascended, but I'm still here." After saying those words, Feng Rong was about to pat her shoulder in support, but inadvertently noticed the spiritual energy standing before Lin Qi. Yu Yu looked up and saw her dedicated customer service manager, Lin Qi, standing in front of the Yuan family members, looking at her with a smile. Yu Yu hurried over and asked, "High Priest Lin, why are you here?" She saw Lin Qi kneel and bow, saying, "Yuan family head, Lin Qi, leads the Yuan clan members to greet our Lord." As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of people behind him also knelt down, chanting, "Greetings, Lord." Yu Yu was stunned at first. After reacting, she looked at Lin Qi in surprise and asked, "High Priest Lin, are you a member of the Yuan family? But aren't you called Lin Qi?" Lin Qi smiled and explained that he was indeed a member of the Yuan family. It's just that there haven't been any noble daughters born in the Yuan family for this generation. So I took my mother's surname, Lin. Yu Yu expressed her understanding and quickly told him to get up, saying there was no need for such formalities. She asked why she hadn't heard him mention this before. Lin Qi explained that he had duties before and was afraid of influencing her judgment, so he hadn't reported it. He asked for her forgiveness. In truth, he hadn't held out much hope that the Celestial Maiden would choose the Yuan family, but unexpectedly, they were chosen. Yu Yu looked him over and noticed he wasn't wearing the Fengtian Pavilion priestly attire, casually asking why he had changed his clothes. Lin Qi bowed and replied, "Since the Yuan family has chosen a lord, as a member of the Yuan family, I naturally should follow my lord. I have resigned from my position as High Priest of Fengtian Pavilion and am here to await your command." Yu Yu was overjoyed, her eyes shining. "This is wonderful." Truthfully, she had long wanted to poach a talent like Lin Qi. He had delivered himself to her doorstep before she even had to try. She felt like she had won the lottery. The gloom of the past few days vanished. He happily patted the other person's shoulder, saying that since they were now part of the Qin clan, they were all brothers, sharing joys and sorrows together. Lin Qi was taken aback, still not used to his enthusiasm. He stepped aside and with a smile, invited him onto the Lin Zhou. Seeing him stride towards the Lin Zhou with light steps, Feng Rong, who was standing to the side, asked him discontentedly. That you guy, Lin Shi, is a member of the Yuan family. Are you really that happy? He nodded matter-of-factly, of course. Lin Shi is a talent, a high-end one at that. He organized so much information on the noble families in such a short time. His organizational skills are exceptional. Feng Rong's face darkened. He glared at him fiercely and snorted coldly, striding past him angrily onto the Lin Zhou. Yu wondered why he was bristling again. And so, the group left Feng Tian Pavilion on the Lin Zhou. After explaining the Yuan family situation, Lin Shi asked, I wonder what the Lord's plans are next. Yu replied that he needed to return to Shangyang first. He still had many brothers there. Incidentally, he would also plant the spiritual roots for the Yuan family brothers. As for the immortal sect establishment, he admitted, to be honest, this is my first time as a celestial maiden. I don't have any concrete plans yet. Lin Shi, do you know of any necessary procedures? Lin Shi pondered for a moment, then answered seriously, cultivation mainly relies on spiritual energy. If there's a place abundant in spiritual energy, cultivation will naturally be twice as effective. Therefore, the location of the immortal sect must be where a spiritual vein lies. Hearing this, Yu felt that spiritual veins must be difficult to find. Feng Rong cleared his throat and declared that since it was so difficult, he would reluctantly allow them to use Wu Mountain. He said haughtily, things like spiritual veins, the Feng family has no shortage of. A place with rich spiritual energy? The Feng family has plenty. Yu habitually rejected him instantly. Feng Rong immediately bristled upon hearing this. Yu, what do you mean? Anyone else can say anything, but why is it that whatever I say is wrong? Why do you always reject me? Yu felt a headache coming on. She hadn't treated him that way. The more Feng Rong thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He angrily declared, if it weren't for me pitying you during the celestial selection ceremony and having Feng Jia become your sworn ancestor, who would care about your messy affairs? Looking at the bristling Feng Rong, Yu could only try to appease him. All right, young Master Feng, calm down. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not the head of the Feng family. I can't just decide to join the Qin clan. I'm afraid my father would break my legs if I went back. Feng Rong blurted out, no one in the Feng family can touch me. A moment later, he realized that Yu hadn't believed he could make decisions for the Feng family. That's why she chose to follow him. Yu thought to herself, isn't that obvious? Long Shi, so young, capable, and mature, couldn't even make decisions for the Long family. He wasn't the head of the Feng family. How could a hot-headed young man like him make decisions for his family? Feng Rong abruptly stood up, his hands trembling with anger. You never believed a word I said. I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him with a bang. Yu thought, asterisk, this little firecracker has quite the temper. Better let him cool down. Asterisk, it wasn't the first time Feng Rong had thrown tantrum. She turned to Lin Shi, wanting to continue asking about spiritual veins. However, not even 5 seconds after storming out, Feng Rong returned, to everyone's astonishment. He dragged a stool over and placed it between Lin Shi and Yu, then sat down angrily. He glared at everyone and asked in a hostile tone, what are you looking at? Can I sit here? Yu looked at his face, which clearly screamed, I'm very angry, but I'm going to stay here anyway. She could only concede. Yu tried her best to ignore him and continued their sect preparation meeting. She asked Lin Shi, how do we find a spiritual vein? What does it look like? Lin Shi rested his chin on his hand, thinking about how to describe a spiritual vein, that it's formless and shapeless. However, in places with a spiritual vein, spiritual energy is constantly replenished. So if the spiritual energy is very dense, it usually indicates the presence of a spiritual vein. Hearing the words dense spiritual energy, Yu asked, how dense is that? How dense does it need to be to confirm a spiritual vein? Is there a specific standard? What if it's so dense it becomes liquid? Does that definitely mean there's a spiritual vein? Lin Shi hastily asked, is the Lord referring to a spiritual spring? Spiritual energy only condenses into a spiritual spring when it reaches its peak density. A spiritual vein capable of producing a spiritual spring is naturally the best. Yu smiled instantly that I think of a good place. It should meet the requirements. She had only promised him the enjoyment of cultivation, but she hadn't expected the effect to be so good. In an instant, the aggrieved crybaby transformed into a hard-working powerhouse. Just now, upon hearing Yu mention knowing a suitable place to establish the sect, Lin Shi hurriedly asked, "Where is this place?" Just as she was about to answer, Feng Rong, who was sulking beside them, suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at her in surprise and asked, "Are you thinking of establishing the sect in that ancient ruin on the grasslands?" Yu nodded without hesitation. She thought the place was good. Moreover, there was a spiritual spring there. She hurriedly asked Feng Rong if he could confirm whether there was a spiritual vein in that area. Feng Rong had an expression that finally acknowledged her brilliance. He confirmed that there was indeed a spiritual vein there, but the terrain was complex, and now that the ruins were gone, it might be difficult to find. Before he could finish, Yu pulled a round, bulging pouch from her side, indicating that this wasn't a problem. He hadn't expected this, and subconsciously asked what was inside the pouch. She casually replied that it was something she picked up on the road. Feng Rong sullenly realized he had been ignored again. Yu poked the pouch with her finger and called out, "Little monster, come out for a second. I need to discuss something with you." Everyone then heard a disgruntled voice from inside the pouch. Just 2 succinct words, "Go die." Yu wasn't having it. She directly turned the pouch upside down. With a thud, a white ball of flesh tumbled out and landed on the ground. Funze let out a pained cry and rolled on the ground. He scrambled to his feet, baring his teeth and angrily asking, "What do you want now, you big bully?" Hearing the words, "big bully," after more than a month, his fur still hadn't grown back. Funze's sore spot had been poked. Instantly, the entire beast felt terrible. Funze immediately hugged the pouch, grumbling that it was none of her business. It was all her fault. The more Funze thought about his missing fur and how he could no longer return to his former majestic appearance, the more aggrieved he felt. Hugging the pouch, he began to whimper. Yu gently stroked his head, promising that as long as he led her to the spiritual vein in the grassland ruins, after her sect was established, she would use a hair growth spell to help him grow all his fur back. Funze raised his tear-filled eyes and looked expectantly at Yu, asking if she was telling the truth. Yu nodded, saying of course it was true. She was a woman of her word. Funze instantly stopped crying and scrambled to his feet, his whole being filled with excitement. He immediately wanted to set off. Funze anxiously pawed the ground, complaining that they were flying too slowly, and prepared to personally take charge and fly them. The next moment, his entire body began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant beast, even larger than the Linzhou. He turned his head and bit onto the rope at the front of the Linzhou, then lunged forward. He pulled the Linzhou and flew forward at a tremendous speed. He was so fast that before anyone could react, the entire Linzhou was forced to accelerate several times, zipping through the clouds like lightning. If Lin Shi hadn't reacted quickly and activated the Linzhou's protective formation, everyone on board would have been thrown off. Yu thought to herself, was the lure of hair growth really that strong? With Funze's help, they reached Shangyang in 2 days. Then, they swiftly escorted Lin Qi to the Yuan family. Finally, he pulled Yu and her Shangyang companions towards the grassland ruins to search for the specific location of the spiritual vein. Almost the instant they returned to the flattened grassland, Funze immediately began to sniff around enthusiastically. He was giving it his all for his fur. Without needing any urging, he started diligently searching for the spiritual vein. With Funze's help, they spent less than 5 days figuring out the specific direction and scale of the entire spiritual vein. Just then, Yu heard Lin Feng report that the head of the Lin family had arrived. Upon seeing him, Lin Qi immediately led all the Yuan clan members to pay their respects. Yu hurriedly told them there was no need for such formalities and to rise quickly. She handed the compiled map of the spiritual vein's terrain to Lin Qi, asking him to return and gather the clan members so they could see the discovered spiritual vein. Lin Qi felt like he had been struck by a stroke of incredible luck. He hadn't expected such a rich spiritual vein to exist in this mortal realm. Generally, such places with concentrated spiritual energy would have long become a battleground among various immortal sects. Yu explained that there used to be a large ruin there, and it was likely the formation within the ruin that suppressed the loss of spiritual energy. But because of her meddling, the ruins Lin Chi finally understood. Perhaps it was the formation within the ruins that suppressed the spiritual energy leakage, which was why the spiritual vein hadn't been discovered by other immortal sections. Yu Yu hurriedly asked him if he had found the method for setting up the protective formation for the sect. Lin Chi quickly took out a large pile of materials. He explained that he had spent the past few days organizing cultivation manuals and secret texts, and had found several methods for setting up protective formations. Yu Yu thought to herself, he truly was talented and efficient. She quickly took the materials and opened them to look. Upon seeing the contents, her expression immediately changed. What was all this? The pages were covered in all sorts of diagrams with a bunch of incomprehensible text. Lin Chi also frowned, saying that the formation was extremely complex, and he had studied it for several days, but hadn't even grasped a tenth of it. He mentioned that the Huan Yu sect was skilled in formations, and if they could, before he could finish, Feng Rong leaned in for a look and then interjected dismissively a few 5-element spirit-guiding formations. Why ask for help from others? Yu Yu looked at him in surprise and asked, Feng Rong, you can understand this? Feng Rong's eyebrows shot up, a proud expression spreading across his face. He haughtily declared that he had a reason for his low cultivation level. How could he not see through such a basic spirit-gathering formation? I immediately praised him and smoothed his ruffled feathers. Feng Rong, you're the best. Truly amazing. So, explain what's drawn on this map. Feng Rong, smug like a cat with its tail held high, immediately put on airs, saying, "Want to know? Beg me." It was surprising that a golden immortal like him didn't know his own cultivation level. He set up the mountain protection formation in minutes. This could only be attributed to his innate divine power and natural talent. Seeing Feng Rong putting on airs, Yu Yu refused to indulge him. She stepped forward to take back the materials. Fine, don't tell me. I could just ask someone from the Huan Yu sect. Feng Rong immediately panicked when he heard she was going to ask others. Everyone knew the Feng family was related to him. If he had to ask outsiders about a mere formation, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? Was it so hard to ask him? Yu Yu was speechless when Feng Rong magnanimously said, Fine, I'll tell you. Why couldn't he have done that from the start? He just had to act all arrogant. The 5-element spirit-gathering formation is divided into 5 layers: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 formations are interdependent to ensure the continuous circulation of spiritual energy. You need to control 5 different types of spiritual energy simultaneously. Engraving the formation pattern can then draw the spiritual energy from the spiritual veins. A complete mountain protection formation has 2 layers. The inner layer gathers spirit energy to prevent it from dissipating from the sect, while the outer layer defends against external threats, protecting the disciples. It's a sect's last and strongest line of defense. It's said that the outer mountain protection formation of top sects, once activated, can withstand a combined attack from 3 nascent soul cultivators. Yu Yu listened attentively to his explanation, genuinely finding it complex. Hearing her say it was complex, Feng Rong said it wasn't actually that complicated. You just need to draw the formation pattern on the map using the 5-element spiritual energy, set up the spirit-gathering formation, and then set up a defensive formation on the outer layer. That's it. Yu Yu felt like she understood after his explanation. It sounded quite simple. She raised her hand, indicating she wanted to try. Feng Rong glanced at her, asking incredulously, "What are you doing? Don't tell me you want to try setting up the formation?" The mountain protection formation isn't a small one. It has to cover the entire sect. With your cultivation level, it's impossible. Before he finished speaking, Yu Yu raised her hand. The next moment, the sky above brightened dramatically. 5 enormous formations appeared, almost filling the entire sky. They not only enveloped the ruins below, but also the entire grassland. All their companions were stunned. However, no one had time to react. The next moment, the spiritual veins below seemed to be pulled, suddenly emitting a blinding white light. 5 differently colored pillars of spiritual energy shot up into the sky, converging towards the corresponding 5 elements formations in the air. Feng Rong and Lin Chi looked at her with worry. The ground shook violently. The entire grassland, as if grasped by a giant invisible hand, was slowly lifted upwards. Dust flew everywhere, and large chunks of earth and rock tumbled down. Perhaps due to geological reasons, the entire grassland began to split into hundreds of cracks of varying sizes. It continued to rise until it reached the clouds. The 5 pillars of light then transformed into countless fluorescent lights, scattering over the floating land, circling among the peaks, and cycling endlessly. Everyone, suddenly lifted into the sky, stared blankly at this scene. What has happened? Who were they? Where were they? Yu Yu then withdrew her hand and turned to look at the stunned Feng Rong, asking expectantly, "Is this how it's done?" Feng Rong felt a strange pang in his heart. Seeing him unresponsive, Yu Yu hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Is it incorrect? It's similar to Changtian Pavilion, just a bit bigger. I can change it if it's wrong." Looking at her eager expression, Feng Rong scanned her up and down, asking with a conflicted expression, what is your cultivation level?" Yu Yu shook her head. She genuinely didn't know her cultivation level. She hadn't used her skills much since arriving, and there was no standard to measure it. With so much happening, she had never considered this question. Hearing this, Feng Rong immediately demanded angrily, "How can you not know your own cultivation level? Are you brushing me off again? Am I that untrustworthy? Fine, don't tell me. I don't want to know." With that, he stormed off angrily. Seeing him lose his temper again, Yu Yu retorted, "If you don't want to know, then don't ask." Later, out of curiosity, she asked the Yuan family about her cultivation level, but no one could tell. Finally, she decided to let it go. Perhaps it was her innate divine power and natural talent. After resolving the issue of their territory, Yu Yu spent about half a month studying the cultivation techniques and manuals brought by the Yuan family. After finally gaining a general understanding of the cultivation system, he discovered a problem. The 7 cultivation systems of Danfu Town, alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, formation setting, beast taming, sword cultivation, and spell casting, were meant to complement each other. Spell casters mainly cultivated various spells, but were limited by their spiritual root attributes. Sometimes, when casting spells of other attributes, they needed the assistance of talismans. Talisman crafters, although proficient in using talismans to achieve various spells, and even able to draw talismans in mid-air at higher levels, still required the help of formation setters to create high-level weapons like enchanted fortresses. Sword cultivators, boasting the strongest combat power and claiming to only cultivate their sword, still needed medicinal pills to save their lives when injured. Otherwise, even the strongest would perish. Beast tamers, who raised spirit beasts, relied even more on pills for their beast advancement. Alchemists, on the other hand, were recognized as tech nerds, physically weak and easily overwhelmed in combat, requiring the protection of other cultivators in fights. He felt that each category was indispensable. Even if they had talented disciples, how could they learn without teachers? So, they weren't lacking talent now. They lacked teachers to guide that talent. Lin Shi calmly advised him not to worry too much. The foundational cultivation methods for Danfu Town's 7 systems were all available within the sect and weren't difficult to learn. Later cultivation depended on one's own comprehension. With cultivation methods, advancement wouldn't be a problem. Yu Yu hurriedly asked, "Don't other sects have teachers either?" Lin Shi replied, "That's not entirely true. It's just that unless chosen as a personal disciple by a high-level cultivator, they won't receive direct instruction." Yu Yu asked doubtfully, "Aren't there any open classes in the sect?" Lin Shi was taken aback and asked, "What are open classes?" "They're classes open to everyone in the sect, where anyone interested can listen. Or when teaching their own disciples, others can also sit in and learn some knowledge," Yu Yu explained. Lin Shi was shocked after hearing this. A master's cultivation method inheritance has always been strictly guarded. It's the cultivator's life's work. Unless there's a teacher-disciple relationship, it's rarely passed on. Yu Yu frowned immediately. She sternly told Lin Shi, "This kind of educational thinking is unacceptable. So many amazing cultures have been lost and broken due to this kind of narrow-minded thinking." Lin Shi was stunned by her words and was about to retort when a white, unidentified object, wagging its bare tail, rushed in excitedly while shouting, "Celestial Maiden!" No one expected that baldness would be a 3-realm cultivation problem and even cause his beast to run away from home. Just now, Funze excitedly reported to Yu Yu, "Celestial Maiden, Celestial Maiden, I moved all the wooden pillars to the main peak." Yu Yu stroked his head, acknowledging his recent efforts. The most diligent member of the sword sect was undoubtedly the once lazy Funze. He had been flying up and down, helping to clean Fufeng Peak, build the cinema, and working harder than many disciples. Funze added that he had also cleared the surrounding vegetation, purified the mountaintop spring, carried more than 300 people up Fufeng Peak, and even chased away 4 flocks of birds. After finishing, he asked expectantly, "Celestial maiden, when will my fur grow back?" Yu didn't know how to respond, and her hand stroking his head froze. Seeing her awkward smile, Funze's few remaining hairs stood on end. He angrily asked, "You're not going back on your word, are you?" Yu, seeing him bristling, quickly explained, "How could I? It's just a bit difficult, and I haven't found a way yet." Fenshavosh devastated. Pointing at the piles of books behind her, he questioned, "Didn't you read all those books? Didn't you promise to make my fur grow back?" Liar, you broke your promise. Yu really hadn't meant to deceive him. Who knew plans could change so quickly? Watching Funze fly away in tears, disappearing into the horizon in moments, Yu sighed. Had she raised a beast or a child? She decided to seek Feng Rong's help. After all, his cultivation level was high, and he should be able to help find the runaway Funze. Currently, the entire sect was busy building houses. Nothing important was happening. Besides, she was in the wrong this time. Funze's anger was understandable, but he was a high-level spirit beast, and she couldn't let him wander around outside unsupervised. At this moment, Feng Rong was criticizing everyone's poor taste in the ugly, crude signs they were making. Even the signboards they made lacked any depth. He couldn't stand it anymore and decided to do it himself. Extending a hand, spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips and landed on the sign. Looking at the sign after casting the spell, he nodded in satisfaction. It seemed he was still needed. He was admiring his handiwork when he suddenly heard Yu calling his name. It turned out she had angered Funze and was now seeking his help to find a beast. Hearing her request, Feng Rong first glared at her coldly, still speaking in his usual unfriendly manner. "Now you remember me? Weren't you distrusting me? Why are you looking for me now?" Yu hadn't realized he was still angry about her not telling him about her cultivation level. But she truly didn't know. Just as she was about to explain, he suddenly turned around and glared. "What are you still standing there for? If you don't hurry, you won't find him." All right. It seemed no explanation was needed. He would regulate himself. She watched as he waved his hand. He instantly conjured a translucent part and stepped onto it. Yu hurried to catch up, jumping onto his sword. She instinctively grabbed his waist, clutching his clothes. Feng Rong startled, reflexively dodging to the side. He couldn't avoid her hand, however, and her sudden movement caused her to fall forward, bumping into his chest. He froze, his entire body flushing as red as a tomato. He stammered, unable to speak. Yu, rubbing her forehead, backed away from his embrace, explaining that she couldn't fly yet and needed him to take her. How else could she chase the beast? He glared at Yu, flustered, and turned his head away. "You can use spells, can't you? Why can't you even fly? Hold on tight. I won't be responsible if you fall off." After saying this, he soared into the sky. Yu quickly reached out, gripping his robes tightly once more. She truly had never flown before, and her fear of heights prevented her from even looking back. Seemingly sensing her fear, Feng Rong glanced down at her. His initially swift flight slowed unconsciously. Subconsciously, he reached out, as if wanting to steady her. His hand opened and closed several times before finally moving behind her, loosely encircling her waist. Noticing her staring, Feng Rong, feeling self-conscious under her gaze, declared haughtily that he wasn't worried about her, but rather concerned about her damaging his sword if she fell. Looking at the tsundere, Yu played along, agreeing that his reasoning was sound. Unsure of how to respond further, she changed the subject. "Why promise something you can't do? Now look, that huge Gaoji beast is running loose. Let's see how he deals with the consequences." Yu had no idea that growing fur would be such a difficult problem. From the ancient texts she had read these past few days, she hadn't found a solution. Even the most skilled healers in the Yuan family concluded that Funze's condition was incurable. Seeing her frustration, Feng Rong said, "It's normal that you can't find it in those limited Yuan family texts. We can search together when that old man Feng Yu arrives." Yu was about to ask who this old man was, when Feng Rong announced that the spirit beast was below and told her to hold on tight as they descended. Seeing her close her eyes in fear, Feng Rong protectively guided her to a smooth landing. Beside a large, ancient tree with lush foliage, he told Yu that Funze's scent was nearby. There was a meter-wide hole at the base of the tree. 2 meters from the hole, Yu saw scattered feathers. Not far away lay a pathetically crying, plucked three-tailed demon beast. It was clear he had been dragged out of the tree hole. Looking around, Yu spotted a white, fluffy ball nestled inside the hole. Its head was buried inside, its rear end facing out, revealing only a bare tail. Well, the culprit was one of them. This modern, transmigrated woman, finally managing to start a business in the cultivation world, had someone show up, trash her place, and steal her merchandise. Just now, Yu looked at the squatting Fenzei and knocked on the tree trunk. Come out. I'm not angry anymore. It's my fault for not finding a way to make your fur grow back. But we can't rush it. We have to look slowly. Maybe one day it'll grow back on its own. Fenzei, however, declared that Yu was a liar and was trying to trick him again. He refused to let anyone see him without fur. He'd rather die than be laughed at. Yu crouched down and continued to comfort him. Demon beasts come in all shapes and sizes. The disciples all think you're naturally furless. Come out. No one will laugh at you. Fenzei insisted that the three-tailed bird beast had just laughed at him. Yu turned to look at the plucked, still whimpering little demon beast. Well, there was the motive. Feng Rong, growing impatient, said, "Why bother talking to him? Just drag him out." He then formed a hand seal. It was unclear what spell he cast, but with a bang, the entire tree exploded, instantly transforming into a shower of splinters. Revealed beneath was the small, angry monster. Fenzei glared at Feng Rong, hissing menacingly. His body rapidly grew larger as he lunged towards Feng Rong, shouting, "How dare you bully me? I'll bite you to death." Feng Rong's face turned cold, though. "You're welcome to try." Suddenly, something emanated from him, filling Fenzei with immense fear. His legs gave way, and he collapsed on the ground, his small body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yu hurried forward and patted Feng Rong's shoulder, urging him not to argue with the child. She then picked up the now smaller Fenzei and began speaking to him gently and soothingly once more. "Don't fuss, little monster. Even if you throw a tantrum, your fur won't grow back." Although he hasn't found a spell to regrow your fur, he's been looking for a solution these past few days. Fengzei glanced at Yu, then at Feng Rong, and shuddered again. After a moment, he weakly asked, "Really?" Yu nodded and took out a garment. This was specially made for Fengzei by Lin Qi. It's the same color as his fur. If he wears this, no one will know he's bald. If we can't conquer real hair loss, we still have plenty of wigs. Fengzei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Staring at the furry pet costume in her hand, he instantly became excited. "Did I ask this really for me? Do only I have one? No one else has one?" Having received the answers he wanted, Fengzei stopped hiding and immediately hopped over. He eagerly put on the exclusive pet costume. As soon as he finished, he immediately asked Yu, "Does it look good? Am I majestic?" Yu played along enthusiastically, saying, "Very majestic." She didn't forget to ask Feng Rong, right? But Feng Rong ignored him and let out a dissatisfied snort. Yu was completely bewildered. She had no idea what was wrong with this ancestor again. Feng Rong wouldn't tell her that he had gone through numerous trial and errors for an exclusive outfit himself. Yu sighed and helplessly addressed the sulking Feng Rong. "Everyone, let's go back now." Just then, the ground shook and a loud rumble came from the distance. She lost her footing and almost twisted her ankle. Luckily, Feng Rong reacted quickly and caught her. Yu was startled and quickly asked, "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" Feng Rong looked at the distant sky, his expression changing. This is the aftershock of the 5 elements formation collapsing. Something might have happened at the sect. In the next moment, Feng Rong had already summoned his sword and, carrying Yu, sped towards the sect. At their newly established sect, the Chongfu Peaks, which had been neatly floating in the sky, now had a collapsed section on the right side. The originally majestic dozen or so peaks now had a large gap, reduced to a pile of rubble. The Chong disciples, who had been busy building the sect, were now all gathered on the top of the largest peak. In front of everyone, several Taoist priests in blue robes from the Xianmen sect were looking at them with mockery. Lin Qi stood at the forefront, with Lin Feng and Yin Fan and other resident cultivators standing behind him, looking angrily at the intruders. Lin Qi demanded, "You dare trespass on my sect, the Lin clan? Aren't you afraid of being questioned by the other Xianmen sects of Xianze?" Wang Su, the Yuan Ing stage elder of the Li Guang sect, stroked his beard sarcastically. The highest cultivator in the Xian sect is only at the golden core stage. Yet you dare to call yourself a Xiamen sect? Didn't you say you have a celestial maiden? Bring her out and let us meet her. Hearing the disrespect in his tone towards the celestial maiden, Lin Qi retorted, the celestial maiden is so noble. How could she be seen by the likes of you whenever you please? Elder Wang, Su sneered, that a small sect like yours deserves a celestial maiden? Hand over the spiritual vein and get out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Lin Qi replied fearlessly, the spiritual vein was originally unclaimed. How can we hand it over? Does the Li Guang sect, which claims to be a righteous sect, intend to steal it? Ao de wan su, en they, yao in soleng. He was in no mood to continue arguing with Lin Qi. Go. Golden Core cultivators attack the Lin Guang sect. You'll hand over the spiritual vein today, whether you like it or not. With that, countless flying swords shot towards Lin Qi and the others. Just because you're an elder, you think you're so great? Destroying our sect and trying to steal our spiritual vein. Then let's settle this with strength. We'll talk after we win. Just as countless sword lights work ing towards them, Lin Qi quickly mobilized his spiritual energy and cast a defensive formation. But he had just recently formed his core, so he wasn't familiar with the techniques. Coupled with the need to protect the many disciples behind him, he could only barely block the first attack. Yu, already anxious, sensed through the divine stone that Lin Qi was about to collapse, and became even more worried. She urged Feng Rong to hurry up while thinking about what other skills she could use to attack. A flash of inspiration struck her, and she suddenly thought of a skill. She happily decided to use that one. The Li Guang sect members saw a mere golden core cultivator resisting, and their elders also started to attack. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky. Seeing them about to hit everyone, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and rushed out, blocking one of the attacks. But the fireballs were too fast. The flames were about to engulf everyone. In the next moment, a golden light flashed. All the attacks dissipated, and even the large flames were instantly extinguished. Something had deflected the attacks back towards their source, instantly sending the attackers flying. Looking at the Li Guang sect members sprawled on the ground, Lin Qi was stunned for a moment. Seeing Yu and Feng Rong descend from the sky, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even the other disciples relaxed. It was as if Yu had instantly regained her composure. She first glanced at the disciples and asked if they were all right. Hearing Lin Feng say that everyone was fine, she finally relaxed. Yu was now somewhat annoyed. She had been gone for less than an hour, and someone had already come looking for trouble. Her face darkened. She asked who they were and why they had come to provoke them for no reason. Wang Su stared at Yu in disbelief. Why would a celestial maiden come here? He clasped his hands together nervously and bowed. Greetings, your ladyship. We were unaware that a celestial maiden graced this place with her presence. May I ask which celestial maiden you are? Yu frowned, but still gave her name. Wang Su was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened in shock as he realized something. What? You're the new celestial maiden who helped the Yuan family's ancestor ascend a few days ago. Yu nodded in confirmation. Wang Su's face instantly darkened. Rumor has it that the celestial maiden, with her power, helped the nearly expired ancestor of the Yuan family ascend. This person before me, besides her appearance and attire, shows no sign of exceptional ability. It seems that either the rumors are exaggerated or this celestial maiden is lying. Besides, the top-grade spiritual vein belongs to... Regardless of whether she is the Yu celestial maiden or not, the Li Guang sect will have it. He cupped his hands and said, I am Elder Wang Su of the Li Guang sect Sword Peak. This area is within the Li Guang sect's territory. Your ladyship's presence here truly honors the Li Guang sect. However, your ladyship privately taking the Li Guang sect's spiritual vein puts me in a difficult position. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng couldn't help but retort, that's complete nonsense. This land's spiritual energy belongs to the Shangyang Lin family. How did it become the Li Guang sect's territory? Wan Su's not gonli keeps pouting nonsense. What does a small foundation establishment cultivator understand? The Li Guang sect is the closest sect to this spiritual vein. Naturally, it belongs to our sect. He then turned to Yu and said, Your ladyship is new to the immortal sex and doesn't understand many rules. Don't leave yourself with a reputation for stealing another sex spiritual vein. Lin Feng, seeing that these people were clearly here to forcibly seize the vein, was about to argue further in anger, but Yu Yu stopped him with a hand, signaling him to calm down. Yu Yu tossed the little monster perched on her shoulder into Lin Feng's arms. Looking at the shameless expression on Wang Su's face, she took a deep breath, rolled up her sleeves, and asked loudly, "All right, you just want to steal it, right? Why make so many excuses? Do you want to fight? Let's go." Wang Su didn't expect her to be so direct. Although Yu Yu was a celestial maiden, he couldn't sense her cultivation level. He figured she was a fraud. Let's test her, he thought. He said, "Since the celestial maiden is so straightforward, I have no choice but to offend." His movements, however, were not slow at all. He quickly formed hand seals. The surrounding spiritual energy surged. A large swathe of fire erupted from the formation, quickly transforming into a fire dragon that lunged towards Yu Yu. It was clear that Wang Su was holding nothing back. Feng Rong quickly strengthened the defensive formation, hoping to block the attack. Yu Yu, however, remained calm. Channeling her energy, she attempted the defensive technique she had read about in those cultivation manuals. She hadn't studied them for nothing. In the next moment, a transparent barrier emanated from her, bypassing Feng Rong's protective formation. With a speed faster than the incoming attack, the barrier collided with the descending fire dragon. Everyone heard a boom, and the fearsome fire dragon, imbued with the full force of a Yuan-ing cultivator's attack, shattered like porcelain. Wang Su was stunned. He couldn't understand how a celestial maiden with almost no visible spiritual energy could so easily break his full-powered attack. Could the legends be true? Was the celestial maiden truly all-powerful? Was he just a frog in a well? Yu Yu smoothed her hair and said disdainfully, "I thought you were so powerful. Turns out it's nothing much." Looking at the small sparks that rained down like fireworks, she added haughtily, "Seems like Yuaning cultivators aren't that impressive after all." Feng Zhe had been carefully preening his special pet costume. When the small sparks landed on his clothes, a sizzling sound filled the air, followed by the smell of burning. He stared at the scorched holes that had appeared on his pristine white coat. His fluffy coat. It had been ruined by these unreasonable people. How hateful. Absolutely hateful. Rage caused him to grow in size again. He roared, "Pay for my fluffy coat," and furiously lunged at Wang Su and the others. The Chinese mythical beast, Feng Zhe, goes berserk, revealing the mystery of the fallen celestial maiden. With a sizzling sound, Feng Zhe saw scorched holes appear on his pristine white fluffy coat. He even smelled burning. This was his treasure. It had been ruined just like that. In the next second, everyone heard a furious roar echo through the clouds. Xiao Guangxiu stared in disbelief at the mountainous, enormous tentacle before him. An overwhelming pressure, like a tsunami, pressed down on them. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of spiritual beast this was. Its pressure was comparable to a nascent soul expert. Before he could react, he felt the world spin, and then he was swept up by the beast's brown fur. His defenses were instantly shattered, and his body sizzled from the heat. Feng Zhe, still in a rage, lashed out with his tentacle-like fur, ensnaring the others who had come with Wang Su. He vented his fury by smashing them around wildly. While thrashing about, he let out heart-wrenching cries. It was hard to tell if he was crying or enraged. Only by listening carefully could one make out his broken words. "Ruined, my fur. So pretty, so fluffy, my precious." Seeing this, Yu Yu immediately declared, "Truly worthy of my little monster. Good job. Keep it up." Everyone watched as Feng Zhe's rage intensified. They had initially applauded, but gradually they began to think that while the beating was satisfying, if he continued, the entire floating peak would collapse. "That's enough. Let it go," they said. To prevent the surrounding floating peaks from being affected, Zuyu eventually stepped forward and stopped Feng Zhe's rampage. It wasn't out of sympathy for the cultivators who were about to be flung to their deaths, but because Feng Zhe's indiscriminate attacks would shatter the floating peak if he continued. He promised to make Feng Zhe 2 more identical fur coats, and finally managed to calm the rampaging little monster down. Upon receiving this promise, Feng Zhe imagined having 2 fur coats to wear in rotation, and his beastly heart was instantly filled with joy. He then tossed the cultivators out of his fur and willingly crawled back into Yu Yu's pouch. Looking at the cultivators lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, Yu Yu sighed helplessly and asked Feng Rong, Do you have any way to wake Wang Su up without healing him? Feng Rong, upon hearing this, immediately responded with his usual teasing manner, saying that all she had to do was ask. He then jokingly asked Lin Shi if he had any good ideas. Before he could finish, Feng Rong loudly declared that he had a way and that other people's techniques couldn't compare to his. Yu Yu was looking down on him, he claimed, so he would prove himself to everyone. Seeing his behavior, Yu Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Just a little provocation, and you're all puffed up, she thought. Without hesitation, Feng Rong cast his spell on the 5 men on the ground. After a short while, he proudly declared, "Done. Easy peasy. Wasn't even worth my time." Yu Yu simply watched his performance, too lazy to call him out. Just then, Wang Su's voice reached her ears, indicating that he had awakened. Yu Yu immediately went to attend to the main matter. She approached Wang Su, bent down, and asked, "Since Elder Wang is awake, let's talk." Wang Su, his voice weak, asked, "How does the Celestial Maiden intend to deal with us?" He couldn't believe that such a newly established, weak sect would possess a spiritual beast comparable to a nascent soul expert. He considered it a miracle to have survived. To his surprise and relief, he heard the Celestial Maiden say that she would send them back so they could explain the situation properly. Matters that could be resolved peacefully shouldn't escalate into conflict. Her words were like music to his ears. Seeing his disbelief, Yu Yu nodded. Zhengqi Ridge is a truly reputable sect, not some villainous band of thieves. Certainly not like those other hypocrites who call themselves reputable. Wang Su stiffened, feeling a subtle jab in her words, but he couldn't help but reply respectfully, "Thank you, Celestial Maiden, for sparing our lives." Yu Yu stopped him from thanking her prematurely. "Going back is fine, but considering the property damage you've caused to our sect, the psychological trauma inflicted upon our disciples, and the resulting lost work hours, the cost of spell restoration, and the floating peak repair fees, we will calculate everything and bill you accordingly." Wang Su stared at the bill in a daze, asking incredulously, "There's even a bill for this?" Yu Yu rolled her eyes out, "Of course. You think you don't have to pay for the things you broke? Don't even think about skipping out on a single penny. We'll settle the account with your Celestial Maiden." Unexpectedly, Wang Su spoke weakly, "Celestial Maiden, but our sect no longer has a Celestial Maiden." He immediately covered his mouth, realizing he had let something slip. Lin Shi overheard him mention the absence of a Celestial Maiden and frowned. He asked in a deep voice, "I distinctly remember that the Ni Guang sect Celestial Maiden lineage has existed for centuries. Why do you now say there is none?" Wang Su's face paled. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, he deflated. Finally, he confessed, "Our master's lifespan ended several decades ago. She has already ascended back to the heavens." He continued, "Therefore, most of the sect's disciples have dispersed. The highest cultivation among us is only at the Yuaning stage, held by myself and another elder." Yu Yu was stunned. No Celestial Maiden meant no one to hold accountable. What should she do? At that moment, Lin Shi's eyes lit up. He turned to Yu Yu and said, "I am willing to go and discuss this matter with the Ni Guang sect." Yu Yu, puzzled by Lin Shi's apparent excitement, could only nod in agreement. "It's just a negotiation," she thought. "Why does he seem so eager? Lin Shi always thinks of him, so he must have his own roasted lamb." So she called Feng Zhe little monster. Feng Zhe looked at her expectantly and asked if everything was taken care of and if she could make him a fur coat now. Yu Yu gently stroked his head and said, "Of course, but before the clothes are ready, could you accompany Lin Shi and the others to the Ni Guang sect? The person making your clothes is Lin Feng's mother. Protect Lin Feng, and she'll make sure yours is both imposing and stylish." Feng Zhe readily agreed this time. He, who started from nothing and was worried about poverty, actually attracted the head of the Feng family and his followers, bringing abundant resources. Lin Tai respectfully came to report. Yu Yu watched the disciples bustling around, cleaning building houses, digging caves, and busily working like ants, planting. Yu Yu felt a pang of guilt. She had started from nothing and was broke, and the incident with Wang Su and the others had made things even worse. She sighed and wanted to lower the budget, asked Feng Rong, "Do you think we could skip the soulwood for the main hall? Using ordinary wood would look nice too." At the same time, she thought to herself that the main reason was that soulwood was not only expensive but also hard to find, while ordinary wood was everywhere. Feng Rong rolled his eyes after hearing this and pointed towards the main hall. You might as well build a thatched hut then. The soulwood in the hall is used to stabilize the connection between the spirit peaks, making it convenient for later without needing a teleportation array. How could ordinary wood work? She understood the reasoning, but soulwood was so expensive and the budget for building a hall was simply insufficient. Noticing her dejection, Feng Rong glanced at her and said, "Don't worry, the money problem will be solved soon." Yu Yu was stunned. Just as she was about to ask him how he planned to solve the funding problem, a disciple hurried over to report, "Venerable One, a large group of people have arrived at the foot of the mountain, saying they want to pay their respects." Her first reaction was, "Aren't they here to cause trouble again?" Hearing this, Feng Rong's smile grew even wider. He simply said, "Let's go and see, then we'll know." Yu Yu looked at Feng Rong with suspicion and asked, "Why are you so eager?" Feng Rong didn't answer her, but directly flew with her towards the summit. He seemed rather impatient. From afar, she saw a group of people standing at the foot of the mountain. Looking closely, there were about several dozen of them, and each one was surrounded by spiritual energy, clearly cultivators. The middle-aged man leading them had even denser spiritual energy than Wang Su, suggesting he was at least at the Yuaning stage. She thought it best to be cautious. The middle-aged man glanced at Feng Rong beside her and then respectfully knelt down with his people, saying, "Feng Yu, head of the Feng family of Wu Mountain, and Feng Rong, greet celestial maiden Yu Yu." Surprised that it was the head of the Feng family, Yu Yu abruptly turned to look at Feng Rong. She didn't have time to see Feng Rong's slightly smug expression before she hurried forward to help them up, politely saying, "Patriarch Feng, please rise. May I ask what brings you here today?" Feng Rong smugly said from behind her, "You didn't believe I could speak for the Feng family, so I brought the patriarch here." Yu Yu gave him a sideways glance, thinking, "This child, why is he so inconsiderate?" She then turned to Patriarch Feng with a smile and said, "This is too much trouble, Patriarch Feng. You don't have to go to such lengths. You didn't even participate in the Celestial Maiden selection at the Heavenly Pavilion, so you're under no obligation." Before Patriarch Feng could reply, Feng Rong bristled. He angrily blurted out, "What do you mean? No obligation? Why not? How is it an obligation? I chose you, which means you're worthy. It's not an obligation at all." After his outburst, he turned and glared at Feng Yu. "Isn't that right, father?" Feng Yu immediately and firmly replied, "Venerable One, it's not an obligation, not at all. The Feng family sincerely wishes to join the immortal sect. Rest assured, Venerable One, although the Feng family hasn't had much contact with the immortal sect in the past, we are not treacherous." After speaking, as if to prove something, he nodded toward the young man behind him. The young man immediately took out a storage bag and stepped forward. He respectfully bowed to Yu Yu before saying, "Venerable One, hearing that the immortal sect is lacking some necessities, the Feng family has been gathering these supplies for the past 10 days. We apologize for the delay in delivering them." Yu Yu, seeing that he looked a lot like Feng Rong, thought, "Do all descendants with ancient bloodlines look this good?" After this thought, she made a grabbing gesture. The storage bag in the young man's hand flashed, and dozens of beams of light shot out. The next moment, the entire foot of the mountain was filled with building materials. Lumber, stone, and other materials piled up into small mountains, all faintly emitting spiritual energy. It was the soul wood that had been causing her so much stress. This sudden windfall left Yu Yu a little dazed. The young man continued respectfully, "Please forgive us, Venerable One. Time was short, so we could only gather this much for now. The rest will be delivered in batches later." Yu Yu was stunned. She stared blankly at the mountain of supplies, then at Feng Rong, who seemed completely unfazed. She suddenly felt a little envious. This was practically 800 pounds of fatherly love. The Feng family's way of raising sons is way too extravagant, so wasteful, but he liked it. This isn't what a Feng family patriarch should be like. In his eyes, this was practically a partner in squandering money. Seeing him speechless for a long time, Feng Yu couldn't help but ask, "The materials are simple, Lord. Do you think they'll suffice?" Yu Yu quickly and enthusiastically greeted him. Patriarch Feng, your journey must have been tiring. Why don't you go to the main peak and rest first? The young man hurriedly spoke up. There's no need to be so polite, Lord. Sect matters are important. It's better to deliver the materials first. I've brought some clansmen who are quite knowledgeable about constructing the immortal Feather Spear Hall. Perhaps they can be of assistance. He even brought his own architectural designers. He was even more satisfied with the Feng family as a partner. He quickly replied, excellent. Then I'll have to trouble everyone. Then he casually asked the young man his name. Before the young man could introduce himself, Feng Rongxian, who was standing to the side, stepped forward and interrupted the introduction. That's my younger brother. His name is Feng Qi. After saying that, he put his arm around the young man's shoulder in a brotherly manner and patted him hard a few times. The young man's previously gentle smile seemed to falter, and his expression changed. He twitched the corner of his mouth and stiffly said, yes, his name is Feng Qi. Yu Yu felt no matter how she looked at it, the relationship between the two brothers didn't seem very good. Time passed quickly, and soon it was late at night. A pot of wine and several wine cups were placed by the windowsill. At this moment, Feng Rong was leaning lazily against the windowsill, casually playing with the wine cup in his hand. Feng Yu respectfully knelt before him and asked, Lord, I have brought the spirit materials as you instructed, but there is one thing I don't understand. Feng Rong didn't even look at him and uttered two words indifferently, speak freely. Feng Yu then spoke with a troubled expression. With the Lord present, it shouldn't be difficult for the Feng family to awaken their bloodline power. Why go through the trouble of choosing a celestial maiden? Moreover, forgive my poor eyesight, but I haven't seen anything outstanding about the celestial maiden. After hearing this, Feng Rong chuckled softly and finally turned to look at him. Then he asked rhetorically, the celestial maiden has no outstanding qualities? With her first use of her power, she allowed a Yuan Ing cultivator nearing the end of their lifespan to directly ascend. What do you say is outstanding about her? Feng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The rumors are actually true. Feng Rong told him that he didn't need to know all the reasons and just needed to follow orders. Then he put down his wine cup and walked towards the door. He suddenly stopped as if he had thought of something and added, oh, right? Since he hasn't officially been named yet, from now on, he will be Feng Rong. Feng Qi, your son, will be called Feng Qi. He will be his younger brother on the surface. Remember that. Feng Yu's entire body stiffened, and his expression became even more troubled. In the end, he bowed his head stiffly. Disciple demands compensation, but returns with a dozen large spirit boats and more than 10 storage bags, as if they had completely ransacked the place. And the disciples still felt the compensation wasn't enough. Looking at the increasing number of books in the sect, Yu Yu felt happy just touching and looking at them. These were all treasures. Just as she was preparing to take a good look at these books, she suddenly heard someone calling for her outside. Lord. Hearing the familiar voice, she immediately ran to the door and asked the newcomer with a smile, you're back. It took them a full 5 or 6 days to go to the Ni Guang sect. If it weren't for the daily messages through communication talismans assuring her of their safety, she would have thought something had happened to them. They had left on one small spirit boat, but returned towing a dozen large ones. Yu Yu was stunned. Before she could ask what had happened, Lin Feng shoved more than 10 storage bags into her hands and solemnly reported, Lord, we have carried out your orders. She was completely dumbfounded. Hadn't they gone to demand compensation? Why did it seem like they had gone to rob the place? Lin Shi explained in a serious tone, this is the compensation given by the Ni Guang sect. After all, they're only a third-rate sect. They could only gather this much. Yu Yu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Only gather this much? You practically emptied the Ni Guang sect. These storage bags and spirit boats. There are too many. Lin Shi asked doubtfully. Too many? But they even went to the sect themselves. Didn't you mean for them to go and confiscate everything? I didn't tell them to annex their territory and demand reparations, nor confiscate their spirit veins. It's their generosity that they only offered this much. Yu Yu looked at the two of them speechlessly, and then explained, I told them to go to the Ni Guang sect for compensation. After all, it's normal to compensate for damaged items. Could it be you thought I was telling you to cause trouble and plunder their assets? Lin Shi asked innocently, wasn't that the case? Yu Yu immediately felt embarrassed and could only mutter, the concepts of the two worlds are so different. The disparity in understanding had led to a completely different outcome. She didn't know if it was still possible to return everything. She really had only intended to ask for compensation for the broken items. Normally, it would be the original price or at most double. Lin Shi hurriedly consoled her, Lord, don't worry. The Ni Guang sect's collapse is only a matter of time. Moreover, Wang Su's cultivation has regressed, and the other Yuaning elder has already left the sect. Their disciples have scattered. The Ni Guang sect no longer exists. Hearing this, Yu knew it was too late. While silently chanting apologies in her heart, she quickly put away the storage bags. At this moment, the Feng family had arrived, his face full of anticipation, and inquired, Your esteemed sect's gate is erected. May I ask what characters you wish to inscribe upon it? Our sect's name. He trailed off, realizing belatedly that he hadn't yet named the sect. Perhaps we should all discuss it together now. Feng Yu inwardly thought, Asterisk, can this be any more casual? The sect's almost built, and we haven't even decided on a name. Asterisk. He considered that choosing a name was a significant matter, so he hurriedly called Ling Qi, Lin Feng, and the others back. However, he wasn't good at naming things. The only company names he knew were Tencent and Alibaba. Ling Qi pondered for a moment that I think that Tencent symbolizes longevity and ascension, while Sun implies swiftness and accessibility. It's a good name. As soon as he finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement, unanimously approved. Yu Yu thought to herself, Asterisk, do you even know how expensive the copyright for the name Tencent is? And you're just casually approving it. Asterisk. He laughed heartily and repeatedly shook his head, and oh no, this name won't do. We can't use Tencent. Let's think of something else. The others were stunned. Although they didn't understand why, they didn't object. They continued to rack their brains. Suddenly, Feng Rong spoke up, that what's so hard about this? The path of cultivation is to defy the heavens and strive against fate. Why not just call it Heaven Strife? Feng Yu was the first to express his support, nodding vigorously and praising the name Heaven Strife as excellent. Lin Feng pondered it carefully and also felt that the implication of striving against fate resonated with them as cultivators. Lin Shi nodded as well, suggesting Heaven Strife as a possible choice. Everyone looked at Yu Yu expectantly. Lord, what do you think? Yu Yu, utterly exasperated, retorted, Are you serious? Are you sure you want to call it the Heaven Strife sect? Isn't that a bit naive? Are you sure you're not joking? Why not just call it the Naive sect? Ling Qi, upon hearing this, excitedly declared, Naive sect. The character naive embodies the true nature of the stars and returns to the origin, like rivers flowing into the sea, giving rise to all things. Naive can symbolize the boundless future of our disciples while reminding them to never forget their true selves. Yu Yu was speechless. She hadn't expected them to interpret her sarcastic remark so profoundly. Forget it. Let's just call it the Naive sect, she thought. If we keep discussing this, who knows what even more ridiculous names they'll come up with. While everyone was present, Yu Yu also had something she wanted to discuss regarding the disciples' cultivation. She had been thinking that the Shangyang disciples, unlike the Yuan family disciples, lacked a foundation in cultivation, making their progress difficult and slow. She wondered if there was a solution. Then the Feng family had arrived, and she thought perhaps the Feng family disciples could help guide the Shangyang disciples. However, she learned that the Feng family's cultivation techniques were tied to their unique bloodline, making them unsuitable for ordinary people. Having Ling Qi instruct everyone alone would be too strenuous, as he wouldn't be able to attend to so many people. Therefore, she proposed pairing the Yuan family and Shangyang disciples in one-on-one groups for mutual learning and exchange, with Ling Qi providing unified instruction. What do you all think of this idea? One-on-one tutoring and unified instruction? They had never heard of such a novel approach and praised Yu Yu's ingenuity. Lin Feng, however, expressed his concern. But Lord, wouldn't this hinder the cultivation progress of the Yuan family disciples? Lin Qi smiled and replied, Brother Lin, there's no need to worry. As our Lord said, since we have followed her and joined the Naive sect, we are all brothers. There's no question of hindering one another. Besides, everyone has their own strengths. Helping each other and learning from one another can only benefit us all. Yu Yu immediately agreed. Since Lin Qi has said so, Lin Feng Please set your mind at ease. Feng Rong, observing the harmonious trio, felt a pang of annoyance. Just then, a disciple arrived and announced, "Lord, the Bright Star sect has sent an invitation to the Lin Dharma Assembly." Another invitation to the Lin Dharma Assembly. A journey filled with the unknown was about to begin. Facing doubts from all sides, how would she prove the naive sect's worth in the Yuehai secret realm? Looking at the invitation to the Lin Dharma Assembly in her hand, Yu was completely bewildered. What is this thing? Seeing her confusion, Lin Shi quickly explained, "My lord, the Lin Dharma Assembly is a centennial gathering of all the immortal sections. It is said that the celestial maidens of the 3 gates, 6 sects, and 72 immortal sects will bring their disciples to Yuehai on this day and stay there for a month. Asterisk the celestial maidens of all the major sects gathered together? Isn't that just a grand summit for the entire Shinza continent's immortal sects? Sounds like a high-level event. Asterisk, but their sect had just been established, and news of it hadn't even spread. Why would they invite her?" Lin Shi thought for a moment and then voiced his guess. It was likely due to the spectacle of his ancestors' ascension, which had already spread throughout the immortal sections. Moreover, the establishment of their sect here was also known. After all, his ancestor was the only person to ascend in the entire continent in the past 10,000 years. Naturally, everyone was curious about Yu. Besides, it had already been some time since they left the Chantian Pavilion. That's enough time for the various sects to investigate the truth of this news. Yu frowned after hearing this. So they were just curious about her. In that case, was it even necessary for her to attend? Nodding vigorously, Lin Chi firmly stated that they definitely had to attend the Lin Dharma Assembly. It wasn't for the sake of gathering with the other sects, but for the Yuehai secret realm that would open afterward. The main purpose of the various sects going there was for that secret realm. A secret realm opens above the Yuehai every 100 years. It's quite special. It calls itself a separate world, incredibly vast and spacious. Plus, it's full of spiritual plants and treasures, identified as being at least 100 years old. I've heard there might even be immortal plants inside. Aren't they worried about the spiritual plants? Can anyone just pick them, like this demonic ox? Don't they have an owner? Yu's eyes lit up at once. She loved getting things for free. Seeing her interest, Lin Shi hurriedly continued to explain. The things within the secret realm are naturally unowned. Legend says it's a celestial mansion's secret realm bestowed by a powerful immortal from the celestial realm. Only celestial maidens can enter the secret realm, and they can bring at most 2 disciples. So that's how it is. This is a heaven-sent opportunity to gather resources. It seems like this trip is unavoidable. It's just that the sect really can't do without Lin Shi right now. Choosing who to bring into the secret realm was a bit of a dilemma for her. After careful consideration, the next day, she publicly announced that she planned to take Little Monster and Lin Feng with her. As soon as her decision was announced, Feng Rong instantly bristled. He couldn't believe she would rather take a blockhead and a bald spiritual beast than him. Was he not enough to protect her? Hearing himself called a bald spiritual beast to his face, Fenzei immediately took offense. He angrily demanded to know who was bald. Yu immediately transformed into a firefighter captain, first calming and supporting Little Monster. Immediately after, she started smoothing someone's ruffled feathers. She stepped forward and sincerely grasped Feng Rong's hand, saying, "Your cultivation is the highest. If you leave, who will protect the children? The sect can't do without you." She knew a particularly effective way to deal with that irritable little firebird: smooth his feathers. Feng Rong's ruffled feathers instantly smoothed down, and a visible flush rose to his face. He stammered, "Well, you have some sense. I'll give you face and help you protect these disciples." Seeing that she had appeased another one, Yu released his hand. After solemnly patting his shoulder and thanking him, Yu waved goodbye to everyone and boarded her flying sword with Lin Feng and Little Monster. Only after the flying sword disappeared into the sky did Feng Rong look back at the hand that still held Yu's lingering warmth. He subconsciously clenched his fist, a smile playing on his lips. Nudging Feng Yu beside him, he couldn't help but brag. "Did you hear that just now? Yu said she can't do without me." Everyone else thought, as long as he's happy. Yu and Lin Feng, riding the small flying sword, hurried, finally arriving at their destination just before the Yuehai secret realm opened. From afar, they saw all sorts of flying artifacts parked, each one seemingly more advanced than the last. Her small flying sword looked quite out of place. She saw that quite a few people had arrived. Those who were acquainted had already started chatting. Among them were many ornately dressed women, radiating spiritual energy. They were likely the celestial maidens from the various sections. They all looked so wealthy. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time she had seen so many of her peers. She couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Girls really were the cutest. Suddenly, a woman's voice reached her ear, tinged with curiosity. She asked, "This celestial maiden looks unfamiliar. I wonder which sect she hails from." Yu turned around to see a woman in green robes looking at her. She politely replied that she was Yu from the Jinyan sect. The sect had just been established recently. The woman in green was startled upon hearing her name and exclaimed, "Yu." The surrounding people immediately looked over. Then they began to murmur, "It's that celestial maiden who helped her follower ascend. We finally get to see her in person." Yu felt speechless. She really wanted to shout, "Can you please stop mentioning my painful past?" She forced herself to perk up and was just about to explain something and greet everyone, hoping to connect with them, when the woman in green's eyes suddenly turned critical. She sneered and said, "I thought she'd be something special. Turns out she's just ordinary. How boring." With that, she ignored Yu and turned to leave. Then, the others also turned their heads and resumed their conversations. Yu thought, sure enough, no one pays attention to a small company. A bunch of snobs. Just you wait. Just then, a man in white robes suddenly stepped forward and said in a soothing tone, "Honored celestial maiden, you needn't mind them. It's inevitable that a new sect's strength will be questioned. But when your disciples are strong, no one will look down on you." Yu immediately replied, "I just can't stand their snobbish attitude. So what if it's a new sect? Even the largest sect started from nothing. Just wait and see. I won't let anyone look down on my disciples." The man in white didn't expect her to say such a thing. He couldn't help but sincerely sigh. Honored celestial maiden is truly extraordinary. Looking at the kind man who came to comfort her, she asked, "How may I address you?" The man smiled gently and replied, "I am Chiao Yao, a protecting Dharma elder of the Bright Star sect. A few days ago, our sect master sent an invitation to your sect, reminding honored celestial maiden to attend the Lin Dharma assembly." Yu suddenly remembered, "So you're from the Bright Star sect that sent the invitation?" Chiao Yao continued to look towards his group. The Bright Star sect leader had originally intended to personally congratulate the honored sect on their joyous occasion, but was delayed by other matters. He worried that, with the sect leader's busy schedule, he might have forgotten the key to the Yuehai secret realm. So he sent a message as a reminder. Yu followed his gaze. Not far away stood a woman in white. This must be the celestial maiden of the Bright Star sect. She seemed to be in poor health. Although her clothes were ornate, she appeared inexplicably frail, her face excessively pale. Noticing his gaze, she turned and nodded, then her eyes widened as if to speak. The next moment, she burst into a fit of coughs. The disciples attending her immediately began to ask after her with concern, making it difficult to discern her condition. Who would have thought that the esteemed sect leader would have such a fondness for dog's tail grass, simply because of its high value? Seeing the Bright Star sect's celestial maiden suddenly cough violently, Yu couldn't help but cast a concerned glance. Chiao Yao explained, "Our sect leader suffered a minor injury a while ago and is slightly unwell. That's why she sent me, to pay her respects to your honored sect." Yu smiled and replied, "You're far too kind, sending a message and greeting us personally. Please attend to your celestial maiden. She looks unwell." Chiao Yao's tone became even more respectful. "If your honored sect has time, you are welcome to visit our Bright Star sect. We'll be sure to welcome you. We wish you a successful journey and abundant blessings." After bowing to Yu, he returned to his celestial maiden's side. Yu thought to herself, "This Bright Star sect seems much friendlier than other sections." Lin Feng suddenly leaned closer and whispered to her, "Your Honor, I never expected Elder Chiao Yao to be as kind as the rumors say. The Bright Star sect is one of the top sects in the southern region. Its members are all top-tier cultivators, especially Elder Chiao Yao, who is quite renowned. Although he was the last to become a follower of the Bright Star sect's celestial maiden, his cultivation rose from foundation establishment to deity transformation in a short period. It's said that the Bright Star sect is practically under his control. Yet, he remains very kind and enjoys great prestige in the cultivation world." Yu hadn't realized that this seemingly polite individual was such an influential figure. Lin Feng continued, "The Bright Star sect not only maintains good relations with other sects, but also protects the smaller sects nearby. Our sect also belongs to the southern region. That's probably why they notified our sect. Oh, I see, Yi replied. It's like a big company's PR project, supporting small businesses and such. She glanced back at Lin Feng. How do you know so much about other sects? Lin Feng rubbed his head sheepishly. Before we left, senior brother Lin Qi gave me information on various sects and asked me to memorize it, in case your honor needed it. Yu praised. Lin Qi truly is a Gold Star secretary. So reliable. Just then, there was a commotion ahead. The Azure Sea surface suddenly began to churn. The space warped, spiraling inwards. A bright light appeared in the center, growing larger and larger until it formed a gap 2 to 3 meters wide. Fleeting glimpses of various landscapes, like mountains, seas, and lakes, could be seen within, but they vanished quickly, as if unstable. It was impossible to tell what they were. The celestial maidens present seemed accustomed to this scene. Each took 2 disciples and ascended on their swords, flying into the entrance in the sky and vanishing instantly. Yu asked Lin Feng uncertainly, "Does it look like the secret realm has opened?" Lin Feng replied affirmatively while summoning his own spirit sword. Seeing this, Yu didn't hesitate. She stepped onto his sword, and together they flew towards the entrance in the sky. Just as they were about to reach it, the sword beneath their feet began to shake violently. Lin Feng's expression changed. Strange. How can the spiritual energy here be so erratic? Before he could finish, the sword lost control and plummeted. They fell sharply, about to plunge into the sea below. Fortunately, Yu reacted quickly, grabbing Lin Feng's wrist. With a powerful kick off the failing sword, she leaped towards the white entrance. In a flash, their surroundings transformed. The boundless azure sea was instantly replaced by a lush forest. Yu released Lin Feng's wrist. He apologized profusely, blaming himself for endangering her. He had practiced sword riding for so long and had never encountered such a problem. He couldn't understand why his sword had suddenly malfunctioned. Yu consoled him with a smile that we're fine. Besides, you can't be blamed for the chaotic spiritual energy. She noticed they were alone. The large group of celestial maidens from outside had completely vanished. Even if they had entered later, it was impossible that not a single one was in sight. Lin Feng quickly explained, secret realms are their own separate worlds. Their locations and structures are different from the outside world. So, although the entrance is the same, everyone is scattered to different locations upon entering. Oh, I see. Yu nodded in understanding. She glanced around privately and asked, so what should we do now? Should we look for treasures directly or the main program? Lin Feng calmly pulled a thick booklet from his storage pouch. Before we left, senior brother Lin compiled a list of all the possible spiritual herbs and materials in this secret realm. We could just follow this list. Yu immediately praised them both, saying they were truly his right and left hands. Incredibly reliable. Immediately after, Lin Feng pointed excitedly at a plant not far away. Look, Lord, there's gathering spirit grass over there. Gathering spirit grass is an essential herb for refining foundation establishment pills. It seems we've landed in a blessed place. Yu stared at the plant that looked like dog's tail grass. That's a spiritual herb? It looks so cheap. Lin Feng hurriedly explained that it was indeed gathering spirit grass. Senior brother Lin specifically instructed that the next step for the inner disciples is foundation establishment, so the demand for foundation establishment pills will definitely be high. He told me if I saw any materials for the pills, I shouldn't let them go. Yu went over as well. Not to mention, these dog's tail, gathering spirit grasses are quite plentiful. You can see one every few steps. He casually asked, is this gathering spirit grass very expensive? Lin Feng replied casually. Senior brother Lin said that gathering spirit grass costs at least 10 high-grade spirit stones per stalk on the market. 10 high-grade spirit stones per stalk. Yu remembered that when he received the lowest grade spirit stones for sect use, they were 3 low-grade spirit stones each. 100 low-grade stones equaled 1 mid-grade stone, and 100 mid-grade stones equaled 1 high-grade stone. So 10 high-grade stones were. Thinking of the mountain of low-grade spirit stones that amount represented, he gasped, this isn't grass, this is money. He pointed at the gathering spirit grass, full of energy. Quickly, dig them up. Don't let a single one go. Dig them all. In the following days, the two of them embarked on a joyful treasure hunt. They first dug up all the gathering spirit grass, filling their storage pouches to the brim. Next, they dug up refined iron, ore for forging weapons for the sect disciples. Then they started digging up spiritual herbs for healing and advancement. Finally, they took their little monster beast with them to dig up spiritual herbs needed for their beast's advancement. Through their combined efforts, they finally gathered all the necessary materials. Yu sighed with heartfelt emotion. This Yuehai secret realm is like a giant department store. Huge quantity, wide variety, meeting all the needs of a sect's development. And it's all free. It couldn't be better. Lin Feng, who was looking through his notes, started speaking strangely again. There's still more than half a month before we leave the secret realm, and we've already collected most of the supplies. The two of them, now with free time, began to think about what else they could do. Lin Feng suggested, "Why don't we look around? We might encounter some rare spiritual herbs." He opened a manual in his hand and pointed at a picture. For example, this seven-heart spirit leaf. 1,000 years to mature. One leaf refined into a breakthrough pill is essential for cultivating divine artifacts. Yu's eyes lit up. So powerful. Quick, let me see. That thing must be worth a lot of spirit stones. Huh? Why is there only a picture? Doesn't it say how to find it? He flipped through the manual, confirming that there was only a name and a picture, no other information. Seeing his disappointment, Lin Feng quickly explained, "The seven-heart spirit leaf is extremely rare, so there's very little information about it. Senior brother Lin doesn't know its specific habits either. We can only rely on chance. This kind of spiritual plant is difficult to cultivate. It should be in a place with rich spiritual energy." A place with rich spiritual energy. Yu suddenly thought of something. He pointed forward. "Does that building count as a place with rich spiritual energy?" Lin Feng asked, confused, "What building?" Yu pointed to the right front. "Right there, that building. Such a large, gaudy building. The whole thing is emitting a purple light. You really didn't see it?" Lin Feng widened his eyes and looked forward, but he only saw an ordinary forest. Yu instantly sensed a problem. How could only he see the building? Was it some kind of illusion? Lin Feng thought that perhaps there was some kind of concealment formation around, blocking the view of those with lower cultivation levels. That's why the Lord could see the strange building, but he couldn't. Yu thought that although the building was suspicious, the spiritual energy emanating from it seemed genuinely potent. So he suggested they go take a look. After all, they didn't have anything else to do at the moment. Lin Feng agreed to go and see, but he didn't forget to repeatedly warn Yu, "If there's any danger, Lord, you must leave immediately." So the two of them headed towards the building. Yu reminded Lin Feng, "Be careful, there might be ambushes or traps." Then he noticed that Lin Feng's steps were veering off course, as if some mysterious force was causing him to deviate from their original path. He was walking in a completely different direction. Strangely, Lin Feng himself didn't notice the deviation at all. If Yu hadn't corrected him, he would have continued thinking he was walking in a straight line. Yu had to pull him back to the correct path repeatedly. What should have been a straight path of a few hundred meters was turned into a winding maze. Yu felt that there must be some kind of formation here, causing Lin Feng to constantly stray from their course without realizing it. Finally, she decided to pull Lin Feng along. This way, he shouldn't get lost again. Lin Feng looked at her with a face full of gratitude, thinking that his lord was truly beautiful and kind, not shanshi him as a burden at all. Only after they walked in did they discover the air was filled with a pure, spiritual energy. Purple chi, like clouds and mist, lingered all around. This purple chi wasn't spiritual energy, but it felt strangely familiar and welcoming. Before them stood a large gate. The gate wasn't closed, but wide open, as if specifically welcoming them inside. Yu took a deep breath and reminded Lin Feng that they were going in. Then she took a step forward. In the next second, she felt as if she had passed through a layer of something. Her vision blurred for a moment, then everything cleared. It was as if she had entered another world. Everything between heaven and earth disappeared, leaving only a clear blue sky and a vast expanse of water. She was standing on the water, as if standing on a giant mirror reflecting the sky. Yu Yu was completely stunned. Was this what the inside of the house looked like? It was too magical. As she marveled at the scene, Lin Feng's voice calling her suddenly reached her ears. It turned out that after she let go of Lin Feng's hand, the world in his eyes had changed back to the forest. Yu Yu couldn't understand how this could happen. After thinking for a moment, she reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's wrist, asking, "Can you see it now?" The next moment, Lin Feng, who had just been looking confused, widened his eyes and looked around in shock. Yu Yu immediately understood that only when she held Lin Feng's hand could he see this place. It was too strange that he could only see this place when she held his hand. Unsure of what else they might encounter, she decided it would be safer to go back. Her experience watching countless horror movies told her that curiosity killed the cat. Those who actively courted death would never meet a good end. As long as she retreated in time, the monster wouldn't have a chance to appear. Although Lin Feng didn't know what this had to do with the cat, he felt it made a lot of sense. A mysterious place, a beautiful man appearing. It was the Qilin divine beast, but it was vastly different from the majestic god he had imagined. As a devoted follower of his celestial maiden, Lin Feng naturally obeyed her every word. Although he didn't understand, in his heart, his lord could do no wrong. So the two turned around and walked back. Just as they were about to exit, they suddenly heard a ding. Ripples spread across the previously calm water, as if disturbed by something. Yu Yu was shocked to discover the gate had disappeared. She immediately released Lin Feng's wrist and asked anxiously if he could still see the forest, urging him to retreat. Lin Feng froze, his face paling as he replied, "Lord, the surrounding scenery hasn't changed. The forest is gone." Yu Yu was startled. How could this be? She tried repeatedly, releasing and gripping Lin Feng's hand, but the result was the same. It seemed they were trapped. Suddenly, she heard a gurgling sound. A blooming lotus flower emerged from the water, followed by another and another. Lotuses continuously rose from the water, as if guiding the way. The lotuses magically arranged themselves into 2 rows. Seeing this display, she instinctively took a step back. It seemed the big boss was about to make an entrance. Lin Feng habitually shielded her, telling her to be careful. But besides the lotuses, nothing else appeared on the water's surface, as if waiting for them to approach. It seemed they were meant to follow. Yu Yu sighed, deciding to go and see. They couldn't leave anyway. After exchanging a glance with Lin Feng, they followed the path, guided by the lotuses. Sure enough, they soon made a new discovery. In the distance, they saw a pavilion. Inside the pavilion sat a person. It was a man, dressed in a pure blue robe the color of the sky. He was looking out at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. His long hair cascaded down from his shoulders to the ground. Seemingly sensing their approach, he slowly turned around, revealing an ethereally beautiful face. So perfect he seemed unreal. It was a face that rivaled even Feng Rong's. But while Feng Rong's appearance was striking and vibrant, like a flame, this man's features exuded an all-encompassing gentleness, soothing and warm like water. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he possessed a naturally good temper. The man gave them an exceptionally gentle smile and then spoke. "You've come." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and pleasant, echoing like the gentle gurgling of a spring. It gave a warm and translucent feeling. Yu Yu couldn't help but sincerely sigh. What a truly otherworldly and elegant man. But before she could be completely captivated by the man's appearance, past experiences sparked a sudden vigilance within her, bringing her back to her senses. This was because the man possessed an incredibly powerful aura, greater than the combined auras of all the cultivators Lin Feng had ever seen. The key point was that he faintly sensed the man was deliberately suppressing his aura. Therefore, there was no doubt that the man before him was definitely a big shot. He worried that if a fight were to break out, he, as a half-baked cultivator, wouldn't be able to escape with Yu Yu unscathed. Thus, almost reflexively, he patted the pouch on his body, intending to summon his little monster. Upon hearing his summons, his godmother, Feng Zhe, let a robust howl. With a shake of her body, she instantly transformed in her giant beast form and arrived at his side, asking, "All right, who are we fighting this time?" The next second, when she saw her opponent, the entire beast was dumbfounded. Her newly enlarged form deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking back down with a pft. In the next moment, with even greater speed than before, she whipped her head around and dove back into the pouch, even cinching the opening from the inside. She did, however, have the decency to leave Yu Yu a message. Can't beat him. Absolutely no chance. Please consider me dead. Is it really okay to give up so quickly? At least put up a fight. At this moment, the man chuckled softly. This celestial maiden's spirit beast is quite unique. Sensing their wariness, he continued to explain gently. There's no need for alarm. You too. I bear no ill will. This is my sea of consciousness space. Sea of consciousness space? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. Rumor has it that some cultivators can refine their sea of consciousness into a space. I didn't expect it to be true. Yu turned to Lin Feng and asked, what's a sea of consciousness space? Lin Feng explained in a low voice, my lord, the sea of consciousness is a cultivator's mind. It's an extremely important and vulnerable place. If the sea of consciousness is damaged, it means death, and it's even possible for the soul to be damaged as well. The man's smile deepened, seemingly unconcerned about the vulnerability he had just revealed. He spoke with gentle kindness, indeed. So, might I have the opportunity to sit down and chat with you two? After exchanging a glance, perhaps because the man's expression was so amiable, they truly found it difficult to harbor any hostility towards him. Thus, they walked towards the pavilion. After they both sat down, the man looked up earnestly at Yu Yu and introduced himself. My name is Yuan Qi. I have been waiting for the celestial maiden's arrival for tens of thousands of years. What do you mean, waiting for me? Waiting for me to do what? Yu Yu abruptly looked at him, her face full of confusion. Yuan Qi slowly explained the reason. This sliver of my divine consciousness has slumbered within this secret realm for tens of thousands of years, constantly waiting for someone who could awaken me. Celestial Maiden, you're the only one in tens of thousands of years who can see and enter this sea of consciousness space. My race is quite unique. Ordinary cultivators cannot perceive our existence. Only those with extraordinary abilities can sense us. And in this realm, only the Celestial Maiden possesses this ability. Hearing him say this realm, Lin Feng seemed to have realized something and asked in shock, you said your name is Yuan Qi? Yuan is an ancient surname, and you're not from this realm. Could your true form be a Qilin? Yuan Qi's smile deepened further. He nodded and said, indeed, I am not human. My true form is a Qilin. Yu blurted out, you're a little beastie. Lin Feng quickly tugged at her and whispered a reminder. My lord, the Qilin is an ancient divine beast, a divine race even more powerful than immortals. You mustn't speak carelessly. Yu thought to herself, puzzled, are deities in this world so casual? Even politely inviting people for tea. So what if he's a divine race? She didn't disdain interacting with him, but if he could bring her wealth, then he would be her sugar daddy. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Qi and voiced his doubts. Legend says the divine race has long been extinct from the three realms. They might not even exist in the immortal realm. How did you end up here? A look of sorrow appeared on Yuan Qi's face. Tens of thousands of years ago, I was injured and mistakenly entered the lower realm. After cleaving open a secret realm near Yuehai, I fell into slumber. I had hoped that after my injuries healed, a member of my clan would awaken my true body. But before you could heal, your clan was annihilated. Yu realized she had accidentally spoken her mind. Yuan Qi continued to enlighten them. I couldn't wait for my clan. With only a sliver of divine consciousness remaining and unable to leave the secret realm, my true body remained in slumber and I couldn't awaken. Out of desperation, I would open the entrance to the secret realm every so often, hoping to find a celestial maiden with power similar to my clan who could awaken me. After his explanation, Yu finally understood the true reason for the secret realm's opening. Yuan Qi's eyes brightened, his smile becoming even gentler, his eyes filled with anticipation. In the past 10,000 years, none of the celestial maidens who entered were able to enter this sea of consciousness space. Only you discovered this place. Then, his tone became solemn, as if he were making a vow. Celestial Maiden, are you willing to form a pact with me and help me awaken from my slumber? Yuan Qi is willing to serve you as his master, protecting you for the rest of your life, never abandoning you. Yu was momentarily stunned, surprised by his solemn tone. What a serious invitation. She wondered what he was thinking. Then, to Yuan Shi's disbelief, she unhesitatingly rejected him. She grabbed Lin Feng's wrist and walked out of the pavilion. A bewildered Lin Feng blindly urged his master to reconsider. This was a god, possibly the last one in existence. This was an opportunity even immortals would struggle to obtain. Was his master really not going to reconsider? Yu Yu softly voiced her concerns. This was only their first meeting, and they were already forming a pact. Who knew if there was a catch? Moreover, he was a god. If he turned hostile, she wouldn't have anywhere to appeal. Lin Feng felt that a god actively requesting to be a follower was simply a miracle. He couldn't help but try to persuade Yu Yu. What Yuan Shi said might not be false. Moreover, Qilins were symbols of auspiciousness. Wherever a Qilin appeared, there were bound to be countless rare treasures and exotic items. Before he could finish, Yu Yu spun around like a whirlwind. Whoosh! She zipped back into the pavilion. She enthusiastically grabbed Yuan Shi's hand and asked, "Daddy, are you hungry? Would you like an orange?" A Qilin could attract wealth like this? Why didn't he say so earlier? Now, in her eyes, Yuan Shi was equivalent to countless treasures. The current Jinyin sect was most lacking in resources. To be precise, they were poor. Yuan Shi was her god of fortune, her sugar daddy. Lin Feng, standing to the side, smiled helplessly. He thought to himself, his master's change in attitude was too swift. Yu Yu squeezed Yuan Shi's hand tightly, radiating unparalleled enthusiasm for her new partner. A pact is a good thing. From now on, we're family. I wonder how Daddy likes to eat his oranges. Standing, sitting, or with tea? Yuan Shi was taken aback, unsure why the celestial maiden kept urging him to eat oranges. Still, he habitually smiled and said, "Celestial maiden, your willingness to form a pact is a great help. As for the other details, anything is fine. Daddy, you don't have to be so formal and call me Celestial Maiden. From now on, we're family. My name is Yu Yu. You can call me whatever you like, Daddy. Little Yu, anything is fine. As long as you're happy, Daddy." Yuan Shi's expression deepened slightly, indicating that she was indeed different from other celestial maidens. "Then, I'll respectfully accept your offer. In terms of age, I am indeed much older. If you don't mind, may I call you Little Yu?" Since he was calling her by her nickname, that meant he was her personal god of fortune. So Yu Yu immediately declared, "Then let's start the pact." Yuan Shi said, "All right, Little Yu," and slowly stood up. He gently raised his hand, and the pavilion before them vanished. The three of them were standing on the surface of the water. Then, he knelt on one knee, facing Yu Yu. Yu Yu reached out, as if by rote, intending to place her hand on his head. Just as she was about to activate her skill, she suddenly remembered something and abruptly withdrew her hand. She had already accidentally released one ancestor. She had a phobia about it now. Moreover, both of them were surnamed Yuan. Who knew if there was some kind of hereditary trait? She asked Yuan Shi seriously, "You're not going to eat an orange and then just ascend, are you?" Never having heard of anyone ascending by eating an orange, Yuan Shi paused, carefully considered her question, and then answered seriously, "Little Yu, do you mean ascend to immortality? I have a divine body. There's no possibility of me regressing to an immortal. Moreover, I have the ability to traverse the three realms, so ascension is irrelevant." Hearing this, Yu Yu was relieved. She had already accidentally released one teacher. She absolutely couldn't release a second living textbook. Seeing that Yuan Shi was about to start the pact again, she quickly reminded him, "My true body has been slumbering for a long time and may not be so easy to awaken. If you feel any discomfort, remember to stop immediately. Don't force it." "Don't worry," Yu Yu reassured him. "I'm a professional when it comes to pacts." Then, without any hesitation, she placed her hand on his head. Taking a deep breath, she activated the boatman's skill and uttered the now familiar phrase, "Wait here, I'll go buy you some oranges." Yu Yu realized she was getting smoother with this line. It was probably because she'd taken advantage of it so often that she'd gotten used to it. A moment ago, Yuan Shi was still thinking how deeply Little Yu was fixated on oranges. The next second, he felt a surge of energy flow from her palm. It was incredibly fast, not only flowing into his divine consciousness-formed body, but also sweeping across his entire sea of consciousness space. Suddenly, a bright white light filled the surroundings. The starlight spread across the water's surface. The entire world seemed to be awakened by something blindingly bright. Even Yuan Shi began to emit a white light, his form becoming transparent, as if he would disappear at any moment. His initially worried expression instantly relaxed, and he slowly exhaled. A mark, resembling both wind and a swallow, appeared on his forehead. Yu watched as he slowly stood up and walked towards her. He gave her a smile. Unlike the gentle smile he wore before, which seemed to have become a habit, this one was dazzling. In that instant, all the bright white light around them paled in comparison to his radiance. It was a smile that could make heaven and earth lose their color. Then, he leaned in, his voice infinitely gentle, as if it would drown her in tenderness, and whispered, "Thank you, my little celestial maiden." Before Yu could react, his figure vanished. The surrounding white light intensified, and her entire vision turned white. After seeing Yuan Qi disappear, Yu's first reaction was that she had been tricked. She couldn't help but shout, "Where is he?" The powerful counterattack explosion in the woman's eyes was unexpectedly like a brilliant fireworks show. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu subconsciously closed her eyes. She felt as if something had surrounded her. Then her vision shook violently, and she was pushed out by something. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice reminded her, "My lord, we've been sent out of the sea of corpses space." She opened her eyes and saw the forest floor covered in Lingji mushrooms. However, unlike the peaceful and safe secret realm that had resembled a massive Lingji supermarket just moments before, the forest had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Not only that, but the entire world was shaking. Large cracks appeared on the ground, and even the sky began to collapse. Black cracks spread across the sky like a spiderweb, as if it would completely shatter in the next moment. Lin Feng, shocked by everything before him, subconsciously moved closer to Yu to protect her and help her escape at a moment's notice. Yu discovered something amazing. No matter how much commotion occurred within the secret realm, it didn't affect them at all. A transparent protective shield enveloped them, like a bubble wrapping them both and suspending them in midair. The secret realm deteriorated further. Rumbling sounds were incessant. In a matter of moments, there wasn't a single intact piece of land below. It was as if something was about to break through. A gigantic phantom suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It was the figure of a giant beast, shaped like a horse with a head and 2 legs. Its long tail resembled a waterfall hanging from the sky. Its entire body was covered in jade-white scales, without a single blemish, appearing pure and noble. It was a Qilin, a white Qilin. In the next moment, a clear, ethereal voice resonated throughout the secret realm. It was difficult to discern what it was saying, but it unexpectedly made one's heart tremble. "Celestial maidens of Xianzhe, thank you for awakening Wu Jiang from his 10,000-year slumber. From this day forward, Wu Jiang will dissolve this secret realm and merge it into the Xianzhe continent, no longer independent. The contents within this 100-layered secret realm are Wu Jiang's goodwill gifts to this world." After the clear voice faded away, Yu and Lin Feng found themselves caught in an even larger whirlwind. The world around them began to crumble once more. Just then, Yu made another significant discovery. Below them was the sky, and when she looked up at the collapsing sky above, she faintly saw a piece of land. Yuan Qi had mentioned that this was a 100-layered secret realm. In other words, it was a multi-level supermarket. No wonder they hadn't seen any other celestial maidens before. Everyone was shopping on different floors. Lin Feng couldn't understand what his lord was saying at all. He only knew that she was saying strange things again. Seeing the celestial maidens from the lower levels ascending, Yu quickly asked Lin Feng, "How do we get out of here?" Before they could come up with a good plan, a powerful wave of energy pushed them out. Inside the protective bubble, Yu felt as nauseous as if she were experiencing severe turbulence on an airplane. The only fortunate thing was that they were out. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm, she felt like it was about to explode. Sure enough, a massive explosion occurred in the next second. Immediately afterward, many people were affected by the blast wave. Celestial maidens and their followers used their ultimate moves to resist the impact. Yu was also affected by the powerful impact. At this critical moment, she fell into a warm embrace. She heard Yuan Qi's gentle voice asking, "Are you all right, little Yu?" Yu blushed and replied, "I'm fine," then turned to ask him, Why are you here? When did you get out? Yuan Chi smiled and replied, I've been here the whole time. He then warned Yu, the merging hasn't stopped yet. Be careful not to get too close. Then they heard continuous explosions. Yu secretly thought, this explosion looks just like a fireworks show. Then she heard someone shout, those exploding lights are items from the secret realm. The gifts the god spoke of are these. He's scattering the treasures from the secret realm everywhere. Immediately, people took out their flying artifacts and chased after the treasures. Yu, thinking about her massive, free supermarket being blown up, felt heartbroken. Looking at the carefree Yuan Chi beside her, Yu secretly complained that he was a money-scattering beast. Completely oblivious to her inner self, Yuan Chi gently stroked her hair and asked if Xiao Yu wanted to leave, as this place was somewhat dangerous. Seeing that things had come to this, Yu sighed helplessly and suggested they return to the sect, as it was indeed unsafe here. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chi waved his hand casually. 3 leaves then appeared before them. Yu, seeing this, repeatedly exclaimed that he was indeed a god, able to conjure leaves as flying vehicles. After the 3 of them stood on the leaves, she still found it quite novel and interesting. When Yuan Chi said, let's go, the 3 leaves sped towards their destination. Watching their departing figures, Qiu Yao and the Bright Star sect thought to himself, why was there suddenly another person beside the Celestial Maiden? The group returned to the Jinyan sect happily. However, as soon as they arrived, they were met by a furious Feng Rong, who angrily demanded of Yu, where did you bring this wild man from? Dressed in red, Feng Rong was about to explode. His eyes were tinged with red as he pointed at Yuan Chi and angrily asked who he was. He toiled tirelessly for the sect, and Yu dared to philander outside. What was worse, she even brought him back to the sect. Yu wouldn't put up with him. What are you talking about? What wild man? His name is Yuan Chi. He's the divine beast Qilin, a dignified god. The Yuehai secret realm was opened by him. Honestly, you're so clueless. How can you talk to our gold sponsor like that? Upon hearing the words God, Feng Rong paused for a moment. The next second, he seemed to think of something and became even more agitated as, oh, what if he's a god? Did you choose him as a follower because of that? Why did you find another follower behind my back? Besides, how can Yuan Chi compare to me? Does Yuan Chi have a prestigious clan? Does he have a family? Aside from a decent face, what can he bring to the sect? Even talking about looks, can he compare to my handsomeness? Yu immediately interrupted him, telling him not to talk nonsense. She knew the gold sponsor's abilities well. He was the legendary money-attracting beast, a walking bank, who needed a prestigious clan. Besides, why was he angry about her choosing a follower? Feng Rong was momentarily speechless. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to begin. He felt waves of anger rising within him, burning like a fire in his chest. Finally, he could only angrily demand, didn't you say you needed to be cautious about choosing a follower, and that's why you rejected me? How long has it been since you left, and you've already brought a wild man back? Yu thought, how could there be any comparison? But seeing his explosive anger, she patiently explained that they were different. It was because he was at the Yuan Ing cultivation stage. Seeing his aggrieved expression as he asked, isn't Yuan Ing's stage enough? Yu voiced her concerns. She had long considered forming a contract, but worried that, like Yuan Patriarch, he would eventually ascend. If he truly wanted to be her follower, they could form a contract right now. Hearing this, Feng Rong's anger instantly vanished, replaced by wild speculation. So, Yu had long wanted to form a contract with him. It was because she was afraid of him ascending that she didn't dare to. Feng Rong stared at her earnest expression, his face flushing crimson as he thought of something. His mind was filled with the words, she's long wanted to form a contract with me. His gaze became unfocused, and his voice faltered. Double said I wanted to be your follower? I was just afraid you'd be deceived. I'm too kind. I'm not bothering with you anymore. With that, he turned and left, pulling a bewildered Feng Yu along with him. His steps quickened, almost as if he were fleeing. When they arrived at his courtyard, Feng Yu was about to ask about his next plan, but Feng Rong's mind was still full of Yu. She didn't want him to ascend. She must be reluctant to part with him. She must have feelings for him. He touched his burning face and muttered, how could Yu think that stinky Qilin is better than me? It must be because she's reluctant to part with me. She worries too much. Seeing his master clearly overthinking, Feng Yu was speechless. He suddenly turned and asked Feng Yu if he should tell Yu. Feng Yu was shocked, thinking, Master, please be rational. Before he could object, Feng Rong sighed and gave up. Forget it. It's not the right time. I'll tell her later. Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his master hadn't gone completely mad. He awkwardly asked, Master, that Yuan Qi is a god. Could he see through anything? Feng Rong's expression darkened. He clenched his hand, subconsciously tightening his grip on his sleeve. After a moment of thought, he said, No need to worry. He didn't say anything just now. You probably didn't notice. Under the full moon, the night was silent. However, Feng Rong's room was brightly lit. A tall figure suddenly appeared before him. He frowned and asked, What are you doing here? The newcomer was Yuan Qi. He smiled and explained, I was just surprised to see you here. I came to say hello. Who knew that after Feng Rong coldly snorted, he would speak so frankly? Since the greetings are over, why haven't you left yet? Yuan Qi didn't mind his attitude and sat down casually to the side, chuckling softly. Although I don't know why he's hiding it, seeing as he's always using a clone. Could it be because there's something wrong with his true form? Feng Rong's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, what if there is? So what if there isn't? It's none of your business. Yuan Qi maintained his good-natured demeanor, and I'm just asking to see if I can be of any assistance. The world is different now, so we should naturally let go of past prejudices. If there's something troubling you, feel free to speak. Feng Rong's eyes darkened, as if thinking of something, his expression turning even more unpleasant. He spoke curtly, No need. It's not something you can help with. Yuan Qi didn't press the matter, sighing, Very well. I won't bother you then. I just came to remind you of one thing. The sect leader is a good person. Now that we're fellow disciples, why not be open and honest with each other? Feng Rong instantly flared up after hearing this, glaring furiously at Yuan Qi. I know what kind of person that Yuan guy is better than you do. You don't need to remind me. Yuan Qi glanced at him, a flicker of something in his eyes, before slowly rising and shaking his head helplessly. There's something I must say. Yu has shown me kindness. No matter what you plan to do, please don't involve Yu. Otherwise, even if it means my soul scattering and perishing, I will not let you off. After finishing, his figure flashed and he disappeared. Staring at the spot where Yuan Qi vanished, Feng Rong's brows furrowed deeply. A frantic aura surged uncontrollably around him. His hands clenched into fists. He gritted his teeth, growling each word. He actually called him Yu. I've never even called him that. Yu, who had just sneezed several times, first thought that the weather was getting cooler and that he might have caught a chill. Just then, he heard a disciple coming to report that Yuan Qi had split the Fufeng Peak where he lived. The disciple shook his head vigorously, looking anxious and unsure of how to explain. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Elder Yu, you'll understand when you see it. Yu was completely bewildered. He knew Yuan Qi's temperament. He was good-natured, so this seemed unlikely. This benefactor is truly a lucky charm. He can stumble upon treasures just walking around. A few words of advice on refining materials helped the disciple break through a realm. A visit to the alchemy room helped a novice disciple refine a top-grade pill. A bewildered Yu followed the disciple and was stunned by what he saw. He saw a mountain full of snacks. The previously intact Fufeng Peak now had a crack at its summit. The fissure ran right through Yuan Qi's residence, splitting it in two. And within that crack, it was filled with glittering snacks. He asked Yuan Qi in astonishment, What happened? Did you split open this snack mine? Yuan Qi smiled and explained this Fufeng Peak was originally a snack mineral vein. There was a barrier around the vein, but it was broken by someone. When I arrived, the barrier had completely shattered, revealing the entire vein. It was just a coincidence. If it was just a one-time occurrence, then it would be a coincidence. But he stumbles upon treasures just walking around. A casual conversation with a disciple about refining materials helped them break through a realm. A visit to the alchemy room resulted in a novice disciple refining a top-grade elementary pill, making the disciple think they were a genius. Just by helping everyone sort the Lingji mushrooms collected from the secret realm, he picked out a rare 7-star Lingji. Are all these coincidences too? And all these things happened within a day of his arrival. This benefactor is truly a lucky charm, a 24K pure auspicious omen. It seems that the Xinyan sect's financial crisis is no longer a concern. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yu gripped Yuan Qi's hand tightly, trembling. He even felt the urge to hug Yuan Qi's leg. Daddy, you're a true daddy. We'll follow you from now on. Yu expressed his heartfelt words sincerely. Seeing him about to continue with more flattering words, Feng Rong's forehead veins bulged. He stepped forward and angrily pulled Yu's hand away, reminding him, all right. Didn't you say you had something to ask? Yu finally remembered and looked seriously at Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi, you're a god. You should be able to tell what his cultivation level is, right? The system used to display his level, but now it only says max level without a specific cultivation level. Yuan Qi looked at him, asking in confusion, don't you know your own cultivation level? Unsure how to explain, Yu could only nod vigorously. I always feel like the spiritual energy I cultivate is different from others. So I was hoping you could take a look. Yuan Qi then placed his hand on Yu's wrist and began to examine him carefully. Then, looking at him with some surprise, Yuan Qi said that he could only detect a special energy within Yu's body. It didn't seem like spiritual energy, but he wasn't sure what it was. Perhaps it was a power unique to the Celestial Maiden. After hearing this, Yu became a little worried. Even a godlike being didn't know his cultivation level. Could it be because he had transmigrated and his system was incompatible, making it impossible to analyze? He wondered if he could even cultivate spiritual energy in spells. Yuan Qi's expression grew gentler as he added that, naturally, he could. Although he didn't know what the special energy in Yu's body was, it presumably wouldn't affect his absorption of spiritual energy. If he could utilize it freely and combine it with cultivation techniques, it wouldn't hinder his cultivation at all. He noticed Yu seemed particularly fond of jade sword techniques. Yuan Qi explained that jade sword techniques were slightly different from other spells. There were two types. One required first condensing a sword form with spiritual energy, and the other involved finding a jade sword infused with spiritual energy and propelling it with spiritual power. When Yu heard the words spiritual energy drawing a sword, he subconsciously glanced at Feng Rong. Recalling the spiritual sword he had drawn before, and without waiting for Feng Rong to show off, Yu instinctively mobilized his spiritual energy. Immediately, with a whoosh, a fluorescent spiritual sword appeared in front of him. Feng Rong was completely dumbfounded. Yuan Qi, however, was overjoyed and exclaimed, as expected of the Celestial Maiden, to be able to condense a rudimentary form on your first attempt at drawing a sword with spiritual energy. Truly remarkable. Yuan Qi nodded, looking at him with approval that it seems his control over spiritual energy is excellent. He has a real talent for cultivation. Yu nudged the glowing little spiritual sword and asked excitedly, so, can it fly now? How far can it fly? Yuan Qi told him that the speed and duration of sword flight were related to one's cultivation level and the spiritual energy used. Since it was the Celestial Maiden's first time condensing a spiritual sword, he probably wouldn't be able to fly very far. Before he could finish speaking, something suddenly zipped past. It shot straight into the sky and instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Yuan Qi, Feng Rong, and Yuan Qi were all stunned. Yu, now thousands of miles away, arrived in a town. He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, frozen for a long moment. His heart sank. He seemed to have flown himself off course and had no idea where he was. Noticing many people staring at him, he suddenly felt self-conscious. He instinctively touched the storage pouch at his side, wanting to find a communication device, only to discover it was empty. He hadn't brought anything with him. Just then, a man's voice came from beside him, asking, fellow Taoist, have you perhaps been separated from your companions? The man suggested he not panic, as his companions were likely looking for him too. He offered to take Yu somewhere to rest while they waited. The man reassured Yu not to worry, as he was a disciple of a reputable sect. He then pulled out a jade token inscribed with the characters Jade Immortal. Is this your first time in this city, fellow Taoist? There's a spirit artifact shop up ahead, filled with items crafted by refining masters. Perhaps you'd like to take a look? They just received a new shipment of spirit artifacts today. If you wait too long, they'll be sold out. Don't worry, the shop is right on the main street, very close. Having said that, he reached out as if to steer Yu in that direction. Yu's lips twitched. He grabbed the man's hand and sighed, asking bluntly, did I have gullible fool written all over my face? With a scam like that, it's a miracle you survived this long. The man's smile froze, his pleasant face twisting into a grimace that you're quite alert, he said, but now that you're in my hands, you don't have much choice. With that, he suddenly flung something at Yu. The aloof goddess, revered by all in the immortal sects, was unexpectedly ambushed by an ordinary man in broad daylight and dragged into a hidden lair. Yu felt powder flung in his face, blinding him. He reflexively closed his eyes. The man sneered. He yanked Yu into a nearby alley, thinking that with the bewitching incense, there was no way for him to escape. Yu wiped the powder from his face, opened his eyes, coughed, and said, "Hey, if you want to talk, just talk. Why throw flour at me?" The man looked startled, staring at him in disbelief. "How are you unaffected?" Yu looked at the man, puzzled. Should something be happening? The man instinctively looked at his powder-covered hand, as if trying to confirm something. He stared at his hand, looking utterly bewildered. He'd clearly used the specially made bewitching incense, which even nascent soul cultivators couldn't resist. How could he be fine? The next second, the man collapsed unconscious. Yu wondered if this counted as being scammed. She was completely baffled by the other person's bizarre actions. She'd never seen someone poison themselves with their own poison. Unsure of what to do, she suddenly heard a deliberately lowered voice from inside the wall beside her, asking if third brother had finished yet. The next moment, she heard a creaking sound from the wall, the sound of a mechanism activating. Startled by the sound, she wondered if this person had accomplices. As she watched, the wall moved, and a hidden door cracked open as if someone was about to come out. She glanced at the man on the ground, her mind buzzing. Without knowing why, she lay down and closed her eyes. Before she could think further, she heard the sound of several people approaching. They seemed to have discovered the two people on the ground and cried out in alarm. How could third brother have fainted here? It looks like he's been hit with bewitching incense. Didn't he bring protective gear? How could the poison still affect him? Yu didn't know why she was playing dead. She was clearly quite capable of fighting. In the end, they decided to take the woman affected by the bewitching incense back with them first. The next moment, Yu felt someone lift her up. The noise of the street grew fainter. She seemed to have arrived at a quiet place. Then she felt something brighten around her, the light of a formation. The next moment, she was in another place. The surroundings suddenly became noisy. The noise was a mix of shouts and cries. "Let me go. I'm a disciple of the immortal sect. I'm from a Chueshua sect. Let me go back." "Shut up. You're so noisy. What are you yelling about? You think you can go back to your immortal sect after coming here? You're dreaming." After the shouting ended, the crack of a whip followed. Seeing the person hitting someone again, an accomplice reminded him to be careful with the merchandise, not to leave too many marks. The man with the whip spoke dismissively. "A bunch of fools who don't understand their situation. They still think they can leave after coming here. What a joke." Yu secretly opened one eye and looked around, wondering where she was. She realized it was a huge stone chamber, seemingly underground. Most of the people inside were women. Some were struggling fiercely, some were weeping softly, and some had numb expressions. Fear was evident in all their eyes. Didn't they say that in this world, the heavenly Tao favored women? That harming women would bring heavenly retribution? How could there still be people trafficking women? Her heart sank. It seemed this group was bigger than she had imagined. The captured women were clearly terrified, their faces filled with panic and fear. The bolder ones started shouting desperately, but no one responded. The more timid ones had already begun to break down and cry. Would anyone come to save them? They wanted to go home. It seemed they had just been abducted. Yu was about to offer a few words of comfort when she heard footsteps approaching again. Several people were coming this way. She had to stop what she was about to say. Sure enough, the next moment, a shifty-eyed man arrived. As soon as he entered, he narrowed his eyes and scanned each cell with the look of someone appraising goods. He asked directly, "How many with cultivation bases are there this time?" One of the men quickly replied in a fawning tone, 13 in total. "Most of them have been hit with bewitching incense and won't wake up for 3 days. One is at the foundation establishment stage, and the rest are at the Qi refining stage." The man, addressed as Zhang Shi, snorted disdainfully. "The quality is getting worse and worse. The immortal sect standards for accepting disciples have really dropped over the years. Forget it. Follow the usual procedure. Take those with cultivation bases to the Sangong, drug and feed the rest." He turned and walked towards the door. Zhang Shi suddenly stopped, a greedy look flashing in his eyes. He gave a meaningful glance and said softly, "Send that foundation establishment one to my place later." The man nodded quickly, indicating he understood and assuring Zhang Shi he could rest easy. As soon as Zhang Shi left, the man straightened up and took out a porcelain bottle, handing it to the person behind him. He instructed him to take the remaining people and administer the drug. "And don't forget to take that foundation establishment female cultivator out and send her to the Yugo." Then the scarred man, called Second Brother, walked directly through the barrier towards the unconscious woman. As he walked, he muttered, being Zhangxi is great. Gets to have first pick. Hearing this, Yu knew that nothing good would happen to the woman if she was taken there. She was just about to stand up and give the man a punch in the back when she heard a seductive female voice. Yoo-hoo, what are you doing here? The man who was about to grab the woman was startled. He turned around and saw a woman walking in the doorway. She was very beautiful, dressed in layers of pink gauze, and looked extremely alluring. The kind of woman that would make anyone's blood boil just by looking at her. She swayed her hips as she walked towards them. The man's face instantly broke into a lecherous grin, his eyes lingering on her chest. He asked, Miss Shuiyin, shouldn't you be upstairs attending to the master? Why have you come to such a filthy place? The woman laughed even more seductively and let out a coquettish little whine. It's all because Sister Qinglian is keeping the master occupied. She chased me out. I was bored, so I came to see these new sisters. Is that not allowed? Allowed, of course it's allowed. Whatever Miss Shuiyin says goes. Come, this way is hard to walk. Allow me to assist you, Mississippi. The scarred man hurried forward a few steps, groping the woman as he spoke. The woman, Shuiyin, stiffened. Yu mentally exclaimed, what a pervert. I can't stand this. However, Shuiyin unexpectedly cast a flirtatious glance at the scarred man and uttered a coy stop it. Then, supported by the scarred man, she continued walking towards the others. The scarred man eagerly explained, most of those brought here this time are mortal women, unable to withstand much. There are a few female cultivators, though, the highest being at the foundation establishment stage. Shuiyin glanced at the women huddled in the corner, a flicker of something in her eyes. Then she said with a smile, they're not much to look at. The scarred man immediately flattered her. Of course, they're not even 1/10,000th as beautiful as Miss Shuiyin. Seeing Shuiyin ask why they were unconscious, the scarred man hastily explained, they've just been drugged with soul-bewitching incense. They're cultivators after all, and I was afraid they'd be troublesome to subdue. Without the antidote, even a Yuan-ing cultivator wouldn't wake up for 3 days. Shuiyin looked at him curiously and asked, then, since you're so capable, you must have the antidote. The infatuated scarred man blurted out, naturally. Shuiyin's expression instantly turned cold. Good, she said, before the scarred man could voice his confusion. She smiled and struck his chest with a palm. One moment, she was a bewitching beauty. The next, a ruthless killer. Shuiyin's seemingly delicate palm contained surprising power. Caught completely off guard, the scarred man was sent flying by her blow. Seeing this, his two subordinates rushed forward, demanding to know what Shuiyin was doing. Their answer was 2 deadly throwing darts. Shuiyin flicked her wrist, sending the darts flying. 2 flashes of white light streaked across the men's throats, and they collapsed. Blood gushed out, pooling on the ground. The woman named Shuiyin, no longer the coquettish damsel, moved with swift, decisive precision. Yu watched, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wasn't Miss Shuiyin just like those female heroes in martial arts novels? Outwardly charming, but deadly to evildoers? She was actually seeing one in real life. The thought was thrilling. After killing the men, Shuiyin walked over to the scarred man with a serious expression. She crouched down and searched him thoroughly, her expression relaxing only after finding a bottle. Turning, she opened the barrier and walked towards the other women. She approached the unconscious Yu first. Just as she was about to administer the antidote, her wrist was grabbed. Yu smiled and said, hold on, Mississippi. She had been awake the whole time. Seeing the confusion in Shuyin's eyes, Yu, with no time to explain, said, it's a long story. Saving people is more important. Where are we? What should we do next? Shuiyin told her they were in the Crescent Moon Tower of the Mingyu Valley. Time was short, and they had to leave immediately. Upon hearing the words Mingyu Valley, the faces of the newly awakened women paled. This was the evil cultivator's domain. Shuiyin quickly scanned the prisoners and urgently explained that they had little time. If they wanted to live, they had to follow her and escape the Crescent Moon Tower within 15 minutes. Yu was the first to step forward, voicing her full support. Shuiyin opened the barriers of the other cells, releasing the dozens of imprisoned people. She led them out of the dungeon and into a vast, moonlit courtyard. Reaching a dark, inconspicuous corner, she had everyone stop and wait. Night had fallen. She stared intently at the brightly lit courtyard, the festive lights illuminating the night. Sounds of laughter drifted from nearby, suggesting a large gathering. A strange, pungent fragrance hung heavy in the air. Lost in thought, tears streamed down her face. A young girl asked, "Sister, why aren't we leaving? Will those people come after us?" Shuiyin squeezed the girl's hand and told her to be quiet and wait for the signal. The others were momentarily puzzled, but before they could ask, a tremendous boom echoed through the air. The tall building before them suddenly erupted in flames, collapsing in on itself. Watching the inferno, Shuyin's eyes filled with grief. She instantly thought of Sister Qinglian, the woman who had sacrificed herself so that others might have a chance to live. The thought of Sister Qinglian brought fresh tears to her eyes. She watched the flames rage. He fought back his grief. Leading everyone, he sprinted in another direction. He couldn't let Sister Qinglian's sacrifice be in vain. He had planned a route long ago, choosing secluded paths. Coupled with the sudden fire upstairs, everyone was rushing forward, so they didn't encounter anyone. Watching the tall building recede further and further into the distance, their group was about to leave Xianyue Tower's grounds. They almost reached the back gate when Yu Yu suddenly stopped, grabbing Shuiyin, who was at the front, and telling him to wait because they couldn't go that way. Before he could react, Yu Yu pulled him in another direction. Shuiyin was about to object when he heard the sound of many footsteps. Sure enough, in the next second, a group of people walked in from outside, weapons in hand. Clearly, they had discovered their escape and were coming to block them. They were just a hair's breadth from running into them. Everyone's faces paled. Shuiyin, especially anxious, gritted his teeth and said, "It seems the back exit is guarded. We can't get out. I've already checked the route on the map. Yu, lead the way. Let's take another route. There's a small path 50 meters ahead that we can take." Shuiyin asked him, puzzled, "How do you know the terrain here?" He couldn't tell them he was cheating. He could only clear his throat to hide his awkwardness. He said there was no time to explain and urged everyone to follow him. The group followed Yu, twisting and turning through a maze of paths. Finally, they escaped Xianyue Tower's grounds. Shuiyin, initially worried, fell silent after narrowly avoiding several groups of pursuers. He walked forward with the others without a word until the clamor of Xianyue Tower faded behind them. He couldn't help but look back at the building consumed by flames. His eyes stung again. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, a young woman fearfully whispered, "Where do we go next?" Shuiyin took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "To the mountain east of Xianyue Tower. There's a cave on the right side of the foot of the mountain. Now that Xianyue Tower has discovered our disappearance, they will definitely close off Mingyu Valley. We can only hide in the mountains for a while and wait for an opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu located the cave on the map and asked, "Is it the empty one on the left, the one in the middle with the monster, or the one on the far right, hidden by grass with 3 trees outside?" Shuiyin looked at him, even more shocked, but didn't forget to tell him it was the cave on the far right. Knowing their destination, Yu habitually took Shuyin's hand and walked forward, reminding everyone to follow. Shuyin's sister was afflicted with an incurable new curse. Who would have thought? That would be miraculously cured by Yu's strange incantation of rejuvenation magic. Without hesitation, everyone followed Yu's lead. Sure enough, they arrived at a cave without incident. Although the entrance was small, the inside was spacious and had numerous passages. Shuiyin first summoned a ball of fire to illuminate the cave, and then closed his eyes to set up a formation. After a short while, a flash of light passed beneath everyone's feet. "What formation is this?" He explained to everyone, "This is a concealment formation. The terrain here is complex. Even if someone discovers this place, as long as we don't go out, they won't find us here for a while." He then took out a box, opened it, and distributed the contents to everyone. He told them these were fasting pills, enough to sustain them here for 3 months. Once their pursuers let their guard down, they might be able to escape. Someone immediately exclaimed, 3 months? What if they don't let their guard down? Shuiyin looked back at everyone and said, "The Xianmen sect will discover our disappearance and might send people to search." Hearing this, the women from the Xianmen sect spoke hopefully, "The Xianmen sect will not abandon us. With so many people missing, the Xianmen sect must already know and will definitely come to rescue us." As everyone spoke with increasing certainty, as if encouraging each other, only Shuiyin, with downcast eyes, held little hope for the Xianmen sect finding them. After all, if Xianyue Tower dared to abduct noble ladies and female cultivators, they would naturally have made preparations to avoid being discovered. Moreover, he had been tortured by Manhwa Tower for 5 years. During that time, so many of his sisters had died tragically, and no one had come to rescue them. This meant the Xianmen sect knew nothing about this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to such a desperate plan. He remembered Sister Qinglian smiling and saying to him, "Shuiyin, everything depends on you. As long as one of us escapes, we can inform the Xianmen sect." Yu noticed his low spirits and patted his shoulder, offering comfort. "Don't worry. We will definitely escape safely." Beiyin turned to look at him, recalling the events along the way, and couldn't help but ask, could this young lady also be from the Xianmen sect? You seem so familiar with the terrain here. Could you be someone sent by the Xianmen sect to rescue us? Yu rubbed the back of her head and spoke apologetically. She had seen a map of this area before, so she remembered some of it. What else could she say? She couldn't exactly tell them. She was relying on real-time map updates. Shuiyan's eyes dimmed slightly after hearing this. They lowered their head in disappointment. They had originally thought Yu was sent by the Xianmen sect to rescue them, and had scouted the terrain beforehand. It seemed they had overthought it. Yu took Shuiyan's hand without a word and introduced herself. She was Yu from the Jinyan sect, a small sect that had only recently been established. "Don't worry," she said. "As long as we work together, we'll find a way." Shuiyan was stunned for a moment, then gave a strained smile and offered a word of greeting. After that, they fell silent and began to meditate, hoping to conserve energy to deal with the unknown dangers ahead. Yu felt a bit conflicted. Looking at the others who were sitting against the wall resting, she saw worry and fear on their faces. Her words had sounded confident, but actually leading them to safety wouldn't be easy. Escaping alone wouldn't be a problem, but now there were so many people. She hadn't learned any spells yet, and she didn't know what the consequences of using those game skills she remembered would be. It wouldn't be good if she accidentally hurt someone. She felt a bit troubled. Just as she was wondering what to do, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. "Yu, where are you?" Yu subconsciously looked around, but didn't see the source of the voice. She had definitely heard it, though. It was clearly the voice of her lucky dad. She couldn't be mistaken. Then, Lucky Dad's anxious voice rang out again. "Yu, it's Yuanqi. I'm contacting you through voice transmission. If you can hear me, respond with a voice transmission." She froze. Was that the voice transmission of her follower? She thought she might as well try. She immediately closed her eyes and focused. Sure enough, within moments, she felt a strange connection in her mind, a link to another world. She tried replying mentally. "Yuanqi, can you hear me?" Soon, Yuanqi's delighted voice came back. "Yu, are you safe? Quickly tell everyone your current location." She quickly told Yuanqi they were in a place called Manhwa Tower, and that according to the people inside, it seemed to be in some Mingyu Valley. Yuanqi's voice paused, as if asking something, but then returned with a more urgent tone. Mingyu Valley is a demonic lair, a gathering place for evil cultivators. Stay in the cave and don't come out. We'll be there soon to get you. Don't do anything rash before then." Yu nodded in agreement. She wasn't worried about herself. It was this group of girls she was concerned about. She was just about to tell Shuiyin the good news, so they could share in the relief, when Shuiyin suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood without warning. Their bodies swayed, and they began to tremble violently. Yu was startled. She quickly helped Shuiyin up, asking with concern, "Shuiyin, what's wrong? You weren't cultivating, and I interrupted you, causing some kind of backlash, were you?" Shuyin's expression became more pained, as if enduring some kind of torture, their whole body convulsing. One hand clutched tightly at their chest. Yu instinctively glanced down and saw a red mark glowing on Shuyin's chest. She asked what it was. Fighting to suppress the pain, Shuiyin gritted their teeth and explained, "They've caught up. They've activated the poison curse on me to force me out." After speaking, Shuiyin coughed up another mouthful of blood. The mark on their chest glowed brighter, tightening around their heart as if trying to rip it out. Yu couldn't help but curse, bastards. She didn't hesitate any longer. Pressing her hand against Shuyin's chest, she yelled, "Be," and cast a rejuvenation spell. In the next moment, a white light flashed. A gentle radiance instantly covered the mark, enveloping the poison curse like a net and suppressing the glow. The mark faded, and within moments, it disappeared. The pain vanished from Shuyin's body. Recovering, they looked at Yu in disbelief and asked, "You know how to dispel heart curses?" Yu wasn't sure how to answer. It seemed like she had dispelled it, so she supposed she knew how. Overjoyed relief flashed across Shuyin's face. But then their expression darkened. Gritting their teeth, they said, "The heart curse activating means the demonic leader is nearby. They'll find his place sooner or later. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. I'll go lure them away." As soon as they finished speaking, the others protested. "No, you can't go alone. You saved us. We won't let you risk your life alone. We'll face this together. Even if we die, we'll die together." Looking at everyone, despite their fear, willing to face life and death with them, Shuiyin smiled. It was a smile filled with deathly resolve. The demonic leader forcibly brought them here, forcing them to cultivate evil techniques every day, until their foundations were ruined. They desperately hoped for the Xianmin sect to come and rescue them. But unexpectedly, the Xianmin sect was colluding with the evil cultivators. Just then, a woman stepped forward, declaring herself a cultivator and offering to accompany Shuiyin to face the demonic leader. Shuiyin shook his head and refused. "No, the Xinhua Tower Master, Zhanzhan's forces are not only vast, but he also has a close relationship with the Mingyu Valley Master. Most importantly, he's a Yuaning cultivator. Another person going is just another death." Hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened, their eyes filled with despair. Shuiyin, without waiting for a response, stood up and walked towards the exit. Before leaving, he comforted them, saying he had a way to survive and they shouldn't worry about him. Watching his resolute departing figure, everyone knew his intentions. He was willing to die for them. Hidden within the concealment formation, they wept inconsolably. To prevent their pursuers from discovering their location, Shuiyin deliberately took a long detour, exiting the cave through another opening to lead them away. But he hadn't gone far when a sinister voice echoed in his ears, "Xiaoyaner, you have disappointed me greatly." His face instantly paled. It was too late to retreat. A middle-aged man slowly approached. Black mist wreathed his body, and horrifying black lines crawled across his face. His eyes were icy as he stared at Shuiyin. "Xiaoyaner, you've always been so obedient. I never thought you would do such a thing." Shuiyin's hands clenched into fists, his eyes overflowing with hatred as he glared at the man, gritting his teeth as he spat out the name, Zhanzhan. Zhanzhan completely disregarded his hatred, giving a contemptuous smile before continuing, "I always favored you and Qinglian, who knew that despite your apparent discord, you were secretly plotting such a thing, nearly destroying my Xinhua Tower. I treated you well. Is this how you repay me?" Shuiyin's face was filled with grief and anger. He could no longer suppress his rage. Treated us well? Did crippling our cultivation and forcing us to ingest poison that damaged our spiritual roots count as treating us well? Or was it the daily torture and relentless hunting of evil cultivators until our very foundations were ruined that you call treating us well? Zhanzhan, how many people have you killed? Can you even count them? Zhanzhan snorted coldly. "Blame only the heavens for granting you women's spiritual roots at birth. Since heaven has arranged it so, you naturally have your uses. Your own cultivation is insufficient, so you should serve as materials for their advancement." Shuiyin's eyes reddened with fury. "You scoundrel, evil and crooked paths deserve to be eradicated. Your actions will be judged by the righteous Xianmin sects one day." Hearing the hope he placed in the Xianmin sects, Zhanzhan burst into laughter as if he had heard a joke. "Xiaoyaner, you're still so naive. Do you really think the Xianmin didn't come to rescue you because they're unaware of what's happening here? Do you know how the female Xianmin cultivators in this tower arrived?" As if realizing something, Shuiyin's face turned pale. "What do you mean? Give up. The Xianmin doesn't care about your lives. Even if they receive some news, my Mingyu Valley has a soul formation venerable who would dare intrude easily." Shuiyin shook his head forcefully. "Impossible. The forced abduction of noble women with potential. The righteous Xianmin wouldn't ignore it." But only he could hear the tremor in his voice. Zhanzhan's laughter grew more arrogant, as if deliberately trying to crush him. He prompted Shuiyin to recall the guests he had received in the Xinhua Tower, those who came for pleasure and capture, and how many of them were disciples of the so-called Xianmin sections. Shuiyin was stunned. He stumbled back several steps, as if something within him had crumbled. Seeing his state, Zhanzhan laughed even more wildly. "Be sensible and hand over the goods you took. Considering our past relationship, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you'll end up like Qinglian." With a flick of his wrist, something was flung to the ground, staining it crimson. Shuiyin's eyes widened, turning bloodshot. Intense grief washed over him, and his whole body trembled. That was his sister Qinglian, his only light in the darkness. He clutched her blood-stained clothes tightly, refusing to let go. Zhan Zhan, watching him on the verge of collapse, continued his taunts. Foolish thing, you dared to destroy my Manhwa tower with righteous techniques. Not only Qinglian, but all those disobedient ones in the tower will be dealt with. Shuiyin glared at the demon before him, roaring, Zhan Zhan, you're inhuman. Your hands are stained with blood. Heaven and earth will not tolerate you. Besides the Xian men, there are also the heavenly maidens. They will not let you go. Zhan Zhan's eyes narrowed, as if he had lost his patience. Do you think the heavenly maidens will ever learn of these things? He then released his Yuan Ying's pressure, his face stoning as he roared, enough nonsense. Hand them over. I want to see where these heavenly maidens who will spare you are. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a gust of wind that struck Shuiyin, sending him flying backwards. He was about to crash into the wall. At this critical juncture, Yu appeared. Using the momentum, she propelled herself upwards. In the unbelievable chaos of the battle, she grabbed Shuiyin. Shuiyin, originally in despair, suddenly felt a tightness around his waist. In an instant, he was pulled back. The next moment, a devastatingly beautiful face appeared before his eyes. Yu turned her head and gave him a brilliant smile, gently setting him down before softly assuring him that he was safe. Zhan Zhan, his eyes narrowed, scanned Yu several times. Noticing she didn't possess much spiritual energy and showed no signs of cultivation, he immediately relaxed. Finally, his gaze settled on her face, the lascivious glint in his eyes intensifying. He asked who she was. Yu looked up at him with displeasure, her brows furrowing as she enunciated each word. Zhenyin Sek's heavenly maiden, Yu, is here. What business do you have? Hearing her proclaim herself the heavenly maiden, Zhan Zhan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. As if he'd heard the biggest joke, he asked Shuiyin, is this your new trick for escaping? Claiming to be a heavenly maiden. This heavenly maiden is quite attractive. Is she looking for any followers? Yu's face darkened, the violent impulses within her bubbling to the surface. She directly retorted to Zhan Zhan, you're not qualified to be my follower. Zhan Zhan laughed even louder upon hearing this. He hadn't taken Yu seriously at all. Maliciously, he said, it seems this heavenly maiden has quite discerning taste. She even looks down on me. However, Manhwa Tower loves to force its will upon others, and I haven't yet tasted a heavenly maiden. Today seems like a good opportunity to try. With that, his spiritual energy surged as he raised his hand and formed a deadly technique, clearly about to attack. Shuyin's face paled. He staggered forward, looking at Yu in disbelief. How did you get here? He shielded her, urging her to run. Yu just fought a demon and exhausted her power. A furious roar echoed from the valley. It was the nascent soul cultivator Valley Master Qi appearing. The situation instantly reversed, a new crisis arising. Yu saw a massive surge of spiritual energy hurtling towards them, as if trying to seize her. She quickly pulled Qi Jian back, intending to shield him from the attack. Shuiyin stared in disbelief at the woman beside him. He hadn't expected her to face Zhan Zhan's attack barehanded. When he looked closer, he realized that at some point, Yu had become enveloped in an astonishing aura, her body faintly glowing as if some power had been awakened within her, welling up endlessly. He didn't have time to examine it closely. The hand gripping his wrist suddenly slid down to his palm, grasping the sword in his hand. Yu smiled at him again, her voice gentle and reassuring, you've done enough. Leave the rest to me. He was momentarily dazed by that gentle smile. In his stunned state, he subconsciously loosened his grip. The next second, a gentle force pushed him backward. He was gently placed several feet away. Then he saw Yu, holding his sword, facing the large crowd alone. Enraged by his failed attack, Zhan Zhan unleashed 5 or 6 more strikes at Yu, roaring, wanting to see just how capable she was. But Yu seemed to be protected by an invisible barrier. Zhan Zhan's techniques dissipated before they could even touch her. The arrogant and boastful Zhan Zhan's expression changed, a flicker of wariness appearing in his eyes. Who are you? He demanded. Yu didn't answer. Instead, she looked down at the sword in her hand, tracing the inscription on the blade. She murmured, do you know why I haven't dared to touch a weapon for so long? Then, she answered her own question, because I'm afraid I'm too powerful. I'm afraid I wouldn't know the consequences of my own strength. Her voice suddenly stopped. She tightened her grip on the sword and slowly raised it, pointing it directly at Zhan Zhan. Congratulations. You're the first scum to make me want to pick up a sword. The long-absent system notification reappeared, informing her that the weapon had been equipped. The next moment, the rows of grayed-out attack skills in her mind suddenly lit up. Zhang Zhen's face darkened, his earlier contempt gone, replaced by a murderous aura. He channeled his spiritual energy while ordering his followers, kill her. Instantly, everyone raised their weapons and charged towards Yu, each attack a killing blow. Ignoring the overwhelming onslaught, Yu gripped the sword tighter and stepped forward, unleashing her first true attack skill in this world, Sword God's Heavenless Strike. A clear skill incantation echoed resoundingly throughout the valley. Unbearable hardship in the heart. Draw the sword, a natural god. In the next moment, countless sword shadows erupted from Yu. The dense, fine sword light instantly shredded all incoming attacks and launched an unstoppable counteroffensive. Those attackers couldn't react before being repeatedly pierced by the all-encompassing sword light. Even Zhang Zhen, the one with the highest cultivation, didn't have time to make a single-hand seal. Countless sword lights assaulted him, and before he could utter a word, he was completely submerged in the overwhelming sword light. After using the attack skill, Yu held the sword in one hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the other. Her eyes swept over the ground littered with the bodies of blood blade members, riddled with holes. She was quite satisfied with the ultimate move she had just used. At this moment, a familiar voice reached her ears. She turned and saw Feng Rong and the others rushing to the rescue. Seeing that it was her own people, the murderous aura around her instantly vanished without a trace. Feng Rong was the first to rush over, ignoring the carnage all around, and grabbed Yu, checking her over repeatedly. A barrage of scolding words erupted like rapid gunfire. Seriously, if you can't handle it, don't just fly off. And if you do fly off, would it kill you to contact everyone? I've nearly run my legs off. Yu replied somewhat sheepishly. Didn't I forget my communication talisman? Looking at the large fissure that had been cleaved open, Ling Qi asked her weakly, did Master do all of this? Although Yu knew it was a bit exaggerated no matter how she put it, she couldn't lie outright. She could only bite the bullet and admit it. Feng Rong continued to ask with concern, are you injured? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Yuan Qi also hurriedly stepped forward and asked if she was injured and if her body felt all right. After speaking, he anxiously grasped her wrist to check her pulse. Seeing Yuan Qi directly checking Yu's pulse, Feng Rong instantly became displeased. Yu smiled and told Yuan Qi that she was fine and not to worry. Feng Rong's displeasure doubled instantly. Ling Qi looked around and couldn't help but ask what had happened. Yu said it was just a small matter. She had just casually destroyed a criminal gang. That's all. By the way, I wonder how Shui Yin is doing? I lost control when I released my skill. I hope it didn't affect her. With that, she appeared in front of Shui Yin and asked with concern if she had been injured by her skill. Shui Yin seemed to suddenly snap back to reality. She immediately took a step back and knelt down to kowtow to Yu. Gustins, Hiven the Moyden. Thank you for saving my life. Yu hurriedly stepped forward to help her up, pulling her to her feet. She corrected her earnestly. You saved yourself. You already did very well, really. Shui Yin was stunned at first. Then tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, flowing more and more without stopping. For a moment, it was unclear whether she was sad or happy. She just wanted to have a good cry. After Shui Yin's emotions had subsided somewhat, Yu reminded her that everything was all right now and they should return to the cave to get the other sisters. Looking at Yu's bright smile, Shui Yin felt like she had been reborn in that instant. Wiping away her tears, she nodded, that's right. There are other sisters waiting for us. Just then, they all heard a furious voice coming from the sky. Who dares to destroy my Mingyu Valley? Shui Yin's hand, which was wiping her tears, froze. She was the first to recognize the newcomer. Her face instantly paled, and despair filled her eyes. The newcomer was none other than the Mingyu Valley Master. The wind and clouds surged around them. Large swathes of black fog gathered in the sky. A figure dressed in black suddenly appeared above, looking down with fury. This person was the Mingyu Valley Master, whose cultivation had reached the nascent soul stage. Who would have thought that the dignified, nascent soul cultivator of Mingyu Valley would be instantly killed by a casually thrown sword? Truly, villains die from talking too much. Shui Yin urged Yu Yu to run. After all, the Mingyu Valley Master was a nascent soul cultivator. They definitely couldn't defeat him. The Mingyu Valley Master swept his gaze over everyone. His gaze settled on Feng Rong, who had the highest cultivation. Seeing that it was only at the Yuan-Ing stage, he snorted and said disdainfully, "A mere Yuan-Ing stage sect disciple dares to trespass into my Mingyu Valley. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Feng Rong frowned upon hearing this and looked at the arrogant Mingyu Valley Master in the air, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Seeing that no one responded to him, the Mingyu Valley Master flew into a rage. He began to channel his spiritual energy, preparing to attack, while threatening, "So you won't talk? Then none of you will leave here alive today." However, before he could finish his words, a sword flashed. It pierced his chest with ease, passing straight through his armor and into his dantian, instantly scattering all his spiritual energy. The Mingyu Valley Master's eyes bulged. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't react at all, unable to comprehend why there was a sword in his chest. With difficulty, he squeezed out his last words, "How is this possible?" He then plummeted from the sky, falling straight into the chasm that had just been cleaved open. Needless to say, the demonic cultivators who had come with the Mingyu Valley Master were stunned. Even Feng Rong and Yuan Qi, who were about to attack, were dumbfounded. What's going on? All eyes focused on Yu Yu, who was still in her arrow-throwing pose. Yu Yu weakly withdrew her hand and subconsciously explained, "I thought the fight was over. I didn't expect the Mingyu Valley Master to show up and make things more complicated. He was annoying, so I just casually threw it." Who knew the dignified, nascent soul, 7th stage Mingyu Valley Master, Sai, will be killed just like that? Someone shouted, "The Valley Master is dead. Run!" The demonic cultivators, their faces filled with terror, no longer cared about the people below and fled in all directions. Seeing this, Feng Rong immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a sea of flames, forming a fiery circle in the air, trapping the fleeing demonic cultivators. He coolly declared, "Trying to run? No way. None of you will escape from me." Yu Yu cheered him on, encouraging him to take them all out. Just then, Ling Qi stepped forward and pointed to the rear right, toward a mostly destroyed tall building in the distance. He reported to Yu Yu, "Master, our disciples have discovered a large number of demonic cultivators gathered in that building. We are unsure how to proceed." Yu Yu immediately remembered the Xinhua Tower. Her hands clenched. She had almost forgotten that Zhanzhen wasn't the only scum here. For their own selfish desires, they had harmed countless women. She absolutely couldn't let them go. The violent intent she had just suppressed flared up again. She turned around and, through gritted teeth, gave the order, "Annihilate everyone in the Xinhua Tower. Leave no one alive." As soon as she finished speaking, Shuyan's eyes lit up. She immediately declared that she wanted to go too and pleaded to be taken along. With Yuan Qi and Feng Rong's help, the Xinyan sect didn't take long to conquer the entire demonic lair. Back at the Xinyan sect, Yu Yu listened to Ling Qi's report in her study. In addition to the women rescued earlier, 45 more women were rescued from the Xinhua Tower. They were all cultivators. Yu Yu thought they must have belonged to sects before. We should notify their sects to come and get them. Ling Qi's expression darkened, and his voice was filled with pity. Their foundations have been destroyed, and they've been poisoned with curses. Even if the curses can be lifted, they may never be able to cultivate again. Not only that, he continued, according to them, the reason they ended up in the Xinhua Tower is mostly related to disciples from their own sections. Many even know exactly who harmed them. Yu Yu was shocked and asked in disbelief. People from their own sects trafficked them there. Ling Qi's brow furrowed deeper, and his voice held a hint of anger. Indeed. We also found this in the Xinhua Tower. He handed her a booklet. Opening it, Yu Yu saw a long list of unfamiliar names. "What is this?" she asked. Ling Qi pointed at the names and explained, "This is a register of those who frequented the Xinhua Tower. Besides some demonic cultivators from the Mingyu Valley, there are also quite a few sect disciples listed here." Yu Yu finally understood why those women didn't want to go back. With such scum in their own sects, what awaited them might be another Xinhua Tower. It seemed she had been too naive, thinking everyone in this world was like Ling Feng and the others, with no concept of harming women. She decided to inform the heavenly maidens of their respective sections. As fellow women, surely the heavenly maidens wouldn't stand idly by. Surely the heavenly maidens would deal with these bad apples. It now seemed that that even the heavenly Tao couldn't restrain everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Rong, who had been sitting beside her, doused her with cold water. That will only work if they care. If those heavenly maidens actually cared about this sort of thing, these people wouldn't have been trafficked in the first place. Believe it or not, he continued, even if a few sects want to uphold justice, those bastards will find excuses to clear their names. They might even turn around and slander the victims. Yu frowned and asked, then what should we do? We can't just do nothing. Sooner or later, there will be another Xianyue Tower. Feng Rong's eyes lit up, and he glanced at her with a smug look, acting all important again. He looked as if he was saying, beg me, beg me, beg me, and I'll tell you what to do. Yu couldn't stand it. She turned directly to Ling Qi for his opinion. Feng Rong, remembering past experiences, quickly said he had an idea. Sure enough, the next moment, Yu's gaze fell on him, her face full of expectation. What is it? She asked. Feng Rong immediately felt gratified. He pointed at the booklet and smugly said, whether those sects believe the authenticity of this register is unimportant. What matters is whether others believe it. The register should still be sent. Not only sent, but sent widely. It's best if everyone has a copy. Let it be known throughout the world. Only this way will they thoroughly investigate everyone on the roster. It's true. No matter the internal situation of these sects, their one commonality is caring about their image. If the whole world knows the people on the roster have done bad things, even if those sects don't want to deal with it, outside pressure will force them to. Otherwise, their reputations will plummet. Lin Qi voiced his concerns. But if we do this, I'm afraid Jinyin's sect will become a target, and other sects will start to. Yu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. In our sect's current state, we don't need to fear being targeted. We're like those with nothing to lose. What's there to be afraid of? As for the future, once we become powerful, we won't need to worry about it anymore. He found her logic sound and couldn't refute it. Yu suddenly looked around, noticing Yuan Qi's absence. She asked where he had gone. That where's our moneybags, daddy? Lin Qi, remembering something, hurriedly explained, Venerable Yuan discovered something in Mingyu Valley and got delayed. He hasn't returned yet. Yu paused, curious. Discovered what? She suddenly felt anticipation for what their moneybags daddy had found. Lin Qi, flipping through the records in his hand, replied, while pursuing the remaining demonic cultivators, Venerable Yuan stumbled upon the Mingyu Valley Master's hidden treasure vaults. A pill vault, a spiritual energy vault, a magical artifact vault, and a vault of various top-quality snacks, along with several rare spiritual plants and refining materials. Yu and Feng Rong were speechless. Can the auspicious luck of the Divine Clan really strike anytime, anywhere? It feels like we weren't there to do good, but to raid the place. Heavenly Gate disciples, collaborating with Mingyu Valley cultivators, participated in the scandal. After the atrocities against noble women and female cultivators were exposed, the entire Xianzhe continent was shocked. For a time, all the sects of Xianzhe were in motion, busy proving their innocence. Presumably, only within Jinyin's sect did things remain as usual. Yu, who had been planning to rest in the courtyard, had just accepted a package of snacks from Feng Rong. Before she could even taste them, she saw Yuan Qi and his group returning. She hurried to greet them, and Yuan Qi told her with a smile that the Mingyu Valley matter had been completely handled. The issue was considered resolved. Lin Qi, beaming, stepped forward to report. These past few days, the visitor roster incident has caused quite a stir. The major sects are taking it seriously and are strictly dealing with the involved disciples. Yu was very satisfied with this development and praised him for a job well done. She then opened the package of snacks and offered them to the three men. And so, to Feng Rong's disbelief, the four of them chatted while enjoying the snacks together. In this pleasant atmosphere, they finished the snacks. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Qi addressed Yu. Master, there are still some matters that require your decision. He glanced at Shui Yin before continuing. The rescued, noble women no longer trust their own sex and are unwilling to return. Furthermore, Venerable Yuan has examined their meridians, and their foundations are damaged, irreparable by external forces. Yu understood their reservations. She wouldn't want to go back either. As for their foundations, she figured she could plant spirit roots and replenish their spiritual energy. Wanyan shook his head and explained, Master Yu, you misunderstand. Foundations and spirit roots are different. Spirit roots are the primary conduit for absorbing spiritual energy, while the foundation involves the dantian, meridians, the flow of spiritual energy, and other fundamental aspects of cultivation. cultivation. If cultivation is a passage, the spirit root is merely the door. Even if the door is open, if the passage itself is damaged or blocked, cultivation is still impossible. He then anxiously asked Yuan Shi, is there truly no way to repair their foundations? Are there any other methods? Yuan Shi thought for a moment. Unless there's some potent elixir or technique that can help them reconstruct their meridians and reshape their foundations. Unfortunately, alchemy wasn't his specialty. As for techniques, it seemed he would have to thoroughly research those skills. Feng Rong suddenly interjected, subtly separating Yuan Shi from Yu. That wouldn't the foundation mending pill work? Didn't we harvest a 7-star spiritual liquid? Besides refining the 9th grade breakthrough pill, it can also be used to refine the foundation mending pill. Yu and Wen Yin were overjoyed. Yu immediately instructed Lin Qi, quickly fetch the 7-star spiritual liquid and begin refining. Before Lin Qi could react, Shuiyin spoke up emotionally. Sect Master, absolutely not. A spiritual herb capable of refining a 9th grade elixir is incredibly precious. How can it be used on us, who are now useless? The sect master rescued us from that hellhole and granted us shelter within the sect, showing the utmost benevolence. Such great kindness we can never repay in our lifetime. As for cultivation, we've long given up on ascending the path of greatness. Please, sect master, do not trouble yourself further on our behalf. Yu sighed and gently lifted Shuyin's lowered head. Oh, you know which sect you belong to now? Though she didn't understand the reason for the question, Shuiyin answered honestly. Having joined Jinyin's sect, we are naturally disciples of this sect. Yu smiled and continued, since you've joined Jinyin's sect, then we are all sisters from now on. Isn't it only right for the sect master to be responsible for the sect's disciples? Even the precious 7-star spiritual liquid is just pigweed. Can a living person be less important than a single plant? Shuyin's nose suddenly felt a bit sore. For a moment, she couldn't speak. She felt a warm current flowing slowly in her heart. For a time, it was as if even the scars from those hazy 10 days were healed. Just then, Lin Qi spoke up with a troubled expression. Sect Master, the 7-star spiritual liquid is in the storehouse. However, the foundation mending pill is a 7th grade pill. It requires a 6th grade or higher alchemist to refine it. But the disciples in our sect who specialize in alchemy are at most 3rd grade alchemists. In other words, even if we have the 7-star spiritual liquid, we can't refine a 7th grade foundation mending pill. Yu thought to herself, this is going south fast. I just finished showing off. Does the slap in the face have to come so quickly? So she hurriedly asked, can we find a 7th grade alchemist from another sect to help refine it? Lin Qi shook his head, indicating that alchemists were always scarce, and top-tier alchemists were even harder to find. Only low-level alchemists would accept commissions from others. Currently, the 7th grade and above alchemists in the world all belong to the 3 sects and 6 schools. These first-rate immortal sects won't easily send their disciples to refine pills for other sections. He pondered for a good while before hesitantly saying, there is one person who might be able to. Yu's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked who it was. Lin Qi replied, that person is Daojun Kuei Bai of Tranquil Valley. Although he's only at the Golden Core stage, he's already a 6th grade alchemist. His talent is extremely high. 50 years ago, the heavenly maiden of his sect, Purple Cloud Sect, passed away. After that, he refused invitations from several large families and voluntarily became a rogue cultivator. Yu thought Daojun Kuei Bai was a person with character, but let's go find him now. Seeing her about to rush out the door to find someone, Feng Rong, who couldn't stand it anymore, pulled her back. Feng Rong criticized her for being too impulsive and reckless. When asking an alchemist to refine pills, you generally need to offer an additional portion of materials as payment. We only have one 7-star spiritual liquid. How can we ask someone to help refine the pill? Yu couldn't help but complain about this ridiculous rule. Her eyes turned towards Yuan Shi, thinking, I wonder if I let this lucky Yuan Shi go check the material storehouse. Would he accidentally find another 7-star spiritual liquid? Seeing her worried expression, Yuan Shi quickly comforted her. Xiaoyu, don't be so anxious. Materials are for improving cultivation. It doesn't have to be the 7-star spiritual liquid. He had seen some decent quality spiritual herbs among the spoils seized from Mingyu Valley. He suggested Yu, write a letter now and send a disciple to Tranquil Valley. In the letter, explain that we're requesting Daojun Kue Bai to refine a 7th grade foundation mending pill and ask if he would accept Heavenly Origin Dragon Bamboo, Ice Fire Golden Flower, and Mystic Feathergrass as substitutes for the 7-star spiritual liquid as payment. In the quiet of the night, the disciples on duty diligently guarded the sect. One disciple suddenly sensed something amiss above. Looking up, he saw a flying ship rapidly approaching them. His first reaction was that there was an enemy invasion, so he quickly told his partner to inform Elder Lin. The next second, the flying ship crashed directly into the sect's gate. The two disciples didn't have time to report. They cautiously approached to check the situation of the flying ship. Looking at the shattered planks, a hand struggled to climb out from the pile of wood. The disheveled person shouted, "Where's the princess? I need to refine pills. It's about to explode." As everyone despaired, they saw Yuan Qi wave his hand and instantly reverse the situation. Yu, who had just fallen into a sweet dream, was woken up by Lin Qi, who came to report the key information. Still drowsy, she immediately woke up when she heard that Daojun Kue Bai had rushed to the sect overnight. When she opened the door, Lin Qi immediately explained the whole story. The disciples on watch saw Daojun Kue Bai pass directly through the protective formation and enter the sect. Initially, they thought he was an intruder. However, his flying ship was severely damaged and crashed. The first thing he said after crawling out was that he needed to refine pills. Yu was speechless. She really didn't understand why he was so. However, she was concerned about something else. Their protective formation was personally set up by Yuan Qi. So how did Daojun Kue Bai break through? Lin Qi gave an awkward laugh before answering. Feng Rong said he wanted to test the stability of the protective formation for you. He just burned the formation with a spell yesterday. Yu immediately understood. The root of the problem lay with that mischievous Feng Rong who was always causing trouble. If it had been a real intruder, wouldn't it have been a big problem? She would deal with Feng Rong later. Calming herself down, she quickly asked about Daojun Kue Bai's condition. Learning that he was unharmed and already resting in the guest room, she was relieved. Seeing that she was about to go back to sleep, Lin Qi hesitantly said, "Sect Master, although the Foundation Mending Pill can mend broken meridians, it's only effective for Qi refinement stage cultivators or mortals without cultivation. Using the 7-star spiritual liquid to refine a Foundation Mending Pill is already excessive, not to mention offering top-grade spiritual herbs as well." Before he could finish, Yu interjected, deflecting the conversation. Daojun Kue Bai must think they were squandering treasures. He instantly understood. Kue Bai felt they were unappreciative and worried they would ruin the top-grade spiritual herbs, which was why he rushed over in the middle of the night. Lin Qi calmly replied, "Wouldn't it be a waste if these things couldn't be put to use?" Then, he instructed Lin Qi to have someone prepare the alchemy room. Tomorrow morning, he would invite Daojun Kue Bai to refine pills. Early the next morning, Lin Qi was waiting for Daojun Kue Bai at the entrance of the alchemy room. When Kue Bai arrived, Lin Qi smiled brightly, cupped his hands in greeting, and introduced himself. "Greetings, Daojun. I am Lin Qi, the steward of the Jinyan sect. You must be tired from your journey. The preparations for pill refinement are complete. We will have to trouble you with this task." One look at Daojun Kue Bai, and it was clear he wasn't accustomed to formalities. Sure enough, he simply nodded and asked, "Steward Lin, have those spiritual herbs been properly stored?" When Daojun Kue Bai learned the herbs were safe, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Those were rare and precious spiritual herbs. They couldn't be ruined by these ignorant people. He circled the pill furnace. It was a top-grade Xian iron pill furnace, perfect for alchemy. He nodded in satisfaction that let's begin refining the pills directly. The Foundation Mending Pill is a 7th grade pill. I only have a 70% chance of success. I will do my best, but if it fails, it's simply a matter of luck. Lin Qi nodded and replied, "Pill refinement always has a chance of failure. 70% is already quite high. We understand the rules, so we've also thought of some methods. I believe Daojun will certainly succeed on the first try." Daojun Kue Bai was stunned. He himself wasn't sure if he could succeed. So why did Lin Qi seem even more confident than he was? Could it be that they had a foolproof method for pill refinement? Just as he was puzzled, he heard Lin Qi respectfully address someone at the door. "Venerable Yuan, He followed Lin Shi's gaze and saw a man dressed in white, with exceptionally handsome features, walk in. Just by looking at his expression, one could tell he was stunned by the newcomer's appearance. Lin Shi hurriedly introduced the newcomer. "This is Venerable Yuan Shi, our sect master's sole follower." He then explained to Yuan Shi, "Venerable One, the sect master instructed you to remain in the alchemy room until the pill is refined." Yuan Shi nodded good-naturedly and found a chair to sit down. He looked up at the still bewildered Kuei Bai and gave him a gentle smile. "Don't mind me. I'll just sit here for a while. You can focus on refining the pill." Kuei Bai thought, what the heck? A venerable is personally watching me refine pills. How can I not mind? But he only dared to complain internally, not daring to confront the venerable directly. Although the top-grade Xian iron pill furnace felt amazing to use, pill refinement required intense focus and concentration. Having someone stare at him, especially someone with nascent soul cultivation, was distracting, and he couldn't exactly ask the venerable to leave. Despite his frustration, he had to endure it. He began to focus on refining the pill, thinking that as long as he wasn't disturbed, it was fine if Yuan Chi wanted to watch. He glanced over casually and saw Venerable Yuan Chi take out a jade-like object. Channeling spiritual energy, Yuan Chi was carving something into it. Yuan Chi's fingers moved with incredible speed, and formations flickered from his palm one after another. Although the object was less than a palm long, it was densely covered in carved formations. Kuei Bai had never seen such a small object hold so many formations. He voiced his confusion. Yuan Chi replied casually, "Our sect master's sword control isn't fully developed yet, so I'm just carving some small trinkets for him to carry. They can be used for communication, defense, attack, storage, and so on, just in case." Communication, defense, attack, and storage all in one? Even top-grade magical artifacts weren't so versatile. Yuan Chi was pondering what design to make next when the object in his hand transformed into a white jade hairpin, emitting a faint white glow. The hairpin was topped with a lifelike flower, looking extremely elegant and refined. Even Kuei Bai, a rough and tumble man, thought it was beautiful. But Yuan Chi contradicted himself. Yu isn't good at styling her hair and needs help every day. A hairpin wouldn't be suitable for her. His fingers moved again, and the numerous formations he had just carved were dismantled one by one. So focused on the pill refinement, he almost couldn't suppress a cry of anguish. He felt his heart bleed. If you don't want it, don't dismantle it. Why dismantle it? Such a powerful artifact. If your sect master doesn't need it, give it to me. Because of his inner turmoil, the spiritual energy he was steadily injecting into the pill furnace fluctuated unsteadily. The flames in the furnace surged, triggering a chain reaction in the surrounding formations, causing them all to light up. The entire alchemy room shook. His expression changed drastically. He quickly restrained his spiritual energy and used his techniques to suppress the chaotic energy within the furnace. He turned to remind the two disciples assisting him. Focus. Gather your spiritual energy. Speed up the pill formation. He instantly regretted his distraction. Such precious spiritual herbs required careful refinement to condense the spiritual essence within them into a pill. But his mistake forced him to prematurely form and retrieve the pill. Otherwise, not only would the pill be ruined, but the furnace might explode. Just as he was filled with despair and self-reproach, a group of disciples burst through the door. They ran into the alchemy room to consult Venerable Yuan Chi. The questions they asked weren't even about cultivation or guidance, but rather some baffling things. Someone stuck at the 9th level of Chi refinement wanted to know if the Venerable thought they could break through to the 10th. Someone about to board a plane asked if the Venerable thought the journey would be safe. Someone else saw the beautiful flowers blooming on the back mountain and wanted to give them to the sect master, asking if the Venerable thought the sect master would like them. Just listen to these bizarre questions. A dignified venerable of the sect dealing with such trivial matters. Kuei Bai felt once again that the sect's disciples were all a bit crazy. The anger in his heart surged. This is an alchemy room, not some miscellaneous complaints department. He only hoped that he could salvage a couple of pills before they were completely ruined. He didn't even dare to think about the quality of these ancient pills anymore. Just at that moment, the pill furnace went out of control. He sighed inwardly, terrible. Now not a single pill will be left. It's over, it's over. This is a complete waste of heavenly treasures. Yuan Shi, with a calm and unruffled expression, watched the pill furnace that was about to explode. He casually raised his hand. A stream of spiritual energy shot into the pill furnace. Immediately afterward, a miraculous scene unfolded. The raging energy within the furnace visibly calmed down. Not only did the pills not burst apart, but with the remaining momentum, they began to rapidly solidify, faster than they could have formed with manual manipulation, and they became increasingly solid. It seemed they were about to take shape. The next moment, a loud boom echoed, and a rich purple aura erupted from the pill furnace, shooting straight towards the roof. Kuei Bai, staring at the pill aura soaring into the sky, was completely dumbfounded. He knew that pill aura like this only appeared when top-grade pills were refined, a phenomenon significant enough to alert the entire sect. Yet, the two alchemy disciples assigned to assist him merely glanced upwards with indifferent expressions, as if it were an everyday occurrence. One said, "Pill aura? Seen it too many times. Getting a bit tired of it." The other added, "It would be abnormal if there wasn't pill aura with the venerable here." Kuei Bai really wanted to yell and shake them awake. This was pill aura, a 1 in a million occurrence. What did it have to do with that laid-back venerable? It seemed everyone here was a little crazy. Their train of thought was too erratic. For the sake of the rare pill aura, he suppressed his urge to roar. He told himself to calm down and check the pills first. He immediately extended his spiritual sense into the pill furnace to examine the newly formed top-grade pills. The moment his spiritual sense touched the pills, he felt something strange. These pills were too perfectly refined. Not only had they completely retained their medicinal properties, but they even seemed to have faint, silvery white wisps of soul attached to them. Kuei Bai's eyes widened. Even his absorption of the pill aura paused. He knew that top-grade pills couldn't possibly have souls. Could these pills in the furnace actually be Tao pills? Subconsciously, he looked up at the ever-increasing, non-dissipating purple aura gathering on the roof. Only then did he belatedly react and shout, "This isn't pill aura, it's pill tribulation." Sure enough, in the next moment, a white flash of lightning suddenly struck down from the roof, instantly blasting it open, revealing the layers of formations above. This time, it wasn't just Kuei Bai. All three alchemists were stunned, staring blankly at the suddenly destroyed roof and the pills flying out of the pill furnace towards the lightning, unable to react for a long time. Seeing another bolt of pill tribulation about to strike, it was Yuan Shi, who was watching from the side, who reacted first, grabbing the others and flying out of the alchemy room away from the pill tribulation. Pill tribulation, unlike cultivator tribulation, should in principle only have one strike. But perhaps because too many Tao pills had been refined, the pill tribulation continued for a full 50 strikes before stopping. Yuan Shi calmly stated, "There are as many tribulation lightning strikes as there are Tao pills. This is common sense." Kuei Bai was dumbfounded again. He thought that most Tao cultivators might never refine a single Tao pill in their entire lives. Even a select few, blessed by heaven and favored by the Kandal, would consider refining 1 or 2 to be the limit. He never imagined he would refine dozens of Tao pills at once. This was a miracle. The entire alchemy room had been reduced to a scorched black flatland, except for the pill furnace, which remained perfectly intact in the center. Everything else was in ruins. Above the pill furnace floated several pills, emitting a faint golden light. As the pill tribulation dissipated, the pills began to tremble, about to scatter with the spiritual energy. Seeing this, Kuei Bai quickly took out his pill bottles to collect them. He also reminded everyone, the pill tribulation has ended. If we don't collect them in time, the Tao pills will return to the heavens. Quickly, catch them. Catch those Tao pills. Yuan Shi simply waved his hand, and the restless pills were instantly gathered by an invisible force and flew towards them. Kuei Bai quickly opened the lids of the pill bottles and collected all the pills inside. After putting all the assurance pills into bottles, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Assurance pilles. These were several bottles full of them. Although they were only 7th grade bone-mending pills, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. He felt his heart tremble and his hands shake. He even wanted to go back and refine another batch. At the same time, he felt the barrier of his cultivation realm becoming thinner and thinner. He even had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the sound harmonization stage. In an instant, all his jujie and dissatisfaction with the Jinyin sect vanished. It was Yuan Shi who reminded him that since the pills were refined, he should return to the main hall to see the sect master. Kuei Bai subconsciously clutched the pill bottles. He was undoubtedly reluctant to part with them. After all, they were assurance pills. But this was agreed upon beforehand. Moreover, being able to refine a batch of assurance pills and gaining the opportunity to reach sound harmonization was already a huge stroke of luck. So, without hesitation, he followed Yuan Shi towards the main hall. He was really curious about the Jinyin sect's sect master. After all, the entire sect seemed rather unusual. The sect master was probably no different. With this suspicion in mind, he arrived at the main hall. Who would have thought he would see a woman with delicate features, and beside her stood a breathtakingly beautiful man. Once again, captivated by this stunning beauty, he couldn't help but wonder if this sect selected its disciples based on their looks. Yu walked over quickly, smiling brightly and asking, "Are the pills refined already? You've worked hard. How many did you refine? Are there enough?" Kuei Bai politely bowed and presented the pills before respectfully replying, reporting to Heavenly Venerable Yu. "There are a total of 50 bone-mending pills. All the assurance pills are here." Yu accepted the pills and casually thanked him. He was taken aback. He didn't expect the sect master of a sect to be so polite. This sect really was strange. He had never met such a courteous Heavenly Venerable. Yu asked Yuan Shi, who was beside her, to inform Lin Shi to bring Shui Yin to collect the medicine and, at the same time, bring the spiritual plants that Daojun Kuei Bai requested. Yu then smiled at Kuei Bai and said, "Daojun Kuei Bai has come from afar. Why not stay at Jinyin sect for a few days to rest?" She thought this would also make it easier to discuss hiring him. After all, the sect really needed a skilled alchemist. However, Kuei Bai directly refused her offer, saying that he was used to the tranquility of his own valley and wasn't comfortable staying away for too long. Yu couldn't force him to stay. After a few more polite exchanges, since he showed no intention of changing his mind, she couldn't persuade him further. Just as the atmosphere was about to become awkward, Lin Shi's timely arrival saved the day. He handed the jade box containing the spiritual plants to Kuei Bai. Kuei Bai reached out to take the jade box, but caught sight of Shui Yin behind Lin Shi. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. He froze, his hand trembling so much that he almost dropped the box. Fortunately, Lin Shi reacted quickly and caught it. The next moment, Kuei Bai exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Fairy Mingyan." His previously indifferent face flushed crimson. He abruptly turned to Yu and asked resolutely, "Sect Master Yu, does your offer still stand?" He seemed rather eager to join now. Yu, however, thought he was definitely acting strangely, and quite seriously so. Feng Rong stirs chaos, burning the imperial edict, leading to a cultivation technique dilemma, but unexpectedly achieving the Hope Sword. Daojun Kuei Bai, who had been eager to leave, immediately changed his mind after seeing Shui Yin and wanted to join the Jinyin sect. Yu leaned closer to Shui Yin and curiously asked if they knew each other. Shui Yin looked bewildered and said she didn't recognize him, but her previous name was indeed Ming Yin. Daojun Kuei Bai seemed to want to say something, but didn't know how to begin. After hesitating for a while, he finally made up his mind. However, just as he was about to speak to Shui Yin, he was interrupted by Lin Shi, who had something to report. Lin Shi flipped through the records in his hand as he reported, "Sect Master, we have received requests for assistance from the 3 nearby kingdoms. Most of them involve demonic beast disturbances. They hope we can send disciples to suppress them." Yu was stunned and asked, 3 kingdoms? Isn't it just Feng Tian that needs help suppressing demonic beasts? Lin Shi hurriedly explained that although the Jinyin sect was located within Feng Tian Kingdom, there were no other immortal sects nearby. Therefore, not only Feng Tian, but also the surrounding countries would seek their help. Moreover, immortal sects had the responsibility of protecting nearby mortals, so it was normal to receive such requests. Upon hearing this, Yu immediately said that it was their duty. She then asked how many requests there were in total. Lin Shi glanced at the records and replied that there were about 13 locations that required urgent attention, and some other areas needed further investigation to determine the specific situation. Yu Yu was instantly flustered. 13 locations. Could their sect send out so many people? After all, their sect was full of inexperienced youngsters. Lin Shi calmly reassured her, "Don't worry, sect master. There are many disciples in the sect who have already established their foundation. According to the rules of the immortal sects, disciples should go out on hunts after establishing their foundation. This is both to resolve local issues and to train the disciples' practical combat skills." Yu Yu asked worriedly, "But they've just established their foundation. Are they really up to the task? Foundation establishment is so fragile. Will they be all right?" Lin Shi flipped through the records as he explained, "Rest assured, sect master. Most of the rampaging demonic beasts are around the 3rd and 4th streets. While they're difficult for ordinary people to handle, our resident disciples are more than capable. Especially, Yu Yu suddenly felt like a mother sending her son off to college. He repeatedly instructed Lin Shi to make sure they all had their communication talismans and to retreat if they encountered any unmanageable situations. Their lives are paramount. Also, distribute some life-saving artifacts from the treasury. Safety first, after all. Lin Shi nodded. He was long accustomed to their sect master treating the disciples like children. After flipping through the booklet again, he said, "Now, there are 2 more matters that require the sect master's decision." Yu Yu thought running a sect is truly no easy task, but smiled and asked, "What is it?" The first matter. Various kingdoms have sent petitions inquiring when the Jinyin sect will open its doors to accept disciples. Yu Yu was startled. The sect already had hundreds of disciples to feed. Accepting more would be overwhelming. He quickly replied, "There's no rush with that. We'll discuss it later." The second matter. A dozen or so disciples have reached the peak of chi refinement and will likely form their gold core soon. We need to refine foundation establishment pills as quickly as possible. See, this is the downside of lacking a dedicated alchemist. The recipe for foundation establishment pills wasn't hard to find, and the sect's alchemy disciples could refine them, but the demand was high. People in the sect constantly needed assistance with their foundation establishment, and the disciples' refining speed couldn't keep up with the consumption rate. When Daojun Kuei heard they needed to refine foundation establishment pills, he immediately knew it was his time to shine. He quickly offered to help refine the pills and guaranteed they'd be ready before the disciples were ready to form their gold cores. Yu Yu, seeing how eager he was, felt immensely relieved. This was a huge help. He promised to reward him handsomely. Unexpectedly, Daojun Kuei not only returned the previous payment for refining the bone-mending pills, but also offered to refine other pills. Speed pills for replenishing spiritual energy, body-strengthening pills for enhancing physique, clarity pills for mental acuity, and even beauty-maintaining pills. Yu Yu, recalling Daojun Kuei's enthusiastic and proactive behavior around Shuiyin, finally understood. It seemed he was interested in her, and now he was demonstrating his affection through selfless service. He then heard Daojun Kuei respectfully say, "Heavenly Venerable, I've been a rogue cultivator for many years, and cultivating alone has become quite tedious. I wonder if your Venerable would consider accepting me into your sect." You could only sigh. The power of love is truly great. Wasn't he all about enjoying solitude before? Now he's bored. After handling the sect's affairs, Yu Yu was reviewing documents in his study when a certain little firebird strutted in, accompanied by the doting Fengming. He heard the bird boastfully declare, "See, Yu Yu, that Yuan Shi's formations are truly useless. The formation he just set up couldn't even withstand fire. I burned it down with a flick of my flame. Maybe you should find a different follower." Yu Yu instantly felt a headache coming on. For some reason, Feng Rong and Yuan Shi just didn't get along. Even though Yuan Shi was so good-natured. Exasperated, he asked, "Why were you burning down his formations again? He worked so hard to set them up. Why do you keep picking on him?" Feng Rong absolutely refused to admit he was picking on Yuan Shi. He simply felt he was performing quality control. Besides, if a formation can't even withstand a little fire, how can it protect the sect? Not wanting to hear his excuses, Yu Yu patiently coaxed him. "That's enough. How many times have you burned them down now?" "Wait." Yu Yu's admonishment abruptly stopped. He suddenly remembered Ying Fan, who also had a fire spiritual root. He looked at the little firebird with anticipation and asked, "That's right, Feng Rong. You're skilled in fire-based spells and have a fire spiritual root, right? So, is your cultivation technique also fire-based?" Feng Rong was puzzled. Why was he asking this? Yu Yu explained, "Lin Feng and Ying Fan are out on a mission, remember? This reminded me. When they return, they'll need to start taking on tasks. Then, we'll need different different cultivation techniques based on their spiritual roots. Lin Feng has a lightning spiritual root, and Ying Fan has a fire spiritual root. So, one needs a lightning-based technique, and the other needs a fire-based one. Feng Rong immediately understood his intention. He wanted him to teach Ying Fan a fire-based cultivation technique. Might as well start with one. His idea was good, but unfortunately, Ying Fan couldn't practice his technique. Those without phoenix blood couldn't learn it. He remembered mentioning this before. Yu had originally thought this only applied to spells. Asterisk, what am I going to do? There will be many more disciples who need to learn cultivation techniques in the future. Asterisk. Just as he was frowning, Feng Yu spoke up, offering a suggestion. Heavenly Venerable, there is another way. You could search for cultivation techniques in ruins. You might find something useful. The Shinza continent is filled with various ruins. The older they are, the more complete their collection of techniques and secrets. Feng Yu was about to elaborate on exploring ruins when he noticed the Heavenly Venerable's displeased look. He quickly stopped talking and lowered his head. Yu was focused on the idea of exploring new ruins, but he was in a dilemma about who to bring along. The aloof Feng Rong instantly turned into a jealous lover. Upon hearing the word ruins, Yu eagerly asked them for advice. Are ruins like the one beneath our sect? Song Yu respectfully bowed before explaining. Many sects have risen and fallen on the Shinza continent, but also vanished due to the Heavenly Maiden's fall. Although some scattered disciples became founders of prominent families, many more chose to live in seclusion and cultivate, their whereabouts ultimately unknown. They often left behind places of inheritance, which later became ruins. Therefore, ruins often contain cultivation techniques they honed throughout their lives. Naturally, there are also a great many mental cultivation methods within them. Upon hearing this, Yu instantly became excited. This meant they could still scavenge for treasures. There were actually such good opportunities. This was truly wonderful. Moreover, wasn't there a ruin beneath their sect? They could go search anytime. There should be mental cultivation methods inside, right? But then she heard Feng Rong bluntly point out that while there certainly were some originally, they were all destroyed when a certain someone was subduing the little monsters, leaving behind nothing but the spiritual veins. This was a real blow. Yu had once been so close to a treasure trove of cultivation methods, but unexpectedly, she had destroyed it all with a single move. Those darn game skills were the death of her. After an embarrassed chuckle, she turned to Feng Yu and asked, "Do you know the location of any other ruins?" She wasn't greedy and didn't ask for a treasure trove. Just one or two mental cultivation methods would do. Feng Rong, from the side, delivered another venomous remark, asking if she thought ruins were as easy to find as pulling up radishes. The locations of ruins were always secretive and difficult to find. Continuously stung by Feng Rong's words, Yu's mood soured. She asked Feng Yu, "Can you please stop with the sarcasm?" At this moment, Feng Yu's eyes lit up, and he said with some urgency, "Heavenly Venerable, this subordinate knows of a place." As soon as he finished speaking, two gazes immediately fell upon him. Yu looked at him with surprise, while Feng Rong turned to him with displeasure. Ultimately, he withstood the pressure and forced himself to reveal the location. There is a ruin beneath Shinza's North Ridge. Seeing him stubbornly reveal the location, Feng Rong looked at him with an expression full of displeasure. Feng Yu didn't dare to look at his master at all. He continued to explain, "That place was discovered by the Feng family several years ago. Because the terrain is somewhat remote, we haven't explored it yet. But since it seems to be quite ancient, there should be the cultivation methods that Heavenly Venerable needs." After hearing this, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of what was inside, she had to go and see. She walked with cheerful steps to find Lin Chi and discuss the specifics. Feng Rong's face instantly darkened, radiating an undeniable aura of low pressure. He glared sharply at the clearly excited Feng Yu. "How dare you overstep your bounds?" Feng Yu's face paled instantly. He hastily knelt down and pleaded, "Master, please forgive me. It's just that this subordinate felt this was a rare opportunity. Master has known about that ruin for a long time. Wasn't it precisely for this moment? Don't you want to go inside?" Feng Rong's tone grew even heavier. Laced with anger, "That of course I want to go. but when and how I go is my own decision. Feng Yu, you shouldn't interfere. You're hindering things. Feng Yu immediately apologized. After a pause, he couldn't help but voice his inner thoughts. Master, although this subordinate was overstepping, your recent actions have been somewhat confusing to us. In my haste, I made a mistake. Please punish me, Master. As the image of Yu Yu's sweet face surfaced in Feng Rong's mind, the anger in his eyes intensified, tinged with irritation. I know what I'm doing. I don't need Feng Yu to remind me repeatedly. Remember, never overstep your bounds again. Since the matter of the mental cultivation methods was urgent, Yu Yu decided to set off immediately to search for the ruins. She even specifically invited Yuan Qi, her lucky charm, to join the expedition. She believed that this way, they would definitely find some great treasures. Just as she was about to embark on her journey, Yuan Qi stopped her, handing her a personally carved jade pendant and telling her to wear it, because ruins were dangerous. He had specifically inscribed some formations on the pendant for her protection. It turned out he was giving her a defensive artifact. Just as she reached out to take the artifact, he suddenly withdrew his outstretched hand. Then, Yuan Qi moved closer to her, gently pulling open the pendant string. He reached around her neck, gently brushing aside her hair. It turned out he wanted to personally put the jade pendant on her. Yuan Qi told Yu Yu, the jade pendant can also be used for communication. If you encounter any danger, just let me know, and I'll come immediately. As soon as the jade pendant was fastened, before Yu Yu could even thank him, Feng Rong's furious voice rang out beside her. Yu Yu, why are you taking him to the ruins and not me? Yu Yu looked at him, speechless. Why would I take you? You're not a lucky charm. Feng Rong yelled angrily. I don't agree. Yu Yu, last time you went to the secret realm, you brought back a wild man. Who knows what you'll bring back this time? What nonsense was he talking about? It was getting more and more ridiculous. Yu Yu retorted angrily, what wild man? Are you some kind of domesticated man? Feng Rong then threw a tantrum, declaring, I don't care. I'm one of the ruins my family discovered. Why shouldn't I be allowed to go? Seeing this, Yuan Qi smiled and said, Yu Yu, let Feng Rong go. I'll stay behind and look after the sect. Yu Yu glanced at both of them, thinking this was a clear contrast. One was being unreasonable, while the other was understanding. Rubbing his forehead with his hand, he said, all right then, it'll be hard work for you, but please stay and protect everyone. Yuan Qi approached him again and said softly, Yu Yu, there's no need to be so polite between us. Feng Rong's brows immediately furrowed into a tight knot. He found the scene before him irritatingly dazzling. He stepped forward and grabbed Yu Yu's hand, pulling him back. He interrupted Yuan Qi bluntly. What are you still chattering about? Let's go, let's go. It's almost dark. Without waiting for Yu Yu to reply, he pulled him onto his flying sword and soared into the sky. Yuan Qi instinctively chased after them for a couple of steps, but the two were already long gone. Feng Rong flew until Xinyan's sect was out of sight. Only when he could no longer see Yuan Qi did his mood relax. Finally, I don't have to see that annoying guy. I'm so happy. Yu Yu mumbled, saying that Yuan Qi hadn't finished speaking. Surprisingly, this time, the usually easily provoked Feng Rong didn't retort. Instead, he looked at him with an affectionate gaze that made Yu Yu feel quite uncomfortable. He could only stiffly change the subject, asking when Feng Rong had developed the habit of hugging him at every meeting. He was standing steady now, so Feng Rong could let go of his hand. This is my sword. It's my sword, and I'll do as I please. I won't let go. The two started to playfully tussle on the flying sword. Yu Yu, whose body was restrained by Feng Rong, suddenly became angry. So he bit the hateful Feng Rong. He dared to lay his hands on the woman he cherished. He even dreamt of having children with her. He would have to bear his wrath. Looking at the unyielding hand around his waist, Yu Yu was speechless. Since he couldn't struggle free, he might as well let him be. They continued flying on the sword in that position. After a while, he suddenly felt a chill. He abruptly looked up ahead. Wow, it's so beautiful. He had never seen such a snowy scene before, so he eagerly shared his joy with Feng Rong. Unexpectedly, Feng Rong pulled him into an embrace, claiming that the icy air in the snowy plains would erode a cultivator's body, and even spiritual energy couldn't resist it. Being close together would keep them warm. But Yu Yu didn't feel cold at all. He was just expressing his genuine feelings. As expected, Feng Rong got worked up again, telling him to shut up and declaring that if he said he was cold, then he was cold. Yu really didn't want to argue with him about such trivial matters, so he compromised again. After flying for half an hour, he turned and voiced his doubts. Feng Rong, we've been flying for so long. Why is the scenery still the same? His question finally brought Feng Rong, who had been lost in thought, back to reality. Looking at the unchanging scenery, he started to cast a spell to sense the surroundings. He quickly discovered that someone had set up an illusion in the snowy plains beforehand, and they had accidentally stumbled into it. Seeing that Yu didn't understand what an illusion was, he patiently explained. Illusions make people lose their way, causing them to keep going in circles without realizing it. He also reassured Yu that the illusion had no offensive effects. They just needed to find the formation's core and destroy it. So they descended from the flying sword, deciding to break the illusion first. Yu asked Feng Rong, who was walking ahead, how we find the formation's core. Feng Rong simply glanced around and pointed to the right, saying, the spiritual energy over there is off. The core should be there. He turned and walked towards a tree on the right. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly swept towards them, bringing with it a flurry of snow. Feng Rong immediately shielded Yu. His brows furrowed slightly. Such a weak attack was just a minor trick to him. He didn't take it seriously. He told Yu to stay put while he went to deal with it. He continued towards the core, the swirling snow unable to get close to him. Just as he was about to reach the core, his body suddenly dropped. He had stepped into a hole and fallen. Yu was startled and was about to go rescue him when the swirling snowflakes intensified and the wind howled. The snow on the ground flew frantically towards where Feng Rong had fallen, instantly burying him. At the same time, maniacal laughter echoed through the air. I didn't expect to catch another foolish cultivator. Yu heard a rustling sound behind him. He turned around to see a figure suddenly emerge from the snow, staring at him with gleaming eyes. Before he could react, the blood-covered figure addressed him affectionately. My beautiful maiden, from today onwards, you're mine. He grabbed Yu's hand, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes shining as he declared, I'll treat you well. I've had my eye on you ever since you entered the snow garden. I want to have a bunch of little snowmen with you. Come on, let's go make some little snowmen. Yu thought, speechless. What the hell? He hadn't even had a chance to say a word before this guy had already decided everything. Feng Rong, just about to climb out of the snowdrift, overheard this last sentence. Something snapped in his mind. Unbounded fury surged through him. Then, a fireball hurtled towards the other man's back. Sky-high flames erupted in the snowy field, spreading in all directions. The snow and ice instantly vaporized, bypassing the melting stage altogether. The biting cold was burned into gas. The blinding crimson blaze swept across the entire snow garden in the blink of an eye. Feng Rong's voice was laced with menace as he asked, What did you just say? Say it again. The other man couldn't respond. Under the intense heat of Feng Rong's flames, his form became translucent, dripping water. Seeing that the other man dared to ignore him, Feng Rong's fury intensified. The flames around him burned even brighter. He raised his hand and slammed it down on the snow demon's head, raining blows as he raged. Daring to trick me is one thing, but wanting to make little snowmen with him? I'll give you little snowmen. A snow demon couldn't withstand such an onslaught. Yu stepped forward and pleaded, Enough, enough. Feng Rong, if you keep burning him, he'll be gone. It was just an illusion. This is too much. Feng Rong finally snorted and flung the now considerably smaller snowman away. Then, as if remembering something, he grabbed Yu's hand and said with a touch of anxiety, Yu, you're not allowed to make any little snowmen with him. Not even one. Do you hear me? Yu's first reaction was, What's wrong with him now? Whatever it is, he thought, better to appease him first. So he responded with a placating smile. The snow demon, who had been planning to sneak away while they weren't paying attention, hadn't even managed to crawl a few steps before Yu spotted him. Watching the cultivator approach, the snow demon put on a pitiful expression, begging for his life. He thought, is this really the end for me? However, he heard Yu ask gently, Snow demon, did you create this illusion? It seemed this noble cultivator had no intention of killing him. The snow demon quickly apologized, explaining that he never meant to trap them. They had flown in on their own. He had just escaped from a northern ridge and created the illusion to build a snow hut to live in. He didn't mean any harm. Yu Yu paused, then asked urgently, "You escaped from the northern ridge? Why?" The snow demon shuddered, as if remembering something terrifying. He didn't know what had happened, but the entire northern ridge mountain range had suddenly become enveloped in a Shongsa Zhiqi. Snow demons were particularly sensitive to this kind of energy, so almost all of them who could leave had fled. Asterisk, an ominous aura in the northern ridge. Could it be related to the ruins we're going to? Asterisk, you thought, exchanging a look with Feng Rong. They had expected an easy journey to the ruins, but they were encountering one crisis after another. Feng Rong was acting strangely, and Yu Yu was injured. Could they escape this dangerous situation? Yu Yu turned to Feng Rong and asked, "Could that ominous aura have something to do with the ruins?" Feng Rong's face darkened visibly. Yu Yu turned and saw that Feng Rong hadn't moved. He urged him forward. "Whatever the situation, we should go and check it out. Come on, don't just stand there. What if someone else takes the materials before we get there?" Without the illusion blocking their way, they flew for less than half an hour and reached their destination. It was a gigantic mountain range, even larger than the snowy plains they had just left. Thick snow covered the vast, green forest, concealing it completely. Between heaven and earth, there was only white. Yu Yu turned to Feng Rong and said, "Your father said the entrance to the ruins is somewhere on this cliff face, marked with a triangular symbol. Let's go find it." He didn't see the flicker of conflict in Feng Rong's eyes. His hand was suddenly grasped by Feng Rong. Feng Rong wasn't looking at the cliff face at all, but was staring intently at Yu Yu, his brow furrowed with anxiety. He suggested again, "Why don't we come back tomorrow? It's too late, and it'll be hard to find. Let's go to an inn in the city and rest for the night." As soon as he finished speaking, he started to fly upwards, but Yu Yu grabbed him, stopping him. Yu Yu then explained his reason for refusing. "We're already here. Of course, the sooner we find what we need, the better. After all, there are so many disciples waiting for us. Stop stalling." In contrast to Yu Yu's eagerness, Feng Rong, who had something he couldn't say, was still struggling. Just then, Yu Yu's excited voice rang out, "I found it. Come here." Hearing this, his body stiffened. He flew in for a closer look. Sure enough, there was a triangular gap in the stone wall. It was originally inconspicuous, but due to the uneven surface of the wall, the falling snow had filled in the recessed area, making it suddenly very obvious. Yu Yu brushed the snow off the stone wall and leaned in for a closer examination. He discovered that within the triangular gap, some strange lines were faintly carved. If one didn't look closely, they would just appear to be cracks in the stone. Only upon careful inspection did it become clear that these lines followed a certain pattern. Feng Rong's expression, however, grew increasingly serious. He clenched his hands several times before speaking again. "These ruins are inherently complex. The entrance should have some kind of restrictive formation. We don't understand formations, so we definitely won't be able to open it right away. Perhaps we should." He didn't finish his sentence. Yu Yu, who knows what he was doing, suddenly caused the entire stone wall to emit a blinding light. Then they heard him excitedly declare, "I've opened the entrance." Immediately, a complex magic circle appeared. The space in the center warped, contracting inwards and seemingly forcing something open. Yu Yu turned back to look at the stunned Feng Rong. He excitedly pointed inside. "That IT opened pretty easily. Let's go in together." Feng Rong looked at him with a complicated expression and grabbed him again, asking, "Are you sure we should go in?" Seeing his unusually solemn expression, Yu asked, "Why not? Aren't we here specifically to look for the teaching materials? What's wrong with you today?" Assuming Feng Rong was worried about safety, he offered a comforting remark. "Are you afraid it's dangerous inside? Don't worry. If there's any danger, I'll protect you." He immediately regretted his words. He knew he'd spoken out of turn. Now Feng Rong would definitely get angry. He was probably going to retort with something like, "I don't need your protection. I'm strong. You should worry about yourself. Don't start crying if you get scared." He had expected Feng Rong to immediately snap back, and he even had his own retort ready. Unexpectedly, Feng Rong simply glanced at him before silently leading him towards the center of the formation. They passed through the formation. In an instant, their surroundings plunged into darkness. It was pitch black. They seemed to have entered another space. The cold air of the northern ridge was gone, replaced by a more violent aura. A whooshing sound filled the air. Something was attacking them. Feng Rong raised a hand, instantly creating a golden defensive formation. It shielded them both. The next moment, a loud boom echoed beside them. Something had slammed hard against the stone wall. Feng Rong examined the resulting crack. This looks like it was caused by sword energy. Yu gasped that, "Is someone attacking us? But I don't sense anyone else here." A ball of fire erupted from Feng Rong's hand. He controlled the flame, sending it upwards, looking at the scorch marks on the ground and walls. His first thought was that this place was unsafe. He quickly warned Yu, "Stay close to me." They had only taken a few steps when another rumbling sound echoed in the distance, accompanied by the sound of something collapsing. Yu grew even more nervous. What was that? What's happening over there? They followed the only path, heading deeper inside. After twisting and turning for a while, they finally saw a palace-like structure appear ahead. Yu exclaimed, "Such a strong, ominous aura. This must be the heart of the ruins." Looking at the imposing palace, he wondered if they would even be able to find the teaching materials. As he started towards it, several familiar whooshing sounds filled the air again. This time he saw clearly. Several streaks of purple sword light were shooting out from the depths of the palace, hurtling towards them. Feng Rong quickly shielded Yu, spinning around as his defensive formation flared brightly again. A clang rang out as the sword energy slammed into the formation, causing the entire barrier to tremble. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Feng Rong was startled. He hadn't expected the sword energy to be so powerful. Before he could devise a better countermeasure, the next wave of sword energy descended. Whooshing sounds filled the air as a barrage of sword energy, appearing from seemingly nowhere, rained down upon them relentlessly. With a sharp crack, Feng Rong's defensive formation shattered. Seeing a streak of sword energy about to strike Feng Rong, a startled Yu instinctively pulled him towards himself, trying to dodge the attack. The next moment, he felt a cold sensation on his arm, followed by sharp pain. Warm liquid trickled down his arm. Within the secret palace, danger lurked everywhere, sword energy crisscrossing the air. Feng Rong's defensive formation shattered instantly. Yu instinctively pulled him. Then his arm fell cold. A stinging pain followed, and warm liquid dripped down. Feng Rong stared at Yu's arm. The sword energy had grazed him, leaving a finger-length gash. Bright red blood flowed from the wound. Feng Rong asked with concern, "Are you all right?" He subconsciously explained that he was fine. After all, the wound wasn't deep and it didn't hurt much. He just didn't know what it was. The sword energy had actually managed to injure him. This was the first time he'd been injured since arriving in this world, and he felt strangely intrigued. Feng Rong's eyes seemed to be stained red by the blood on his arm. A rage he'd never seen before suddenly erupted from him. It was completely different from his usual ruffled temper. A murderous intent even tinged his crimson eyes. In the next moment, something erupted from Feng Rong. Crimson flames, like blood, burst forth, furiously counterattacking the sword energy and devouring it completely. Seeing the raging flames about to engulf the palace ahead, Yu was startled. He quickly grabbed the rampaging Feng Rong and tried to dissuade him. "Feng Rong, you can't burn that. The textbooks are in there." Pulled back to his senses by Yu, Feng Rong, still consumed by rage, took a deep breath and closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. The flames slowly receded back into his body. His gaze fell once more on Yu's injured arm. His hand hovered hesitantly over the wound, as if he wanted to touch it but didn't dare. He seemed utterly deflated, as if he'd suffered some terrible blow. After a long moment, he finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, "Does hurt." Yu sensed his concern. His eyes crinkled into a smile. Knowing that someone cared about him made him feel happy. He quickly lifted his arm to show Feng Rong that it's fine, just a small cut. The bleeding stopped. Feng Rong's expression darkened. He seemed about to say something when a deep, resonant voice suddenly sounded behind them. "You two youngsters, if you don't want to be chopped to pieces, get over here and hide." They turned to see a small stone door had opened a short distance away. An old man beckoned to them from within, his face etched with urgency. Seeing them hesitate, he urged them again, Hurry up. Do you want to be chopped to pieces? The next wave of sword energy is coming. Yu heard the whooshing sound of something cutting through the air again. He gritted his teeth and pulled Feng Rong toward the old man. As soon as they entered the stone door, the old man immediately slammed it shut. Moments later, a loud rumbling echoed from outside, presumably the sound of the sword energy hitting the door. Yu sighed in relief. That was close. He quickly thanked the old man. Thank you. He hadn't finished speaking when he noticed something odd about the old man. He had no lower body. From the waist down, he was transparent, just empty space. Even his upper body was somewhat translucent. Could this be a ghost? He instinctively grabbed Feng Rong. Influenced by horror movies, despite knowing this was a fantasy world, he still felt a primal fear of ghosts. Feng Rong, however, seemed completely unfazed. He glanced at the old man and explained, "That's a remnant soul, not a ghost." The old man stroked his white beard and spoke, "The young one is correct. I am indeed a remnant soul. My name is Qiu Zhang. In life, I was the patriarch Danshin and the master of this cave dwelling." Yu became even more frightened after hearing his self-introduction. "Isn't a remnant soul basically a ghost?" Qiu Zhang said. "You cannot compare a ghost to me. This cave dwelling was my cultivation grounds in life. I used a secret method to leave a sliver of my soul here, waiting for someone destined to enter this place and pass my trials to inherit my legacy." Yu looked at him skeptically. "This entire ruin, including that palace outside, you built all of this when you were alive?" The old man nodded proudly. Yu then pointed to the tiny stone room, barely 4 square meters, and asked, "If this is your place, why are you hiding in this little hole?" Qiu Zhang froze. The young man's words were like a knife to his heart. After a long pause, he sighed, "That it's a long story. During my life, I stumbled upon a silver sword in a secret realm. It looked ordinary, so I didn't think much of it. I placed it in my treasury and didn't use it for many years. But a few months ago, the sword suddenly unleashed a terrifying Shongshab aura. Soon after, it began emitting sword energy. This energy is uncontrolled and roams the cave, attacking everything. I am merely a remnant soul and cannot suppress it. I had no choice but to abandon the main hall and hide here." Yu summarized, "So the malevolent aura all over Mount Bailing is because of that sword? And the sword can emit such powerful sword energy on its own?" Qiu Zhang lowered his head apologetically. "It's all my fault for being careless." He glanced towards the stone door, seemingly thinking of the devastation outside, his expression pained. He knew that if this continued, the entire cave dwelling would eventually be destroyed by the sword. He looked at the 2 small children before him with hope in his eyes. "Actually, this old man has a connection with you too. Since you were able to revere this place and pass through many obstacles to arrive before me, it proves your aptitude and comprehension have reached my requirements." Yu was completely confused after hearing this. So she asked on the spot, "What obstacles?" "I don't have any impression of them." Then she heard Qiu Zhang's incredulous question. "Could it be that you haven't encountered any of the obstacles I set up? The trials in Xinjing Town, Jilin Town, and the Jinni trial?" Yu honestly replied, "None at all. We only saw resentment all the way here." After hearing this, Qiu Zhang thought, "This is the inheritance cave dwelling I painstakingly built. It was destroyed so quickly by a sword. In the record, the mysterious old grandpa wants to pass on the peerless dual cultivation technique of sword and chi. But she's being picky and still wants to solely cultivate body refinement, beast taming, and spell techniques." Qiu Zhang gritted his teeth, fighting back the urge to vomit blood. He forced a laugh and said, "Those are not important. Since you two have arrived here, it proves you have a destiny with this old man. Today, I will pass on all the cultivation techniques I've learned in my life to you." He was also very worried in his heart. After all, if he missed this opportunity, he might not live to see another 2 children as long as you accept my inheritance. Everything in this cave dwelling will be yours. Hurry up and kneel down to acknowledge me as your master. You thought, Asterisk, is it really this easy? I thought this season's master would charge a fee or something. Asterisk. Unexpectedly, not only did he not stop them, but he also offered benefits. She immediately said, "Acknowledging you as master is no problem, but I need to ask what kind of cultivation technique you practice." Qiu Zhang stroked his beard, cleared his throat, and said proudly, "I cultivate the dual path of sword and chi. Forging chi condensing the spirit, cultivating the heart with sword chi. Back in my day, my cultivation reached the peak of nascent soul, just one step away from the great Tao. Yu Yu's eyes lit up after hearing this. So, he's a double major in chi refinement and sword cultivation. Seeing the little girl's reaction, Xiao Zhang became even more proud. One should know that cultivators could only focus on one path, but he was the first person in history to cultivate both sword and chi. He was a legendary top-tier genius. But do you know much about body refinement, beast taming, and spell techniques? Can you pass those on too? Xiao Zhang had originally thought the little girl would Biji Dong de Changbai Ka, but who knew she would demand him to be proficient in everything. Asterisk, what a joke. My existence is already a rarity. Asterisk, he looked at the little girl with some displeasure before explaining. This old man mainly cultivates the two paths of sword and chi, so naturally, my understanding of these two is the deepest. As for other cultivation methods, I haven't delved into them deeply. Yu Yu continued to ask with a look of regret. Then what about teaching materials? Do you have any manuals on those aspects? Especially regarding cultivation methods for different spiritual roots. Xiao Zhang couldn't hold back his temper any longer and reminded her in a harsh tone, "Little girl, don't bite off more than you can chew. Cultivating one path in a lifetime is enough. Don't be greedy. Besides, even if this old man had all of them, you wouldn't be able to learn them all." When he heard the little girl say that even if she didn't learn them, she could let others in her sect learn them, Xiao Zhang looked at her in disbelief. Asterisk, she actually wants to give this inheritance to others? This is a tremendous opportunity. Asterisk, besides, his life's learnings weren't something just anyone could learn. Yu Yu looked at the angry old man and sighed deeply, deciding to reason with him. Grandpa, don't worry. We can discuss any issues slowly. Grandpa, how long have you been waiting in this ruin? Xiao Zhang, still furious, snorted coldly and replied, "Time flows like water. This old man has long since stopped counting the years, but it's been at least 10,000 years. Yu Yu's young face continued to inquire, "Grandpa, in such a long time, how many inheritors have you encountered who entered here?" Xiao Zhang's expression changed slightly, and after a while, he replied, "You two little children are the first to see this old man's remnant soul." The corners of Yu Yu's mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. She looked at the old man and seriously analyzed. "Grandpa, you waited for 10,000 years, and only two people came. If they hadn't appeared today, what do you think the probability of passing on your cultivation technique would be? And how can you be sure that the person you find is suitable for your cultivation technique?" Xiao Zhang was stunned at first, but still honestly replied, "This old man set up many trials." Yu Yu bluntly interrupted him. "But those trials were destroyed by the sword chi. How can you be sure you can avoid such accidents?" Okay, even if you really waited for a talented individual, you still require this talented individual to be as cautious as you in choosing a disciple. Are you sure that in the future, they will have the same good luck as you and be able to leave a remnant soul to wait for an inheritor? Besides, the outside world is constantly evolving and better cultivation techniques are constantly emerging. With your inheritance method of 10,000 years minimum, are you sure your cultivation technique won't be eliminated? Xiao Zhang fell silent after hearing this. He really wasn't sure about that. After he recovered, he subconsciously retorted, "This old man cultivated to nascent soul back then. My cultivation technique is for nascent soul, but it's only nascent soul." Yu Yu emphasized the words nascent soul, but cultivation is for ascension. If someone outside has an inheritance method that's more convenient than yours, and they can ascend quickly, who would still want to learn yours? Xiao Zhang, bewildered by her words, squatted down in a corner, lost in thought. If that were really the case, who would still learn his cultivation technique? Wouldn't all his life's cultivation be wasted? Yu Yu stepped forward and patted his shoulder consolingly. You know, the inheritance of cultivation methods has always been like this. Times are always developing, step by step. No one stays stagnant. But as long as you dare to innovate, you won't be eliminated. If you pass on the cultivation method to more people, won't they be able to carry it forward and make your name known for thousands of years? Although Xiao Zhang felt that he didn't understand some of the terms, he inexplicably felt that the little girl's words made a lot of sense. Could it be that he was really wrong? But if it were passed on to many people, would it still be his cultivation method? Even if their inheritance originated from him, who would remember him after a long time? Seeing that he seemed to be persuaded, Yu immediately pressed her advantage and continued, "This is simple. It's a small matter, easily solved. Just name your most proficient cultivation methods after yourself. Then no one will forget you." Qiu Zhang's eyes lit up. In an instant, he felt a sense of enlightenment, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. His entire remnant soul felt refreshed, his face taking on the expression of someone who had discovered a new world. It seemed he had been narrow-minded. He had never thought of it this way before. The more he looked at the little girl in front of him, the more pleasing she appeared. He immediately declared that he would pass on all his cultivation methods to her now, and she should help him spread them. It didn't matter to whom they were taught, as long as the recipient was dedicated to the Tao. Hearing this, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was reasonable. She smiled and reached out. "Since you've agreed, let's get the inheritance now. After all, getting the teaching materials is important." Qiu Zhang nodded vigorously. He then raised his hand, and a light shone from his fingertips, seemingly about to point towards Yu's forehead. Yu was startled and instinctively dodged to the side. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Seeing the little girl's misunderstanding, Qiu Zhang hurriedly explained, "Don't be afraid, little friend. I will directly use a technique to transmit the dual cultivation method of sword and qi into your divine sense." Is this how inheritance works? Direct wireless transmission? No need for manuals or cultivation method jade slips or anything. Is inheritance in this world just copy and paste? Yu thought. She had assumed she would have to study something. It seemed the scenes in television dramas were all lies. Qiu Zhang frowned and explained, "Actually, there are manuals and jade slips. But those, along with other secret techniques I've collected, are stored in the treasury of the main hall. Even the jade tablet I reside in is there. The main hall is probably inaccessible now. But the cultivation methods, they're all besides sword and qi. It doesn't matter if you don't get them. Before my death, I integrated all the insights of the dual cultivation of sword and qi into my remnant soul. I can pass it all on to you." Yu asked, "What happens after the inheritance, old man?" "From what you're saying, after you pass on the inheritance, your remnant soul will disappear, right?" Qiu Zhang replied matter-of-factly, "Naturally, my wish will be fulfilled, and I will have no regrets." Yu frowned, thinking, what a waste of cultivation methods. He could just explain it verbally. It's such a pity to sacrifice a life for nothing. So, she stepped forward and asked earnestly, "Senior, do you want to personally see your successor carry forward your cultivation method?" Qiu Zhang had thought that as long as his cultivation method could be passed down, his lifelong wish would be fulfilled. He hadn't expected that he would now have the opportunity to witness it all with his own eyes. He instantly felt his blood boil, and all thoughts of danger were thrown to the back of his mind. By the time he came to his senses, the group was already in the passage. In that inconspicuous temporary passage, he told them that as long as they pressed the mechanism in front of them and moved the stone door, they would be in the side hall. Unfortunately, he was only a wisp of a remnant soul and could only lead them here. He couldn't help with anything else. After thinking for a moment, Yu looked at Qiu Zhang and asked, "Do you want to squeeze inside first? You might not be able to withstand the sword qi, if there is any." She then held up the retail bag in her hand. Qiu Zhang's lips twitched. He wasn't a retail item. He was the dignified patriarch Danxin. How could he possibly enter a retail bag? He repeatedly shook his head and refused. "Thank you, little friend, but no need. The side hall is located behind the treasury. There is no sword qi there." Yu didn't force him, respecting his choice. She then pressed the switch. The next moment, the stone door rumbled and slid to the side, opening a crack. Instantly, a strange wave of heat rushed out. Then, with a loud bang, the still-moving stone door was struck by something from the outside. Countless cracks appeared on the door, and it looked as if it was about to shatter. A familiar whooshing sound came from outside. They had made this long detour because they were told there was no sword qi. What was going on? The little friend is right. I'd better squeeze in. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he darted without hesitation towards the retail bag.